התזמורת מואב כבר התחילה לנגן. יהיה כאן טקס קצר במיוחד, שהוא הקדמה לביקור קצר במיוחד, אבל נראה לי שעצם העובדה ששני הדברים האלה, ואתם שומעים ככה את רעש המטוס מעלינו, עצם ההתרחשות הסימולטנית הזאת, ההגעה של החטופים לידיים ישראליות, ההגעה של טראמפ לכאן לנתב"ג, כבר מבחינתו הביאה את תמונת הניצחון של הביקור הזה.
כן, קודם כל ראש הממשלה תצורך בן גוריון.
נשיא טראמפ בא בעצם להשלים פה את המשימה שהוא התחיל בינואר, להחזיר את כל החטופים וללכת לכיוון של מזרח תיכון אחר. זה יהיה המסר שנשמע עכשיו, זה השלב הראשון, אבל בוודאי לא האחרון. הוא אמר, זה ההישג הדיפלומטי הגדול ביותר שלו. ונראה לי שכדאי להגיד על מירב שרפות. רואים את התמונות האלה. כל אדם שחושב... כן, זה התמונות שהוא רואה, יש שם את חוף הים בתל אביב. כל אדם שחושב שהוא לא יכול לשנות, שהוא לא יכול לקום ולשנות את המציאות. האנשים שליוו אתכם, אתם, המאבק שלכם, המאבק הציבורי להחזרת החטופים, כל זה היה מול עיניו של נשיא ארצות הברית.
ממש ככה. אני אפילו אקח אותנו רגע להתחלה. אני מזכירה שביום השלישי למלחמה, ב10/10, היו 5 מטרות. אף אחת מהן לא כללה את החזרת החטופים. ולקח עוד כמה ימים, כבר מאבק שלנו, פגישה עם ראש הממשלה, השתנו מטרות המלחמה, שמנו את זה על המפה, שמנו את זה על השולחן, יש שם החטופים, צריך להחזיר אותם. ואנחנו רואים לכל אורך הדרך, בכל כך הרבה צורות, כי אנחנו רואים את הכיכר ורואים כל כך...
יש שאלה, והנה טראמפ, הנשיא האמריקאי, הוא זה שמביא את ההישג הזה בזמן שחטופינו חוזרים, הוא נוחת כאן מאחורינו.
כן, בואו ננסה לתאר מה קורה פה. איפה אוסואן עכשיו ממש בעוד 100 מטר יעצר מול השטיח.
אתה יודע, זה אנדרסטייטמנט להגיד שהם הכינו את הקרקע, הם היו במגע בלתי אמצעי עם הציבור הישראלי, ונעמו בכיכר, ונפגשו עם המשפחות, ובאמת, אתה יודע, לקחו את השליחות הזאת במובן הכי אישי שיש, וגם בסוף הצליחו to seal the deal.
נכון, אנחנו רואים עכשיו את התמונות עם נתניהו, עם הקבי, השגריר האמריקני, הקבי, מינוי של טראמפ, ידיד ישראל גדול. ואת יודעת, לטראמפ יש פה ביקור שהוא גם ביקור תדמיתי, ציבורי, כמי שרוצה באמת שהסיפור הזה ייחתם על שמו גם בהיסטוריה, אבל יש לו גם פרקטיקה לביקור הזה, מעבר לנאומים, כי ההסכם הזה הוא בינתיים רק שלב א', טראמפ לא רוצה שהמלחמה תתחדש, נתניהו לא רוצה שחמאס יישאר בשלטון, איך אפשר לכלול את שני הדברים האלה יחד? על זה טראמפ יצטרך לעבוד גם פה וגם בשארם א-שייח, לשם הוא ימריא. אנחנו רואים עכשיו את ראש הממשלה.
זו השאלה, תקן אותי אם אני טועה, אבל כאן יהיה החלק הסמלי והחלק המרגש והתמונות היפות וגזירת הסרטים המטאפוריים, והעבודה הקשה באמת תהיה בשארם, לרתום את כל המשתתפים גם למשהו שהוא בר קיימא בשלבים הבאים.
כן, תראה גם את המסך המפוצל שאנחנו רואים עכשיו, הוא באמת כאילו תסריטאי בסרט קולנוע, תסרט את זה בעוד הרכבים עושים את דרכם עם חטופינו שמשתחררים אחרי שנתיים. נוחת נשיא המעצמה הגדולה שכנראה בלעדיה ובלעדיו כל זה לא היה מתרחש. אנחנו שומעים עכשיו את ראש מסדר.
כן, ראש הממשלה ורעייתו והבכירים עומדים וממתינים בקצה השטיח האדום שכבר נפרס כאן לפני שעות ארוכות והיו הרבה חזרות. עכשיו מגיע רגע האמת.
נעמדים עכשיו מאחורי השגריר.
איתה בלבד טראמפ, כמדומני.
איתו שם, כן, איוונקה וג'ארד קושנר וסטיב ויטקוף, שלוחצים ידיים לשגריר האקבי. זה התמונות שגם אתם רואים, שבמקביל, את יודעת, באמת הסמליות היא לפעמים קיץ', אבל לפעמים הקלישאות הם אכן המציאות, ולא צריך לעשות יותר מדי, פשוט יותר להתבונן בתמונות האלה.
אתה יודע, אם היינו רואים את זה באיזשהו סרט, זה היה נראה כמו משהו שאיזשהו תסריטאי קצת הגזים כשהוא תזמן את שני הרגעים האלה ככה במקביל, את הנחיתה הזאת של ה-Force One ואת השיבה של חטופינו לידיים ישראליות. זו מציאות חיינו, מואב, זה ממש רגע שמתרחש כעת באופן סימולטני. נשיא ארצות הברית נוחת כאן, חטופינו שבים לישראל, וכל זה בערב שמחת תורה, שנתיים אחרי האסון הגדול ביותר שחווינו.
הדלת נפתחת, מסדר עובר לנוח, הדלת כבר פתוחה.
הנה רואים את זה הנשיא? אני לא בטוחה, זה לא הנשיא?
לא, זה לא הנשיא, אבל תכף השטיח האדום, את רואה שמגלגלים אותו עד לכבש המטוס, למרגלות, המדרגות האחרונות, ואז יצא הנשיא. תשמעי, ליאל, נתניהו מעריך מאוד את טראמפ, נזקק לו מאוד. טראמפ עשה שירות גדול מאוד לישראל, לממשלת נתניהו, שנתן לנתניהו אור ירוק במשך הרבה מאוד זמן להמשיך במלחמה, אבל הגיע הרגע הזה שאני לא בטוח שנתניהו היה רוצה להגיע אליו, במובן הזה שחמאס עדיין בשלטון, שחמאס עדיין בעזה ואין ניצחון מוחלט, והנשיא האמריקני שעכשיו עטפו אותו בחיבוקים, במחמאות, במחיאות כפיים, בהרבה דבש, כפה על נתניהו אולי גם עסקה שנתניהו לא בטוח שהיה רוצה אותה, במובן הזה כי נתניהו הבטיח כל העת ניצחון מוחלט והשמדת חמאס, והנה אנחנו מגיעים לשחרור החטופים ולמה שטראמפ אומר על המטוס לפני סיום המלחמה, בלי שהיעד הזה מושג. אולי הוא נוכל להיות מושג, וזה האתגר בעצם של נתניהו עכשיו, לדבר עם דונלד טראמפ, לנסות לראות עם טראמפ איך אפשר תחת האילוצים האמריקנים שלא לחזור למלחמה, עדיין להביא להזזת חמאס מהשלטון ובעיקר לפירוק חמאס מנשקו. וזה אתגר מדיני.
גם להשבה של כל החטופים החללים. אנחנו יודעים שבהסכם על הנייר יש הקמה של מנגנון שאמור לאפשר שיתוף של מידע כדי לאתר את כולם ולוודא שכולם ישובו, אבל זה ברור שאלה שני האתגרים הדרמטיים. קודם כל להשלים את השלב הראשון, להשיב את כל החטופים החללים שלמיטב הבנתנו לא יושבו לצערנו כולם לחיק משפחותיהם לקבורה ראויה כאן בישראל, ומהצד השני באמת לאפשר את שלב ב', את אותו פירוץ של חמאס, את אותו שלטון אחר ברצועה, וגם את אותו חופש פעולה צבאי שישראל הייתה רוצה לשמור לעצמה ככל שתימשך פעילות של חמאס ברצועה. על כל הדברים האלה יצטרכו לדון גם הנשיא בראש הממשלה נתניהו, כמובן גם בשארם. כל הדברים האלה על הפרק, אבל במקביל באמת רגע סמלי מאוד. אנחנו רואים את רכבי השרד נעצרים בקצה השטיח האדום, ממתינים לנשיא ארצות הברית שירד מהפורס וואן ומשם ילקח בשיירה לירושלים, לכנסת ישראל, ייפגש במשכן עם משפחות חטופים, פגישה קצרה, או לפחות כזו שאמורה להיות קצרה, אבל שמענו, אתה יודע, מואב, בחודשים האחרונים, בטח בשבוע-שבועיים האחרונים ביתר שאת, את טראמפ מדבר על משפחות החטופים, מדבר למשפחות חטופים, מדבר אל השבים. אנחנו לא אנשים תמימים, ובכל זאת זה ממש היה נשמע שהלב שלו נמצא באירוע הזה, והמפגש הזה הוא בוודאי מפגש שיהיה לו חשוב, ואחריו, כאמור, נאום בכנסת אצלנו בירושלים.
כן, בתמונה שאתם...
אוקיי, אז כמו שאתם רואים ושמענו, גם מישי קיבלה שיחה מעמרי. גם מישי, נביא מירן, תיפגש עם עמרי בעוד כמה דקות. החיבוק הזה שלו כל כך חיכינו, גם היא, גם הוא. איזה רגע. ובמקביל טראמפ עולה על הרכב שרד, ייסע לכנסת, אנחנו נעקוב אחרי זה, אבל הכי חשוב שהחטופים שלנו חוזרים היום הביתה.
דווקא בגלל לשונו המשוחררת והאופי האינטנסיבי שלו,
כבר שמענו דברים מעניינים נאמרים למרגלות מטוסים על ידי הנשיא האמריקני ללא ספק.
הנה, איציק, אנחנו אליך. איציק זוארץ שם בראי. אנחנו רואים את התמונות של השיירה בדרך לרעים, ואנחנו ממתינים לאיציק זוארץ שידווח על המעשה שם, כאשר אנחנו ממתינים בכל שנייה לראות את נשיא ארצות הברית דונלד טראמפ יורד כאן לביקור המיוחד הזה בישראל.
אתה יודע מה, בכל אירוע אחר היינו אומרים שהשעה...
כמו האמא, לא היה לנו ספק.
כן, הוא הכי דומה לי באמת.
אנחנו שומעים את משפחת פיטסבורג, את רוחמה מדברת עם הבן שלה, עם אלקנה.
רוחמה, תקשיבי טוב, כשהוא בא ואת פוגשת אותו, אז אני אענה לך לטלפון, מבטיח. אבל אם את יודעת...
אנחנו עצרנו את הנחיתה של טראמפ בשביל לדבר איתך, ואנחנו מחכים לשמוע ממך אחרי שפגשת את אלקנה וחיבקת אותו. תודה רבה שדיברת איתנו. שזה בדיוק יוליד את הסיפור.
כמו שאנחנו מבינים, כל המשפחות מקבלות שיחות מהיקרים שלהם, שהיום יצאו אליהם ויקבלו חיבוק ומחכים כבר ברעים. הפעימה השנייה תצא לדרך, השנייה והאחרונה, כן? להיום תצא ב-10. הפעימה הראשונה ממש מתקרבת לרעים בדקות האלה. ברגע שנראה שהם חוברים למסוק, נעדכן אתכם.
קצת בגלל נשיא ארצות הברית, האיש החזק בעולם שיגיע לכאן לכנסת ישראל, והמון בגלל התמונות שמשודרות ממש עכשיו. כאשר נשיא טראמפ יגיע לכאן, בנסיעה הכי מהירה שהייתה אי פעם מנתב"ג לכנסת ישראל בירושלים, בלי פקקים, אז אני חושב שהאוזן תהיה קרויה יומית ודפנה על השאלה מה הוא אומר על המשך מיגור חמאס. כי הנשיא אומר ב-Air שהמלחמה הסתיימה ואומר באופן חד משמעי, ומצד שני הוא מתעקש שחמאס יפורק מנשקו, ושכל הסיפור שרואים עכשיו של המשילות זה רק לימים הקרובים לצורך שחרור החטופים. איך מתכוון הנשיא ליישם את ההבטחה הזאת? האם הוא יחזור להתחייבות ממסיבת העיתונאים עם נתניהו שנראית כמו לפני שנתיים והייתה כולה לפני שבועיים, שהוא יאפשר לישראל to finish the job?
ב-7 באוקטובר, עכשיו אנחנו בימים אחרים, בימים סמוכים, הם חוזרים והם צפויים לעבור כאן ממש בדקות הקרובות. אנשים כבר מצפים, קצרי רוח, ואנחנו גם כאן ממתינים לרגע כל כך מרגש הזה. מואב בניאל בינתיים בחזרה אליכם. כן, איציק, דונלד טראמפ נשיא ארצות הברית ממש בשניות אלה מסיים את הירידה בכבש המדרגות מה-Air Force One, לוחץ את היד לנתניהו.
אז הנשיא טראמפ יורד במדרגות ונחת בארץ, ואנחנו נעשה לו את הכבוד, ובמקביל אנחנו רואים את הבנים הישראלים עם החטופים שלנו בדרך לחיבוק של המשפחות שלהם. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Trump.
גם פוליטית, גם מדינית, טראמפ רואה בהסכם שהושג עם חמאס הישג מדיני אדיר שלו במסגרת הניסיון שלו למצב את עצמו באמת כמנהיג עולמי בסדר גודל היסטורי, מי שמשכין שלום. הוא עשה את הסכמי אברהם עם האמירויות, ועכשיו הוא רוצה להיות חתום על מה שבעיניו זה הסכם שלום היסטורי שיוביל לשלווה במזרח התיכון. ליאל, גם אם זה לא יקרה, לפחות מבחינתנו טראמפ מביא להסכם שמביא את חטופינו הביתה, את סיום המלחמה. ואני חושב שאחרי החיוכים ואחרי מחיאות הכפיים, נתניהו וטראמפ לא רואים עין בעין את הסיטואציה, ועל כך הם יצטרכו ללבן את הדברים ביניהם.
ואתה יודע מואב, אולי לא סתם, או בטוח לא סתם, נשיא ארצות הברית בוחר להסיט מעט את המסלול של ה-Air Force One, וכן לעשות מה שהוא מבחינתו מחווה לציבור הישראלי, ועוד לפני שנחת כאן לטוס מעל חופי תל אביב, מעל קו החוף של מדינת ישראל. הוא דיבר על הציבור הישראלי שיצא למאבק הזה, הוא מכיר ומבין את
יש לי הודעה מדובר צה"ל ודוברות השב"כ. אלון, זיו, גלי, גיא, עומרי, איתן מור ומתן אנגרסט חצו עכשיו, מגיעים לרעים בבלים להורים שלהם, ומשם הם ייסעו לבתי החולים לפגוש את שאר המשפחות שלהם שמחכים להם. האחים של אנגרסט מחכים לו שם, ועוד חברים, ואיזה הקלה. איזה יופי, בדרך הביתה, ממש, הם כבר פה.
החטופים שלנו, הכלים הממוגנים, הנה הם נמצאים בפנים. שני הדוידים האלה, כלי הרכב הממוגנים, והחטופים לא. הנה הם נמצאים.
השיירה נכנסת לרעים.
הלוחמים שלנו, ליחידות מיוחדות, וגם החטופים סוף סוף כאן. איתן מור, אלון נועל, זיו פרלמן, גלי פרלמן, גלי גלבוע דלן, עמרי מירן ומתן אנגרסט, כולם כאן עכשיו. בעוד רגע זה יקרה, המפגש הכל כך מרגש עם בני המשפחות שלהם. הנה
ודובר צה"ל כבר מודיע שהצלב האדום בדרכו לנקודת המפגש הנוספת בדרום הרצועה, בה יימסרו לידיו 13 חטופים נוספים.
כמובן בכל הזמן הזה, בכל העדכונים עם הגעת השיירה שנושאת את השבים, הבנים השבים לגבולם, הישר אל המשפחות שלהם. זה קורה עכשיו, ואנחנו גם רואים תמונה שמתקבלת עכשיו של האימהות של ויקי ושל ענת ושל עינב מחובקות ברעים, ותכף הם יחבקו את הבנים שלהן. ובמקביל לתמונה הזו שמגיעה מנמל התעופה בן גוריון של כל הבכירים האמריקנים, המניעים והסוגרים של המלחמה הזאת כאן בישראל, וכל מי שעמד מאחורי ההסכמים הללו: הנשיא דונלד טראמפ, חתנו ג'ארד קושנר, השליח המיוחד למזרח התיכון סטיב וויטקוף עם רעייתו, וכמובן גם ביתו של הנשיא איוונקה טראמפ, שעמדו כאן בכיכר החטופים לא לפני הרבה זמן ונעמו בפני הקהל הגדול והרחב הזה בלב ליבו של מה שהפך לסמל של המלחמה הזאת, כיכר החטופים. ובעודנו מדברות, גילי, אני רוצה ויעל שנדבר על מה שעדיין עודו קורה ברצועה. המשפחות מקבלות כל הזמן טלפונים, מדברות עם הבנים שנמצאים עוד בשבי, ופנינו אל השחרור הבא של הבנים. מתי ואיפה זה צפוי להתרחש? מתחיל, הצלב האדום כבר קיבל את נקודת המסירה חמאס ובדרכו, ואנחנו יודעים בכל זאת.
Guys, he's going to need to walk through here, okay? So we're going to have to clear a lane. We're going to have to clear a lane. If you can scoot back so the president can walk around, okay? Perfect. He's going to walk around this way. Correct. Yeah, you can go around that way.
רק לא בקדימה של הרכב, תעמדו פה.
The Prime Minister joined him, yeah?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm sure that yes.
Okay. Got my back to it.
Okay. Okay.
some more space. You don't need all these guys at one time.
סטאר יעבור לנוח, מות נוח. מסדר יעבור לדום, מסדר דום. מסדר יעבור לנוח, מות נוח.
קופרשטיין סיפרה שהן גם מאוד מקסימיות, אנחנו עוד לא הצלחנו, אבל אמרה שהוא נראה בסדר. נראה לי שגם ראינו בחטף את רון ברסלבסקי אפילו, וגם הוא נראה בסדר. אביתר דוד מדווחים השתנו, עם כל התמונה המחרידות שלנו, עם כל החשש לחייו, וצריך להבין את המצב שאנחנו נמצאים באמת עם כל הטרור הפסיכולוגי של חמאס פה שמתקשר אליהם, לפחות אנחנו יכולים עוד לפני שהם הגיעו לכאן לראות שהם בסדר ולנשום להם. בימים נורמליים היינו רק מתארים את התמונה הזו בנתב"ג של נשיא ארצות הברית וראש ממשלת ישראל, אבל אלה, כמו שאתם מבינים, לא ימים רגילים בשום צורה. דני וקרן בכיכר.
כן, תכף נהיה מה שקורה כאן.
אז הנה, מיסטר פרזידנט, we want to tell you, thank you, Mr. President! Thank you, Trump! Thank you, Trump! Thank you!
את אביתר דוד, אנחנו רואים את הסרטון הקשה שלו, וכולנו נראה בסדר יותר. אבישי דוד, אבא שלו.
אבישי, מה שלומך? מה קורה?
הרבה יותר טוב. הרבה יותר טוב, לפני שראיתי אותו כמה דקות.
איפה נראה לך?
הוא נראה טוב, כמובן יחסית לסרטון הנוראי שראינו לפני מספר שבועות. הוא נראה טוב, הוא אומר שהוא בסדר והוא מתגעגע.
כולנו מאוד דואגים בגלל הסרטון, ועל פניו הוא נראה שם יותר טוב מהסרטון, נכון?
בוודאי.
מה הוא אמר לך? מה אמרת לו?
שהוא מתגעגע אלינו, וכמובן זו הסיבה שלנו אליו, שאנחנו מחכים לו ושלא ידאג, והמסע יצא לדרך. ואנחנו מקווים שיותר מאוחר נוכל לחבק אותו, להריח אותו ולנשום אותו.
כמה אתם קרובים למפגש?
כמה?
מתי זה אמור לקרות? מתי אתה אמור לראות אותו? מה אתה יודע?
תכף אנחנו יוצאים, קודם כל לראות אותם עוברים, כן, שאנחנו רואים אותם עוברים דרך חלונות שקופים, ואחר כך אנחנו מתקדמים הלאה.
תספר לנו איך הגבתם שם, אתה ומירב ואילי ויעלה.
תשמעי, זה תעלולים גדולים. זה שמחה ענקית, זה שמחה שמתפרצת, וזה תעלול גדול. תודה רבה לכם.
תודה רבה.
חברים אותך למפגש עם הבן שלך, הגיע הזמן, אין לך מצווה גדולה כפדיון שבויים על הרמב"ם.
אביתר דוד, אחרי הסרטון המזעזע שחמאס שלח, עם הרזון המאוד מאוד קיצוני, ואיזה כיף לראות את אביתר דוד, שהוא באמת היה אחת הדאגות הגדולות לאיך יחזרו החטופים.
אגב, הפרופיל של הנשיא טראמפ שנחת, והיו פה מחיאות כפיים סוערות, היה עכשיו נבחר לכל תפקיד שהוא רוצה במדינת ישראל. אגב, שנחת כאן, שנת עם ישראל חי, אנרגיות יוצאות דופן שלהם, מגרש כדורגל כשישראל מביסה את נורווגיה, מה שלא קרה.
אגב, זה גם הסרטון של אביתר דוד וגם הלוחמה הפסיכולוגית שהם עשו כאן לאורך השבועות האחרונים, נתנו לנו להבין כאילו עבד הקשר עם חלק מהחטופים, ואתם רואים שכולם על הרגליים, בכלל ההתנהלות של חמאס במהלך
בכלל גם הסרטון ההוא שהוא וגיא דלבוע דלל המתינו בוואן וראו את השחרור של החטופים האחרים, זה היה סרטון קורע לב.
וגם היום טעינו מהבוקר איך חמאס לא משחרר תמונות של שחרור החטופים והעברה שלהם לצלב האדום. הם עשו את זה בדרך אחרת עם הסרטונים. אגב, אנקדוטה מעניינת.
אתה בעצם אומר שכל שחרור וההפקה שלו, אז הם אמרו, אסרו עלינו לעשות טקסים, אז עכשיו אנחנו נוקטים בדרך אחרת, והפקות חמאס דאגו לשיחות האלה.
רק של גודל אל-אקצא, זה באמת אירוע שאף אחד לא יכול לדמיין אותו. אנקדוטה מעניינת, גלי וזיוי ברמן, מועדים של מכבי תל אביב, המסוקים שלהם יעברו מעל בלומפילד.
כיסא כל משחק לכבודם
נכון, אז הם, אני מבין שלבקשתם, המסוקים שלהם יעברו מעל בלומפילד לפני ההגעה לבית החולים.
יש לנו עוד סרטון של יוסף חיים מוחנה שאנחנו מקבלים עכשיו, בוא נראה אותו.
אוהבים אותך, נשמה שלי, הקדוש ברוך הוא איתך, שמור עליך, והיום מאוד מוציא אותך מזרע. תודה רבה לשם, אלוהים שומר אותך, אלוהים מגן עליך, אלוהים אוהב אותך, כל עם ישראל מתפעל עליך. אנחנו מחכים לך בקוצר. כל החברים, כולם מחכים, כולם. מסגב, אתה יודע מה המצב של סגב? יש לך מסגב? תודה רבה לאלוהים. מה עם סגב? אתה יודע מה עם סגב? אני לא שומע. סגב, איפה סגב? איפה? אני לא שמעתי. כן.
אני אגיד לך, אוקיי, מצלמים את זה עכשיו בחדשות, תעשו גם צילום מסך,
אוקיי, בסדר, סגב בסדר, אז תגידי אם סגב בסדר. כן, להעלות את זה לחדשות. לעלות לחדשות? אני לא שומע. יאללה,
יוסף, אבי, אתה איתנו בשידור?
ואיתכם.
אבי, הוא נראה בסדר, נכון?
הוא נראה בסדר גמור, ברוך השם.
איזה כיף,
הוא נראה ממש טוב. היה קצת רעשים סביבי, אז קצת לא שמעתי אותו, שהוא לא שמע אותי, אבל זה לא משנה. כרגע, ברוך השם, הוא נראה ממש טוב, גם חיצונית, גם האור הפנים שלו נראה טוב. אחרי כמעט שנתיים הוא היה 1.5 שנה במנהרה, ואני רואה את החיוך שלו, אני נזכר בחיוך שלפני שנתיים, בחיוך הזה, כל כך התגעגעתי לחיוך הזה שלו, והוא מדבר בסדר, והגוף שלו נראה בסדר. זה מה שקיווינו, זה מה שציפינו, זה מה שרצינו, והנה, ושאפשר היום לברך שהחיינו וקיימנו והגיענו לזמן הזה. אנחנו מרגשים, כל המשפחות פה ברעים, אנחנו פשוט מרגשים בתוך איזה חלום, או ממש כאילו חלום שאנחנו עומדים להתעורר ממנו, אבל חלום טוב שחיכינו לו שנתיים לחלום הזה, שהוא היום מתגשם.
המחבל עדיין מאחוריו, אבל עוד מעט אתה תחבק אותו, ויש פה 10,000 בכיכר שרואים אותו ושומעים אותך. מה אתה רוצה לומר גם לאנשים כאן מאחורינו שבאו לחגוג יחד איתך את הרגע הזה?
תודה. אין מילה יותר חזקה מתודה. תודה רבה על כל מה שעשו וכל מי שעשה וטרח באמת כדי שנגיע ליום הזה ונלחם וכמובן על החיילים שלנו, על גיבורים והחזקים שמסרו את נפשם כדי שנגיע לרגע הזה, החיילים הקדושים שלנו, ולכל עם ישראל שעטף אותנו, לא עזב אותנו לשנייה אחת, את המשפחות, כולם עטפו אותנו יום ולילה. זה עם ישראל היפה. אני אומר תודה לכולם, ואני אוהב אתכם. זה מה שיש להגיד ביום הזה.
אבי אוחנה, אני לא יודעת אם אתה שומע, אבל כל הכיכר כאן שומעת אותך אומר להם תודה, וכולם מרימים לך כאן, ואיזה כיף סוף סוף לראות את יוסף חיים על הרגליים, מדבר איתכם ובריא וטוב טוב טוב שראיתם אותו, ואנחנו מחכים כבר לחיבוקים שלכם.
חג שמח אבי, חג שמח.
תודה, חג שמח. היום זה חג כפול לעם ישראל, חג שמחת תורה וחג היום בשבו בנים לגבולם. תודה רבה לכולכם.
אכן שבים לגבולם, יונית חוזרים עלייך.
כן, עוד ועוד תמונות שאנחנו מקבלים של החטופים, גם מדברים עם בני המשפחות שלהם וגם תמונות שלהם. עכשיו אנחנו חושבים שיש לנו גם תמונה של איתן הון. מיד נעלה אותה.
זה אביתר דוד! זה אביתר דוד! הוא מדבר עם המשפחה שלו.
ואנחנו רוצים לדבר, ננסה להביא גם את השיחה של משפחתו.
אפשר לנשום, אני אומרת לכם, אחד אחרי השני, המשפחות קיבלו את השיחות האלה. החמאס עשה את התרגיל הכי מודבר, שהמשפחות קיבלו הודעות במקום טקסים, אוקיי? אז הנה אנחנו רואים אותם אחד אחרי השני, נושמים לרווחה, מחכים להם ברעים, לחיבוק הגדול של אמא, של אבא. הנה הם. הנה רוב ברסלבסקי. אנחנו זוכרים כל כך את הסרטונים המדכאים. הנה הם פה עכשיו, רואים אותם מחייכים. טוב, נראים טוב, מרגישים טוב, וחוזרים הביתה. אבל אני מזכירה לכם, אנחנו עד החטוף האחרון, יש עוד חללים להוציא, יש עוד פעימה בדרך. אנחנו נשארים כאן עד אחרון החטופים. וכולם נחזיר הביתה. זאת המשימה שלנו, שמעתם?
שיכולות לתאר מה אני ידעתי באותו רגע. ואין מילים, באמת, זה כאילו, זה נס. ואני מחכה לנס, לראות אותו חי בריא ושלם, וברוך השם, אני רואה אותו והוא נראה בסדר. הוא נראה בסדר, ברוך השם, הוא חייך, הוא...
handover ceremony, or without a ceremony rather, to a separate handover to the Red Cross. So a lot of those families who are waiting, they know for bodies to be returned, you know, they are very worried about what happens next, but there is an Israeli official who is responsible for the hostages file, and what he's been saying is that once that list becomes clear, there'll be a sort of 72-hour window. There's apparently an Israeli delegation actually in Sharm el-Sheikh where they'll be meeting some of the mediators and members of the international community who are going to help to try to locate the remaining bodies and bring them back. That will require, in some cases, rubble to be removed. It will also require DNA testing, forensic testing to establish that these are the remains of the hostages who are being sought.
And Yolanda, as we're speaking with you, we're seeing images of people shouting, cheering, waving the flags. Of course, some people have the flags on their shoulders. We're getting reports now that the last 13 are now being handed over to the International Committee of the Red Cross. 13 more, which means that in a very short time, all 20 hostages will either be in Israel or will be on their way back to Israel. The moment that so many, including everyone in that square and spilling into the streets behind you, have been waiting for.
Definitely 2 years of anticipation demanding the return of the hostages. And, you know, many people around me, they're wearing the same T-shirts that they have been wearing for months now, making this demand, coming here to what became known as Hostages Square in the heart of Tel Aviv, because it became this protest point, this rallying point, week after week. And sometimes, you know, the hostage families also going out, taking their supporters to other key locations around Tel Aviv, like the Israeli military headquarters. We've seen them gathered outside the Prime Minister's residence in Jerusalem as well, and making this demand that the hostages be brought back home, they should be prioritized. The government has said that it was doing that. That remained one of its clear war goals, but there was this feeling from hostage families at many points of deep frustration, and the claims that the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu was really putting his own political survival first and keeping his coalition together rather than, you know, bringing back their loved ones.
Stay with us, Yolande. We want to continue to look at what's this process of releasing the last of the Israeli hostages. On one side of the screen, we see the crowds that where you are in Hostages Square. On the other, there's the military helicopters in Reim, the military base in southern Israel. So striking, of course, because Anshel, so many of the 20 living were connected in one way or another to that Nova music festival.
11 of them.
Yes, in Nova, in Reim, in the same, roughly the same area.
What we're seeing, these are the helicopters which are going to take the 20 hostages eventually to hospitals around Israel after they've had their first medical checkup at Reim and met with their families and spent some time with them. They'll be then transferred to hospital for a few days of much more comprehensive checkups and recovery. There's another set of helicopters we can't see because they're inside Gaza. Those are the ones that may be used if some of the 13 hostages who are about to be released now in Gaza, if any of them needs emergency evacuation and will have to go to hospital before being reunited with their families. But this is the main, as you said, next to Reim, these are the different helicopters who will take them to a number of hospitals around the country after they've spent a couple of hours with their parents or close ones.
And Yolande, Nell, did you get a sense from people in the square that they are going to stay there? Some, of course, have been coming day in, day out, night after night, that they're there for the day. They're going to watch the events. They'll be also watching the speeches in the Israeli Knesset when President Trump addresses the nation.
I think that people will remain here for much of the day, although the temperature is rising. It's the end of the Jewish holiday of Sukkot, and so school children are still off on holiday. You see lots of families around here in Tel Aviv. People are with their dogs as well. And there's a kind of, sense that people want to spend their time together to receive this news rather than watching it privately at home. Many of the people here are people who have turned out.
מדברת עם הבנות שלה, נמצא כרגע בדרך לרעים ועוד רגע המפגש של המשפחות. בינתיים, תמי, אמא של רום ברסלבסקי, איתנו על הקו. שלום תמי.
שלום, שלום.
דיברת איתו?
דיברתי עם רום, ברוך השם, כי לעולם חסדו, אין עוד מלבדו. תקשיב, השיחה הזאתי נתנה לי פוש כזה רציני, ואתה לא מבין, אני כל כך התרגשתי ורום מתרגש. והוא, לא רק שהוא מתרגש, הוא ראה אותו, אפילו דמה, והוא אומר לי, אמא, הכל בסדר, אני בסדר, אל תדאגי. והבראש שדיברתי כל כך בהתלהבות, לא נתתי לו אפילו לדבר.
כנראה שגם ככה לא היית מצליחה לשמוע גם אם הוא היה מדבר, אז לא נורא, ועוד מעט תתראו.
כן, אמרתי לו רון שאני אוהבת אותו, ושאני מחכה לו, ושאני מחבקת אותו, שהוא חתיכה, והוא הורס, ואני רוצה רק לראות אותו ולתת לו את החיבוק המיוחד הזה. כל מה שיש בתוכי, אני כבר רוצה לתת לו את זה, להעניק לו את זה, לחבק אותו, אני חייבת לחבק אותו, חייבת, אני חייבת לראות אותו. אני חייבת.
מה הוא אמר?
הוא אמר שהוא בסדר, והכל בסדר, שאני לא אדאג. אמרתי לו שאני אעביר לישיבה, הוא אמר לי, לא, אמא, תנשמי, אני בסדר. הכל בסדר, אמא, תדאגי מה שיהיה. ומרוב שלא דיברתי, אז הוא אמר לי, אבל אמא, תני לבחור לדבר.
מי זה הבחור? זה המחבל של החמאס?
כן, תני לבחור, תשמעי מה שיש לו להגיד.
ומה הוא אמר?
אמרתי, טוב. הוא אמר שאני אפרסם את זה בחדשות. שאני אפרסם את זה בחדשות, וזהו, והוא אמר שהוא אמר אחלה גבר.
כן? הוא אמר טוב. לא הייתי סומך על המילים שלה, אבל אני בטוח שאני סומך עלייך.
אנחנו רואים את הצלב האדום. עוד רגע נפגש עם החטופים, לוקח אותם ומחזיר אותם הביתה. זה ממש קורה ברגעים אלו, כמו שאתם רואים, הם מתארגנים שם. אני מקווה שלא יהיה דוחק ולחץ כמו שאנחנו מכירים משחרורים קודמים, אבל זה קורה, הכל קורה במקביל, יום מסעיר, עמוס, טראמפ בדרך לכנסת, החטופים פעימה ראשונה ברעים, החטופים משלים עוד שנייה מגיעים, מדברים עם ההורים, באמת, איזה יופי, ממש, הלב לא יכול להכיל את זה, לא יודעת איך אתם, אני מוצפת, איזה כיף.
את גיבורה, הבן שלך גיבור, תודה רבה רבה.
החיילים האלה, אני רוצה להודות לכל החיילים, באמת, אין לי מילים איך להודות להם, שבאמת הם גיבורים והם אמיצים, ואנחנו לא שוכחים אף אחד מהם. וכל הכואב על כל שכבר לא איתנו, ושלא לא היו עושים את זה, אנחנו לא יודעים
במתחם של ישראל, אנחנו מחכים גם לראות תמונה של עירום שלך מגיע לארץ. תודה רבה, בקרוב, כאן חיבוק גדול. אלון נואל, תודה רבה, אלון נואל עומד עם קצינת צה"ל במגנן הצה"לי, אחרי שראינו שיירה של מאובטחת של רכבים צבאיים שמובילים את החטופים, והנה השמחה של בני המשפחה השונים.
אבל צריכה גם לראות את התמונה שלו, את העמידה הזאת.
אחרי 738 ימים, חוזר הביתה בידיים של צה"ל.
כן, אפשר לראות עומד על הרגליים, והאנשים שחזרו מהמתים. פשוט חזרו אלינו מהמתים, ואנחנו... איזה אושר למרגשים, איזה אושר.
אלון נמצא בידי צה"ל בדרך לרעים לפגוש את אבא ואמא. הם ראו אותו, ראינו בסרטון שלהם, הם ראו אותו, ובקרוב אנחנו נראה תמונות נוספות של החטופים ששבו. צריך להגיד, יחד עם אלון נואל נמצא גיא גלבוע דלל ועומרים איראן ומתן אנגרס וגלי וזיוי ברמן, שעוד לא ראינו תמונה שלהם בכל המהלך הזה, ואיתן מור. ואנחנו רואים את החגיגות בלבון של המשפחה והחברים של אלון. צופים בעצם הפעם הראשונה בתמונות האלה שאנחנו רואים אותו עם קצינת צה"ל בשטח שלנו, בשטח ישראל. בואו נשמע. כאן התרגשות גדולה שרואים את החטופים הראשונים שלנו בשטח של ישראל. לפני כן ראינו תמונה, אנחנו צריכים לחזור אליה רגע, של הג'יפים של הצלב האדום מגיעים כנראה לאזור בית החולים נאסר.
יש התנועה כבר, אנחנו מצפים כל רגע להודעה על חבירה של הצלב האדום לחמאס בבית החולים נאסר בח'אן יונס, כאמור מקום שצה"ל פעל בו, היה בו, כמובן יצא ממנו,
השאלה אם פה יש רשימה כבר של 13 חטופים.
לא יודעים. צה"ל אומר, תתבצע הבאת חטופים.
על המסך בערבית כתוב 13, נכון?
נכון מאוד, נכון מאוד. ולפי דיווחים גם בתקשורת הערבית, 4 רכבים של הצלב האדום אמורים להגיע לכיוון דרום רצועת עזה כדי לקבל 13 חטופים ישראלים חיים, ועוד מדווחים בתקשורת הערבית שחמאס ימסור גם חטופים חללים, לא ברור מתי, גם היום, בשתי פעימות, גם בערב וגם או עכשיו או בצהריים. אז הפעימה השנייה יוצאת לדרך, 13 חטופים ישראלים אמורים להימסר לידי הצלב האדום בתוך זמן קצר, אחרי ש7 חטופים כבר נמצאים בישראל.
אגב, המקום הזה, בית חולים נאסר, הוא המקום שבו רבים מהחטופים התחילו את מסע השבי שלהם. כלומר, רוב החטופים מניר עוז, נירים, הובאו קודם כל לבית החולים נאסר, שהו שם מתחת לבית החולים.
רעיון בזה שכולם כאן.
ואני אומר שעם כל ההתרגשות והשמחה יחזרו גם חללים, ואני מדבר גם שיחות מהורים שכולים.
משפחות שכולות.
ראובן יבלונקה ששכל את הבן שלו.
גלי ברמן! בידיים שלנו של צה"ל! ברעים! בישראל ובבית! ממש כמה קילומטרים מכפר עזה, הבית שלו, שממנו הוא נחטף, ממגורי הצעירים, והנה הוא. שרון שרעבי.
אחיו מעלה אותו, רואה אלי את התמונות של אלון.
אלי, אני מניח שראית את התמונה של אלון עומד, נמצא בחיים, הוא נראה יחסית טוב למה שעזבת אותו, מה יש לך להגיד?
ברוך השם, אני מאוד מאוד נרגש, אני בטוח שההורים שלו עכשיו בהתרגשות שיא, ועוד מעט הם יחבקו אותו, ואין שמח ממני על היום הזה, ואני מקווה שבימים הקרובים גם אני אראה אותו ואחבק אותו. אושר גדול, שהוא בחיים, עומד על הרגליים, נראה במצב טוב, ועכשיו השיקום האמיתי שלו יתחיל.
אני מקווה שבאמת בקרוב אלי אתה תוכל גם לחבק אותו פיזית, ובאמת את כל הגעגועים האלה שהיית לו ממש כמו אבא ודאגת לו, והכלים שנתת לו כדי להמשיך לשרוד בלעדיכם, השארתם אותו שם לבד, והנה זה באמת ניצחון גדול, גם בשביל אלון עצמו, אבל גם בשביל כל השורדים שהיו איתו. ואני חושב שעשיתם עבודה פשוט מצוינת, ואני בטוח שההורים של אלון גאים בכם, שנתתם לו את כל מה שהוא צריך כדי לעמוד על הרגליים ולחזור באמת אחרי 738 ימים. פשוט הישג אדיר, ועל זה חושב גם עם ישראל כולו שמח. ובעזרת השם שיהיה בשורות טובות. מילה אחרונה, אלי, שלך.
קודם כל אני אומר שוב, הגיבור האמיתי הוא אלון, הוא עשה עבודה מדהימה, הוא הבין מה צריך כדי לשרוד. אין גאה ממני באמת בדבר הזה, ואלון פשוט ילד מדהים, שאני רק רוצה לחבק אותו עכשיו, אני רוצה שהוא יבכה ככה, יוציא טוב טוב את כל הבכי שלו, את כל השבי הזה, ישאיר את כל הטראומה מאחוריו. אני מקווה שזה יקרה ככה תוך כמה חודשים בשיקום טוב, ויתחיל בחיים אמיתיים כמו שהוא רוצה, שיעשה המון המון מוזיקה כמו שהוא אוהב. אני מחכה לזה מאוד.
תודה אחי היקר, אני גם אוהב אותך ואתה גיבור בשבילי, אדיר. תודה רבה.
תודה לי שדיברת איתנו, תודה שרון.
ברשותך עדכון אחד, הצלב האדום מגיע לנקודת החבירה עם חמאס במרכז הרצועה, ולמעשה בדקות הקרובות נערכים להתחיל את העברה של 13 החטופים הישראלים האחרונים החיים שאפשר יהיה להושיב לעלות.
זה מה שצפוי לנו ממש עוד מעט. עכשיו על קו הטלפון גדי סבול, סבא של גלי וזיוי. אנחנו ראינו את גלי בפעם הראשונה. ספר לנו מה עובר למשפחה.
אחרי שנתיים של התרגשות אינסופית ופחד ותקווה, ראינו סוף סוף את גלי, עוד מעט נראה גם את זיוי, וההתרגשות פה היא מעל ומעבר, אי אפשר לתאר בכלל. תחושת הקלה וכל כך הרבה זמן, וכולנו תודה, אנחנו יודעים למי להודות. וזאת ההתרגשות העיקרית. אנחנו פה בחברת המשפחה, כולנו פה עם החברים, וכולנו חוגגים עם דמעות בעיניים, דמעות של אושר. מחכים, כי אני רוצה כבר לחבק אותה, פיזית.
אני זוכרת שמכבית הדודה שלהם אמרה אחרי השחרור הקודם שהיא מאוד שמחה על השחרור, אבל היא מאוד מקנה. ואני מניחה שהתחושות האלה ליוו אתכם, ועכשיו יש, אתה אומר קודם כל הקלה.
בוא נגיד ככה, יש הקלה מרגשת מאוד. ראינו אותם בריאים, שלמים, מחייכים, וידענו שנמצא לי אצל חזקים מאוד, ועכשיו אנחנו מתרגשים רק לפגוש אותם פיזית כבר. טלי, האמא כבר פגשה אותם, הגבים הפגישו אותם, הכבית וניל, ואנחנו כולנו מחכים.
And moving on to the possibility of an enduring peace if people want it. The fact is, he's going to have to stay engaged. There's no question about that. Over the next 2-3 years of his presidency, he's going to have to stay engaged if the hopes of these people are going to come to fruition. I've got a very special guest for you. Gil Dickman is with me. His cousin was killed by Hamas after being taken hostage on October the 7th. He's been an outspoken critic of the government of Benjamin Netanyahu and his handling of the crisis. It's really good to see you. I can see you've got a little sticker there in yellow, 738, the number of days that this hostage crisis has gone on. What are your thoughts today?
Well, it's the happiest day I can remember here in the Hostages Square. Just like you said, we're used to being sad and even, hopeless. Now it's a day full of hope. It's a blessed day here in Israel. All Israelis are with their eyes on the screens, smiling like, we haven't been smiling for 2 years, because we're seeing the hostages finally coming home, and we're seeing this war coming to an end. That's it. Netanyahu wanted to prolong it, but the people of Israel wanted to end it. Donald Trump heard the people and decided to end it, and so people are cheering and they're happy like I don't remember ever seeing them before.
Benjamin Netanyahu, for his part, would argue that it's the pressure that he's been applying over the last 2 years, the military campaign in Gaza, that has brought us to this day, that Hamas would not be in this position of weakness and being willing to sign on to a ceasefire if it wasn't for his policies. You've got no belief in that?
Yeah, I heard him say that so many times before, and he's always saying, we only need to push a little more, and to pressure a little more, and to prolong the war a little more without a possible end. That was his plan all along, to keep on pressuring and prolong the war forever.
Well, why would he do that?
See, he wants to stay in power. He understands that while the war is going on, that means he's staying in power. And that's why he wanted to prolong the war. Then Donald Trump came and said, enough is enough. And for the people of Israel, it's enough of this war and enough for Netanyahu. It's been enough. It's so for such a long time. We've been under Netanyahu's regime, and what we're seeing is only devastation, war, and hostages being murdered in captivity, just like my cousin. He had so many opportunities to release her. There were so many deals on the table, so many opportunities to put an end to this. He decided it wasn't important enough. He decided that he wants to prolong the war and sacrifice the hostages. 42 hostages were taken alive and murdered in captivity, and they will never come back. I'm so happy that these hostages are finally coming back. My cousin Carmel is not going to come back at all, but at least these hostages are.
Part of the possibility of achieving some kind of enduring peace will involve finding moderates on both sides.
Yes.
Do those moderates exist here in Israel?
Yeah, I think so. I think those moderates are in this very square, and they're all over Israel. The people who support Trump's plan are exactly these moderates. And I really hope that we will be able to find also moderates in Gaza, because we don't want to see revenge. Carmel, my cousin, was murdered. Her mother, Kinneret, was murdered on October 7th. But I don't care for revenge. What we care about here in Israel, what I care about, is life. We want to be able to live our life on both sides of the border. I hate seeing innocent people suffering on the other side of the border. I hate the fact that my military has had to do this for the last 2 years. That's not what I want. That's not what we want. We wanted this to end. We want to find moderate people in Israel, and there are many people who now see the opportunity of finally building the bridges toward peace, and I believe we will have to find other moderates in Gaza as well, because Hamas are very extreme. The extreme people on the Gazan side and on the Israeli side have had their war for 2 years. It was a horrible war. Now it's time for the moderates to have a peace.
I mentioned a little earlier that Donald Trump needs to stay engaged in the whole process. Are you confident that he can do that?
I can tell you that I was in a conversation with Woodcock and with Jared Kushner and Ivanka Trump, and they told us that they're going to be a part of the implementation of the deal. We don't know exactly what stage 2 consists of, but I have to be sure that they're going to be a part of this, because if Donald Trump wants a Nobel Peace Prize, and I believe he deserves a Nobel Peace Prize, he will have to make sure that the peace is actually done here in the region. This is the beginning of peace. This is the beginning when we see finally people coming out, when we see the war, the specific war over. But for peace in this region in general, he will have to be a part of the implementation. He knows that he has 3 years in office, and we trust him to be a part of this.
Finally, Israel, it seems, can breathe again.
Yeah, finally to breathe and to smile. And we've been waiting for it for so long. For us, it's the beginning of a new day today. Nothing is going to be like it was yesterday or the horrible 2 years that we've had. People can finally breathe and smile. We deserve that, and the world deserves this. It's such a good morning for us in Israel today.
That's a big smile on your face, Gil. It's good to talk to you. Thanks very much indeed for joining us here on the BBC. There are going to be crowds here throughout the day, I suspect. There is singing, there is dancing, there's a big screen. Everyone knows what's going on. They're following it minute by minute. It really is an astonishing atmosphere here. Now back to you, Lise.
Thank you, Clive, and thank you very much for bringing Gil Dickman, who has, like so many of the families, like all of the families of the hostages, has campaigned tirelessly for them to come home, dead or alive. Bring them home has been the rallying cry. And today, as we've been noting, the posters in Hostage Square, that gathering place, are now saying they're coming home. A moment where there were moments, agonizing moments, moments of profound pain, when some of the families worried, feared that they would never see this day, the day when they would embrace their loved ones again. In the last few moments, it has been confirmed that all of the 20 living hostages have been handed over by Hamas to the International Committee of the Red Cross. They're on their way back to Israel. We'll confirm when they are all back home. But we do know that 7 in the first batch to be released are now home. Let's just put some names and details on the first 7 on this momentous day of the first phase of an important deal. 25-year-old Etan Moore was working as a security guard at the Nova Festival in southern Israel, that day when a celebration turned into a slaughter. His father, Moore, said that he had saved dozens of people before he himself was kidnapped and dragged into Gaza by Hamas gunmen. And then there are the twins, Gali and Ziv Berman, brothers who were abducted from the kibbutz Kfar Aza with their neighbor, Emily Damari, British-Israeli. Ziv was held with Emily for 40 days before they were separated. Emily was released in January 2025.
תודה רבה, תודה גיא, אנחנו שמחים מאוד לשמוע את הקולות האלה.
כל החטופים, 13 במספר.
אני רוצה להגיד לכם שהחמאס מוסר שהוא מסר את 13 החטופים שלנו לצלב האדום. זהו, הם בטוחים, הם בידיים בטוחות. הסיוט שלהם נגמר, הם בדרך אלינו לרעים, למשפחות שלהם. אבל אנחנו נקבל עוד חללים ואנחנו מחכים לכולם כי אנחנו רוצים את כל 48 החטופים כאן בבית. אחרי שנתיים מגיע להם ולנו שהסיפור הזה ייגמר. אנחנו כאן עד החטוף האחרון, כולם הביתה עכשיו!
אדם צריך שתהיה לו מילה, קצת מקום בעולם, אבל לא נשכח. וכל עליתי לתפילה, ורגע מושלם.
איתן עם ההורים שלו, התאחד סוף סוף לחיבוק של אמא אפרת. של אבא צבי. סוף סוף לידיים בטוחות של אבא ואמא. איתן.
Near Oz. Look at those images, the screaming. Ilana was released in November 2023 in the first exchanges of hospital. Another call now between Elkanah Wahot and his mother. Everything is okay, calm down, he tells her as he stands alongside a Hamas soldier. His wife and 4-year-old son are waiting with his parents at the army base in Reim. Lots of emotion in the room. Look at that. Unbearable. Unbridled joy. Friends and family have gathered to celebrate his return. These kind of emotional scenes in rooms across this nation. These scenes going right around the world. Intense emotion, whatever your politics is on this war, whatever your concerns about this process going forward, this is a moment of intense emotion. The reunion at last of the hostages with their family members, the outpouring of joy, the spilling of tears, a moment many feared they would never see. Let's look at another photograph of a released hostage. Omni Moran now, the oldest of the hostages, 48-year-old, speaking at long last with his wife Ishai Lavi Moran. When the BBC spoke to her earlier this year, she said she had been sending messages to his WhatsApp since he was taken, including photos of their 2 daughters and memories they had shared. She said she had lost count of the numbers of messages she had sent. Look at her now. Another emotional moment, so much emotion. Carmel, as German-Israeli hostage Roni Paslavsky speaks with his mother.
אני שרופה עליך, רון. אני שרופה עליך.
Well, she's just ecstatic, obviously, and it's important to note these are pictures which are being taken still inside Gaza by Hamas. We're seeing at the same time pictures coming from Re'im of the first meetings between the families and the first 7 hostages to come out. So we've got a bit of a bizarre collage here of footage being taken by Hamas and by Israel at the same time. Hamas seem to want to preempt and show the first footage of the hostages talking to their parents coming from their source rather than coming from Israel. I'm not quite sure what point they wanted to make with that, but this is one of those phone calls.
And now we're just getting breaking news that all of the hostages, the second batch of 13, has joined the 7. They are now out of Hamas captivity. They are now with the Israeli Committee of the Red Cross, the ICRC, with their special responsibility when it comes to observing the rules of war, special responsibility when it comes to the treatment and the dignity of treating prisoners of war. They didn't get the access to the hostages in captivity that they demanded for so long, and often they didn't get access to the prisoners in Israel. But today they are the ones given this special responsibility of taking the hostages in hand. An emotional moment for them, and including doctors there on hand to give immediate medical treatment. It was the first sign that they have left the captivity. It ended, and now they are the last 13 on their way back to Israel, where they will first be joined with the Israeli Defense Forces. A moment, as we've been saying, of huge emotion, tears spilling right across this nation, emotion being watched around the world, a conflict which has stirred and broken so many hearts the world over. And today, too, a day of special significance because President Donald Trump, the U.S. President and Commander-in-Chief in the last hour, has also arrived in Israel for what's being described as his victory lap. Our correspondent, Tom Bateman, was on Air Force One with President Trump, and he asked the president about how confident was he that this ceasefire, it has to be said, a fragile ceasefire, would hold.
Are you confident the ceasefire will hold? Are you confident that the ceasefire is going to hold?
I think it's going to hold. I think people are, a lot of reasons why it's going to hold, but I think people are tired of it. It's been centuries, okay? Not just recent, it's been centuries. I think people are tired of it. Yeah, the ceasefire is going to hold, and we're going to make sure it holds.
Mr. President, what will Gaza look like a year from now?
The International Stabilization Force, as part of the
force. I don't think it's going to have a big impact because I think barely we're going to have to use it. I think everybody knows their place. It's going to be great for everybody. It's going to be great for the surrounding countries, Arab, Muslim, all of them. It's going to be great for Israel. Everybody is happy, and I think it's going to stay that way.
President Donald Trump, that image as we've come to know, he never refuses a microphone, and there he is at the entrance to Air Force One, speaking to
שהם יחזרו, שעובדים על זה, שרגע, שבשלה העת, שציר נצרים, שהם ציר בפילדלפי, whatever, הם פה, הם כאן, הם איתנו, זה הרגע שלכם, זאת ההיסטוריה, אנחנו כותבים אותה, אנחנו עדים אליה. האלה, מגיע לנו, איזה יופי, כמה טוב שהם חזרו הביתה. כל החטופים החיים שוחררו, זהו! כמה טוב שבאתם הביתה, אלון ומקסים ואלקנה ויוסף חיים ורום ועומרי ומתן וגיא ואיתן ונמרוד ורום ואביתר ואבינתן וסגל ודוד ואריאל וזיבי וגלי. כמה טוב שבאתם הביתה. תודה, תודה, תודה. תודה לכם קהל נכבד. תודה שאתם פה. תודה שאתם מחזקים את המשפחות. ותודה שכל העולם רואה שכולנו עבדנו שנתיים, לא הרפאנו, ואנחנו לא נרפה. אני מזכירה לכם, יש לנו עוד חטופים חללים בדרך. יש לנו לקבל את כולם, את כל ה-48. אנחנו כאן לא נזוז, לא נרפה, עד החטוף האחרון. כולם, כולם הביתה, עכשיו! כפיים, כפיים! תודה לכם! תודה ללוחמים! תודה לאימהות! תודה לשורדים! לפורצי הדרך! פרזידנט טראמפ! תודה לעם ישראל! תודה, תודה לכם עם יקר, אנחנו כאן, לא נרפה, לא נשקוט, לא ננוח, עד החטוף האחרון. הנה גיא, גלבוע, גלעד.
ילד שלהם ובשל ילדים אחרים.
כן, המשפחה הזאת מגיעה לכל מקום בעולם. אני חושבת שמאז שאני בקשר איתם, אין שבוע שלם שהם בארץ. הם רק נוסעים לכל משלחת שיוצאת מכאן של משרד החוץ, לכל מקום בעולם שמתפנים לשמוע אותם כשהם מדברים על גן. ואני שומעת את אילן מדבר את אחיינית, ובאמת, אני תוהה עם אנשים בבית, שומעים את זה בגוון הקול שלו. את האושר הזה, הוא היה אדם שבור, הוא היה אבא שבור, וכל שבת שפגשנו אותו בכיכר, הוא באמת היה כל כך עצוב, העצב בעיניים שלו, ואפשר פשוט לשמוע את ההתרגשות והאושר.
במקביל לכל זה, הנשיא טראמפ בדרכו לכנסת, שם הוא ינאם. אנחנו איתכם, עמית ודפנה.
יש הרבה מה להגיד. עכשיו נשיא ארצות הברית טראמפ עומד להיכנס עם השטיח האדום, משמר הכנסת שאתם רואים כבר ערוך, דפנה?
כן, כבר מצדיע, מדליק אותו. אבל גם המקום הזה מקום מאוד מרגש. במשך שנתיים הגיעו לפה משפחות החטופים. אין יום שהם לא היו פה והשמיעו מפה את הזעקה שלהם בוועדות, במסדרונות. והנה הם זוכות לסגור כאן מעגל של נשיא ארצות הברית, מי שהן רואות, האחראי המרכזי אולי לשחרור שלהם, מגיע לפה היום. יהיו משפחות ביציע, והיינו רבות מהם גם שורדי שבי.
ואם אני יכול להגיד משהו על האחראים, טראמפ אחראי ונתניהו אחראי והמפגינים בוודאי מגיע להם גם תודה, אבל האחראים העיקריים דפנה הם חיילי צבא ההגנה לישראל. אני מקבל תמונות מהבוקר של חיילים בלבנון אחרי 4 סבבים בעזה, של חיילים בעזה שמשקיפים, ואותם 915 חיילים שלא רצו להפוך לסטיקר, אבל יצאו להגן על המולדת ולהחזיר את החטופים ולנצח את חמאס. ובסוף, עם כל הכבוד לכל היתר, וגם לאיש שינם עוד מעט, והוא חבר אמיתי של ישראל, חיילי צבא ההגנה לישראל הם האחראים. ועוד דבר אחד, יונית, לפני 14 שנה ועוד יום, היינו בתל נוף, כאשר הגיע גלעד שליט. היה מרגש מאוד, אני חושב שלא מרגש כמו היום, עברנו פה באמת רמות אחרות, אבל יש לא מעט אנשים עם דאגה, והחשש שהעסקה הזאת עלולה לגרום לנו להיפגש עוד כמה שנים בתנאים קשים שוב עם חטופים בעזה. אז כשאנחנו רואים את הכותרת שלה חיכינו שנתיים פחות יום, על פי התאריך העברי, אין חטופים חיים בעזה, אני חושב שזה החוב שלנו לדרוש מההנהגה שלנו, לדרוש מהצבא שלנו ולדרוש מעצמנו שהמדינת ישראל תעשה הכל, לא רק כדי להחזיר את החטופים הביתה, אלא כדי למנוע את היווצרות המפלצת הזאת מחדש.
אגב, צריך לומר, טראמפ הוא אחד היחידים שיכולים לאחד את כל כנסת ישראל כמעט.
אמרתי, לא עם הגב.
לבית של ההורים ולמספר, ואני עושה את העם שלי שם, כל הילדים שחקים בקשר, העם שלי יושב ומסתכל על כולם בגאווה. חזרתי לנמצא, כמו והזיכרונות האחרונים, נושא
שמענו חדש יגיע בקרוב. בסדר, הוא יבוא. צריך חודש בבקשה ליד הבמה, ליד הקונסולה.
אני יודעת שהוא לא בחיים, הוא שבוי, הוא לא יבוא כל התמונה, אמיר ראוי, שלא יבוא ציבור, לא ויתר על התוכה, אני יצא לי לכם בשביל התוכה, כדי להשתפר. אני צריך לבוא לתנועה. אני יודעת פה בזמן כבר לחוץ מהמדים מאוד. חוסר ידיעה ובאמת בוודאות, זה לא יקרה. בסופו של דבר אנחנו לא מתקדשים, שאין שם קשה לבסה, ומעדיף שעדיף נמצא, נבוא שם באמת למה. עכשיו כל אחד נדבר. מאוד מאוד קטן עליו עבור. גם אם זה נגמר, אנחנו עדיין שם. עדיין שלנו, אנחנו היום, אנחנו נשארים שם.
מה תשאלו? מה תשאלו?
היושב-ראש, היושב-ראש, זה קצת יוצא מצד שני, לא, זה מצד שני, מצד שני.
Mr. President, Amir Khan, Speaker of the Knesset, my partner Alon, welcome to Jerusalem, welcome to the Knesset. We've been longing for this day.
It's a great honor. Thank you.
It's our honor and pleasure.
Thank you very much.
You guys know each other.
We know each other.
Good. Yes, please. This way, Mr. President.
Okay, okay, still. Video.
Let's start with one here. Let's look here first.
Now this one.
Then here.
This one, Avi?
And please here. Let's try again. Alon.
Now here, please, to Avi, everyone. And White House photographer, please.
Daniel?
אוקיי, עכשיו על הספר?
רגע, הראש מותיק.
להסתכל על הספר? להסתכל על הספר?
נועם, טיפה את היד לשם. כן? אתה בסדר? היד.
Amen to that.
We'll be here and then everyone Daddy, you okay? I'm perfect. You want to be left leg? I'm good. Yes, sir.
Amen to that, Mr. President. Thank you.
לא כל ידי, לא כל ידי. כמה. אתה מלחיץ פה את כולם. אל תיכנס.
Move this way. I everyone move. Thank you.
You're all good. Got cameras.
Let the First Lady.
Daniel. White House Council.
I met him. You did? Yes, once. Had a great time.
No, actually 2 days ago. 2 days ago. 11th
Mr. President, will Israel be able to renew the war if Hamas isn't disarmed?
We get a few words.
תיזהרו מהגדר.
What would happen if Hamas does not comply with the... What would happen? What would happen if Hamas does not comply with your plan, with this army?
Mr. President, you have to
Is the war now officially over? Yes. Do you have any message, Mr.
Will Israel not be able to renew the war if Hamas isn't disarmed?
Thank you.
דברים, והאהבה גדולה הייתה, האם אני אמצא אותה, אם לא השאירו לי דבר לא נכון וגם לא פרטי, ולא השאירו לי דבר, לא השאירו לי דבר, מלבד אחים לך. תהיה לי חבר, תהיה לי יד, פושט לי יד, פושט לה. תהיה לי חבר, תהיה לי יד, פושט לי יד, בצרה. אני אחיך אל תשכח, תהיה לי חבר, תהיה לי יד. אני רואה את זה עדיין, אני רואה את זה עדיין, אני אראה אותך מחר. תהיה לי חבר, תהיה לי יד, פושט לי יד, פושט לה. תהיה לי חבר, פושט לי יד, בצרה. אני אחיך אל תשכח, תהיה לי חבר, תהיה לי יד, במקום שלך אני
איזה כיף לנו. 20 חטופים חזרו הביתה. בואו נצעק לעולם שהם חזרו הביתה, שהם פה, שהם איתנו.
underneath my wings, and the wind will rise to fill my sails. Sun came down, and you can't hate, but I know no matter what it takes, I'm coming home, I'm coming home. Tell the world I'm coming home. Let the rain wash away all the pain of yesterday. I know my kingdom awaits, and they're fighting for my sake. I'm coming
גלים, פוסטרים, תרימו למעלה, אני לא רואה אתכם, לא רואים אתכם. בכל הערוצים מראים את הכיכר הזה, אפילו באל-ג'זירה.
Tell the world I'm coming home. אחרי שסיימנו את מה שהתחלנו, עכשיו הכל עבר. אחרי שקיימנו את מה שהבטחנו, עכשיו הכל עבר. אז בואי כי יש לנו עוד זמן, בואי ונמשיך מכאן, מהמקום שבו עצרנו, כי למה בעצם נוצרנו, אדם וחווה. עכשיו הכל עבר. אחרי שעשינו את מה שחלמנו, עכשיו הכל עבר. אחרי שניסינו והחכמנו, עכשיו הכל עבר. אז בואי כי יש לנו עוד זמן, בואי ונמשיך מכאן, מהמקום שבו עצרנו, כי למה בעצם נוצרנו, אדם וחווה. עכשיו הכל עבר. עצמנו כמו מטורפים, ולא ידענו בשביל מה. לב שבור וסדקים ודוקר על הנשמה. עכשיו אנחנו עייפים, נאחזים במה שבא. את ראשך הניחי על כתפי, עכשיו הכל עבר. עכשיו כשנשארנו לבדנו, עכשיו הכל עבר.
כמה קל להישבר כשאף אחד לא מסתכל, אין מה חסר, גם לא בבית. לאן הלכנו בלי שואל, ויש בי התקווה, אני יודעת, הימים הטובים עוד לפנינו, יש בך סליחה, אני יודעת, ורק
על פי המידע שהתקבל מהצלב האדום, עתה, עכשיו, הרגע, 13 חטופים הועברו לידיהם והם נוסעים לדרכם לכוח צה"ל ולשב"כ בתוך הרצועה, שיקח אותם הישר עלינו אל מדינת ישראל חזרה הביתה.
I am
פגענו, אבל היום עדיין כן. פורום גבורה, נציגיו עומדים...
עד שהוא ממש עוד רגע כאן, ניב, איך המרגש? ראיתם אותו כבר? ראיתם? הבנתם שהוא עומד על הרגליים? איך הוא נראה לכם?
הוא נראה הרבה יותר טוב ממה שחשבנו, אבל מה זה יותר טוב ממה שחשבנו? הוא בן אדם מאוד חזק, הוא תמיד היה לו את הסנטר המרכזי הזה שהוא היה בליבו...
תגיד, תעזור לו, אתם בטח בהתרגשות מאוד גדולה. אמרתי, עובד שייסרים.
אם הוא לא היה ככה זה לא היה שווה כלום. אבל כן, אנחנו מאוד מאוד מתרגשים, רוצים כבר לשמוע שהם באמת כבר אצל צה"ל ושהם לא אצל הצלב האדום כבר, ורוצים לראות אותו כבר בבית ולא בתמונות, נמאס לנו לראות אותו בתמונות.
ואיך הוא נראה בכל זאת בסרטון מעכשיו?
הוא נראה טוב, הוא יהיה בסדר.
מחכים כבר לדבר איתו?
מאוד מחכים. אנחנו נגיע לזה בקרוב.
מי בפעם האחרונה?
Day with the release of the remaining hostages who are alive. All the events of the last few hours, they're being beamed on a huge screen behind me. Every now and again there are cheers and whoops and laughter. When it was announced that Donald Trump had landed in Israel, everyone shouted, "Thank you, Trump, thank you, Trump." There is no suggestion, I have to say, from the majority of the people here that this happy day has anything to do with the current leadership of this country under the coalition government of Benjamin Netanyahu. But politics is potentially for another day. Today is about celebrating. And with me is Efrat Machikawa. Her uncle, Gadi Moses, was kidnapped from a kibbutz on October the 7th, a little over 2 years ago. He was later returned.
Yes.
It's great to see you.
Thank you so much, Clive. Thank you. It's wonderful.
Sum up your feelings today. There is a broad smile on your face.
Yes, I haven't used these muscles for quite a while, you know, and it's just nice for a moment, though we remember those who are not yet returned, just to relax for a second and to be at the moment of happiness and joy. And people here gather with great solidarity. We don't know each other, but we hug each other. People who helped us throughout these 2 years, actually 738 days, people who became family, volunteers, civil organizations, wonderful solidarity. And I think, that if you really want to learn about Israel and understand the complexity, you should look at us at 2 occasions. One is our memorials, our very quiet and our very gentle burial memorials, at the cemeteries. I think this quiet solidarity talks a lot about who we are when we're sad, and at the same time look at celebration like that. You can hear classical music at cemeteries, but also in celebration. You hear very fine tunes of Israeli songs at the cemetery and at the celebration. There's something very, very special about Israel, and I really do hope that people worldwide will come and learn more about who we are and what it was all about, what it means to be Israeli, what it means to be a Jew in Israel, what it means to be a Muslim in Israel, what it means to be a human being in Israel. And I really do welcome everybody, because this historic event, following the terrible event of the attack, is something that we ought to learn from. We ought to grow. We all can be better. We all should.
Is this a new beginning in some ways for Israel? Is there a sense that with the hostages returning, the end of phase 1 of the ceasefire deal, that there can be a move towards a more longer-lasting, permanent peace, perhaps, which is certainly what Donald Trump seems to believe?
I think for some people it's a bit too early to talk about moving. But you know, as adults, as professionals, as diplomats and researchers, we know there isn't time for tomorrow. We need to prepare today. So in order for us to have a better tomorrow, we better start today. And although we mourn and although we do not forget, there is so much importance in investing, planning, and talking and creating a dialogue, because it will take time. But we should not give up. Revenge and wars lead us nowhere. If we want a better life, we better start today.
How is Gadi doing? He was the oldest hostage who was taken.
Gadi is amazing. He's so full of energy. It took time. It's like a roller coaster with mainly going up, but sometimes going down. He's very determined to go back to the fields, go back to teaching the next generation. All the knowledge he gained with agriculture, being an agronomist, he's very determined to bring all the hostages back. And he's determined to rebuild Nir Oz. Nir Oz was totally conquered by Hamas for 10 hours. When the Israeli IDF came, it's the kibbutz. It's a kibbutz that is about 1,800 meters away from the Palestinian village. It's a sad story because after the militants came, many civilians rushed into the kibbutz and robbed and burnt, and everything is on cameras. But it's his home, and it's the community's home. Burnt houses, neglected fields, almost none was neglected, but the cows in the shed, they lost, but they can be, replaced. And the spirit is the most important.
Well, he's rebuilding his life, and perhaps Israel can move forward too today. Efrat, thank you so much.
I thank you, and I welcome everyone who wonders what's happening here to come and to actually breathe this air and learn more about Israel.
Efrat Machikawa, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Well, more applause going up for the latest development. Everyone here knows what's going on because of the big screen, and there's a real sense of joy and pride in being Israeli here today with our Batulis.
Clive Myrie joining us from Hostages Square, a packed square in the coastal city of Tel Aviv, and all morning long the cheers have gone up, the tears as well spilling as they watch on the big screens these very emotional images of the hostages finally coming home. And we also have been broadcasting the images of families speaking for the first time on their phones, their first words exchanged with their loved ones, some even before they've been handed over from Hamas trying to get in on the optics of this day, and dialing the numbers of the families of the hostages. One family refused to take the telephone call, but others have taken it, screaming and just joy, unbridled joy, to be able to talk directly to their loved ones, the loved ones they had feared they would never be reunited with again. On the screen, the military helicopters in Reem, and the military base in southern Israel, as they wait. We understand that all 20 of the living hostages have now been handed over, waiting for confirmation that they are all back in Israel. This is a moment being watched second by second across the region and around the world. And we can bring into our special coverage the Vice President of the European Commission and the High Representative for Foreign and Security Policy, Chaya Kallas. She happens to be in the Ukrainian capital, Kyiv, but I'm sure some of her attention is on what's happening here in the Middle East today. Chaya Kallas, just how would you summarize the significance of this moment now unfolding?
No, it is significant. I mean, we are welcoming the first phase of ending this war. Really, the release of hostages. We see the heart-warming scenes. Really, the people getting home and families getting together, and this is really so much look forward to. And of course, we need to move on from there. How to have a sustainable peace, and that is the discussions that we are having as well. I mean, there's talk about the stabilization force. There also European Union.
כי בשבילה אתה תמיד מלך העולם. שר אתה תמיד כל מה שתרצה.
מכבי תל אביב מחכה לגלי גזים שכבר לבושים בחולצות שלהם, שביקשו לעבור עם המסוק דרך גופים, להגיד תודה לכל מי שהיה איתם לצידם, המשפחות של
מלך הגברים.
והנה 13 החטופים, הנה הם בדרך אלינו.
כי בשבילה אתה תמיד מלך העולם. בשבילה אתה מלך השירים. בשבילה אתה יכול להיות מה שבא לך לראות. מלך החיות או מלך הערים. אם תטפס אישה קום תהיה כל מה שבא לך. בשבילה אתה תמיד מלך העולם. מלך העולם.
ציבי ברמן ביחד. אין יפים כאלה. איזה כיף. סוף סוף.
שיטוטים במטרה, לסוג עיניים במראה, אל הזדמנות שלא ניתנה, אל החברה והתינה, אל פתקאות באבנים, אל פתח צער אלוהים.
הנה הם באים הביתה, תכף יעלו על המסוק ויבואו הביתה.
שלא נשטף במים אל מנגינה של צחוק ושל כאב שאולי לא שמתי לב ומתנגנת בי עדיין. הנה באתי הביתה, הנה באתי הביתה, הנה באתי הביתה. הנה באתי הביתה.
זהו זה, 13 החטופים הועברו לידי צה"ל. זאת ההזדמנות להגיד תודה לכל הלוחמים שלנו שנלחמו במשך שנתיים את מלחמת חרבות ברזל, כל הפצועים ששילמו את המחיר היקר, את כל האלמנות והיתומים כל המילואימניקים. תודה, תודה לצה"ל.
בין הטייס האוטומטי אל הרמה של הבטחות שנשכחו עם השנים, אל האולי והכמעטים של כל מי הנה באתי הביתה, הנה באתי הביתה, הנה באתי הביתה, הנה באתי הביתה.
רגע, אנחנו אמורים לשמוע אותו, אני מבין?
תמיד היה אומר לי שאבא שלו היה אומר לו, אל תהיה צודק, תהיה חכם. והרבה פעמים שם היית צריך להיות חכם. זה לא קשור. אני השבצתי שם תמיד בהורים שלי על החינוך הטוב שהם נתנו לי. זה גם משפט מבליאקים, זכרונו לברכה. תמיד היה אומר לי שאבא שלו היה אומר לו, אל תהיה צודק, תהיה חכם. והרבה פעמים שם היית צריך להיות חכם. זה לא קשור.
איתן מור מודה להורים שלו, מספר על החינוך, על הלקחים, ולראות אותו.
הצעקות עם ישראל חי כאן מאחורי.
65,000 אנשים נמצאים בכיכר ובסביבתה. איזה כוח אתם? אנחנו את הכוח הזה צריכים להמשיך להחזיק עד שהחטוף האחרון יחזור הביתה. אנחנו מביאים את כולם, 48 במספר חטופים וחטופה. לא נעצור. אנחנו שמחים עכשיו, אנחנו נהיה עצובים מחר, אבל אנחנו משלימים את המשימה הכי חשובה שיש לנו, להחזיר את כולם הביתה עכשיו.
הגיע הזמן להתחרט, לא לברוח אז מלחת ולקחת וזקחת בשביל לתת. וזה הזמן להתקרב, לא לפחד והכאב ולתת אז בוא לתת כל הלב. כל אפשר רק אם יוצא, מחפש תמיד מוצא, גם אם הוא נמצא שם לכם בקצה. גדות שמיים לא ננעלו, כשהמל קורא הצילו, אבל שבשמיים הגיע אפילו שעשינו משהו רע. הוא מוכן לסולח, מוכן לסולח, מושיט ידו לעזרה, ונותן ברחמה את הכוח לתקן ולשוב אליו שעשינו משהו רע. הוא מוכן לסולח, מוכן לסולח, מושיט ידו לעזרה, ונותן ברחמה את הכוח לתקן ולשוב אליו.
אלון נואל והמשפחה שלו עם אמא עידית ואבא קובי, איזה כיף לראות אותם ככה. אוי, אפשר לנשום לרווחה. אלוני אוהל חזר הביתה. עשרים החטופים, לא חטופים כבר, המשוחררים בישראל. עומרי! עם ישי ודני! סוף סוף! ישי קיבלה את עומרי בחזרה, דני קיבל את עומרי. אנחנו קיבלנו את עומרי! כמה טוב שבאת הביתה, עומרי! כמה ישי נלחמה, צעקה, בכתה, הסתובבה בעולם, תוך כדי שהיא מטפלת בשתי ילדות קטנות שלא מבינות לאן אבא נעלם. איזה רגע! הנה החיבוק הזה!
מי עולה בטוחה, זו אהבה ישנה, עד מתי שזה קורה? איך האור שבי קבע ועוד שומר את האח שלך, מכמוני כך איתך אותו חלום משפט מוכר, לא עוזב אותי במנוחה, מכאן איתך תמיד מחכה. שדה קוצי ושדה כותנה, אני שוב אני רק אני, עומדת יחפה על אדמה חמה ומוכנה. מי עולה ראשונה, זו אהבה ישנה, עד מתי שתעורר?
חיבוק משפחתי אחד חם ואוהב עם הכלה, אילן מחייך, איזה כיף.
כמעט ביקשנו לנו את הכל, את הגשם כמפה איתו ובאביב מזל לנו פרחים, ותן שיחזור שוב לביתו.
יותר מזה אנחנו לא צריכים, רק את זה. 48 חטופים חוזרים הביתה.
כבר קראנו 1000 צלחות, עמוק בפנים הסתרנו הנחה, כבר יבשו אלינו מלבכות אמור שכבר למדנו בנבחן, את הגשם תלבנו ובאביב חסר לנו פרחים, ותן ללהיות שלי פתאום, יותר מזה אנחנו לא צריכים.
פוגש את האח שלו גיא, שגם היה במסיבת הנובה והצליח לברוח ושרד את התופת. לראשונה הם נפגשים, הוא שומע על זה שגיא שרד והצליח לברוח ולהגיע הביתה.
ותן לנו לשוב ולראות יותר מזה אנחנו לא צריכים. את הגשם תלווה איתו ובאביב חוזר לנו פרחים,
הכי אני אוהב לחזור הביתה. זה מה שאני הכי אוהב, זה מה שאני הכי רוצה.
זו היום יומיים לעבר את העיוונות. אני אוהב את הדרכים ואת הזמן שלי בחוץ. לילה בצפון, צימר בקיבוץ. אני אוהב להסתכל על החיים שלי מהצד, להבין שאני יודע גם לבד. אני אוהב את הצלילים החוזרים של העולם.
איפה אתם? 65,000 איש! איפה הדגלים שלכם? איפה הפוסטרים שלכם?
אבל הכי אני אוהב לחזור הביתה, אחרי שלא הייתי כל הלילה, למצוא את השנה שאני חי בה, לפשוט מעליי את החיים. איך אני אוהב לחזור הביתה, הלב של האישה שאני חי איתה, להחזיר את השפיות שלי אליי כבר, את כל הרגעים הרגילים. איך אני אוהב לחזור הביתה.
When it comes to the Palestinians who are in Israeli captivity versus Israelis who were in Hamas's captivity before. So all of that does not take away from this anticipation, this moment, this joy, even though it might be short-lived.
For the families of those Palestinian prisoners who will be released today, obviously there's a lot of joy. But what happens tomorrow?
Tomorrow, we need to remember that there are 10,000 Palestinians who are still in Israeli jails. As we speak, we don't guarantee that there aren't more young men or children or women that would be arrested as we speak right now, because this is something that any soldier anywhere could do at any point. But I guess the most important point for Palestinians is hearing from the Israelis more confirmations that the war is going to be over, because as these Palestinians are being released, they would tell you, we will not forget that the destruction in Gaza, the misery that has been inflicted on a whole population is the reason why we're out today. So when we were talking about the celebrations, it's important to point that people would say, it's not that we were going to celebrate in a way that is insensitive to our fellow Palestinians in the besieged Gaza Strip. It's still a very nice and beautiful moment that we've been anticipating and waiting for. But their eyes are more about, is the war going to stop for real? Is Netanyahu going to really abide by the deal and not strike Gaza again like he did last March when he broke the ceasefire at the time?
Okay, Nida, thank you. Mohammed, thank you for the time being. You'll join us in the next hour. So it's 900 hours GMT right now, and that is 12 noon in Gaza and in Israel. You're watching Al Jazeera's continuing coverage of the first phase of the Gaza ceasefire plan. It's the long-awaited release of the last living Israeli captives that has now taken place. All 20 of them have been released by Hamas. They've been handed over to the Israeli army in Gaza. It happened just as the U.S. President Donald Trump arrived in Israel ahead of a summit in Egypt later on Monday. So jubilation in Israel and an anxious wait for families in the occupied Palestinian territories. The long-awaited prisoner swap between Israel and Hamas is underway. Hamas has released all 20 living Israeli captives as agreed under the U.S.-brokered ceasefire deal. They were handed over to the Red Cross in 2 separate groups. The Israeli military has confirmed all captives are now in Israeli custody, and they'll be undergoing medical examinations in southern Israel. These images show the 7 Israeli captives that were released in the first batch. They've now reunited with their families for the first time in more than 2 years. And the mother of one of the captives released spoke to him for the first time in a video call.
אתה חוזר הביתה, כולכם חוזרים הביתה, אני אוהבת אותך. חיים שלי, תודה לאל, נגמרה המלחמה, נגמרה המלחמה, אין מלחמה. אתה בא הביתה, חיים שלי, אמא, אתה בא הביתה, אין מלחמה.
Well, the release of the Israeli captives was celebrated by emotional crowds in what's known as Hostage Square in Tel Aviv. That's where tens of thousands of Israelis have been protesting every week since the war began. Many of them have accused the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu of sabotaging and delaying previous attempts to reach a deal.
I waited for this day so much. 2 years we've been waiting for the hostages to come back home, for the war to stop, for the soldiers to come back home. This is a historic day. This is a happy day. They're coming home.
I hope to see over 20 hostages come home, and I just pray that they're all healthy and strong and that their families are there to greet them and that they're safe.
Well, soon after the Israeli captives were released, buses carrying released Palestinian prisoners were seen leaving Ofer prison near Ramallah. That's in the occupied West Bank. Israel is releasing nearly 2,000 Palestinian prisoners. 250 of them are from the occupied West Bank, including occupied East Jerusalem. They've been serving life and long sentences. More than 1,700 Palestinians detained during the war from Gaza are also being released. The UN considers them forcibly disappeared. 154 Palestinians in total are being forced into exile by Israel. This hour as well, the U.S. President Donald Trump is set to address the Israeli parliament, where he's expected to hail his success on the ceasefire in Gaza. The U.S. president spoke to reporters on board Air Force One. He said the war was over and that Hamas would comply with his plan to disarm. But for now, the group will remain in Gaza for a period of time.
Where they are standing because they do want to stop the problems. And they've been open about it, and we gave them approval for a period of time. You have to understand, they've lost probably 60,000 people. That's a lot of retribution. They've lost 60,000 people, and the ones that are living right now were, in many cases, very young when this all started. And we are having them watch that there's not going to be big crime or some of the problems that you have when you have areas like this that have been literally demolished. You know, you have 2 million people, and probably it'll be less than that, but you have close to 2 million people going back to buildings that have been demolished. And a lot of bad things can happen. So we want it to be safe.
We're getting reports this hour that Netanyahu is considering joining President Trump at the Gaza summit in Egypt, in Sharm el-Sheikh. That's going to take place in just a few hours' time. Noor Odeh, you're following developments in Israel from Jordan's capital, Amman, because the Israeli government has banned Al Jazeera from reporting in Israel in the occupied West Bank. What are you hearing about this? Is Netanyahu confirmed to go?
Well, we don't have official confirmation, Darine, but the Israeli media and some Arab outlets are, in fact, reporting that upon Trump's insistence, Netanyahu may be also attending the Sharm el-Sheikh summit, and that there was a phone call between him and the Egyptian President Abdel Fattah el-Sisi. We have to wait and see if there's an official statement from the Israeli Prime Minister's office or from the Egyptian President's office. But this was something that really was a poke in the eye for Netanyahu. On the one hand, this summit is discussing the future of Gaza, of Palestine in general, of the reconstruction, of a path to two states, perhaps, all of which are subjects that Netanyahu doesn't want to touch. And on the other, the detractors of Benjamin Netanyahu in Israel were telling him, why weren't you invited? You don't seem to be very popular in the region, and certainly it doesn't look like you have a lot of control or influence over the events. It's really a catch-22 for the Israeli Prime Minister. The not attending will make him look quite isolated and irrelevant. Attending will make him look like he's complicit in ending the war. And for his right-wing allies in the government, this is a break-it point. And one commentator who is traditionally known to be quite close to Benjamin Netanyahu said the visit will seal his fate, and Israel might be looking at early elections.
Noor, I mean, speaking of that, we understand also that some ministers have decided to boycott today's session at the Knesset, right, where Netanyahu is meant to speak, and so is President Donald Trump in just a short time. We are looking at the live picture, and we do expect them to start speaking this hour.
Yeah, it is quite phenomenal. I saw at least one member of the Knesset from the Otzma Yehudi Jewish Power Party saying that she will boycott the speech, that this was not a ceasefire or an agreement for peace, that this was a disgrace. It didn't secure Israel's security. Let's just remember and remind our viewers, Darin, the coalition, a ruling coalition in Israel is the most right-wing in Israel's history. They've waged war. They've been waging war on 7 fronts for the past 2 years, and they don't want to end any of them. In fact, we heard from Netanyahu less than 24 hours ago saying the war is not over. He didn't mention Gaza by name. He alluded to some so-called enemies that were attempting to rearm and regroup. But the idea that Israel can wage war indefinitely, can annex territory, can call the shots, can attack capitals around the region without any accountability, without any breaks, is what this coalition wants. And it's exactly, at least for the moment, what Trump seems to want to end.
For anyone joining us this hour, Noor, just walk us through what's happened so far, because in the past hours, you've been telling us how the choreography of today has been so significant, right? Trump's arrival to Tel Aviv coincided with the release of the living captives from Gaza. Just walk us through all of that.
Yeah, well, since the 8 in the morning local time, we saw the first batch of living Israeli captives released, 7 initially. As the plane of Donald Trump was touching down in Tel Aviv, the remaining 13 living Israeli captives were released from Hamas captivity, handed over to the International Committee of the Red Cross, which delivered them to the Israeli army. The army, of course, still remaining in Gaza, and 53% of the enclave. The captives were checked. They received an initial medical checkup. They were then transported from the Raim military base to a civilian facility. Donald Trump is, in fact, expected to meet, or maybe he has already met, with the families of Israeli captives, although we haven't seen lines or pictures of that. But that was certainly on his schedule. The whole choreography of this, Darin, was designed around Trump. This is Trump's show, really, for the Israelis, especially for the families of Israeli captives who are rejoicing in Trump's victory in securing the freedom of their sons, and for Hamas, which wanted to prove that it's committed to fulfilling its end of the bargain. And we heard from Donald Trump there in the plane saying that Hamas is doing its part. It is going to go through with fulfilling the agreement, at least in phase 1, and that he understands that there's a lot of needs on the ground for the population, that Israel has killed almost 70,000 people and has devastated Gaza, turned it into a demolition site, as Trump said. So a lot of things are moving, all revolving around Donald Trump.
Okay, Noor, thank you. Hind al-Khudari is joining us from the south of the Gaza Strip this hour. Hind, so we can see crowds of people behind you, celebrations. Tell us what's going on and what sorts of preparations are being made in Khan Yunis, where you are, to receive the Palestinian prisoners who are expected to be freed by Israel today.
So, Darin, all the people behind me are either relatives, the family members, the beloved ones of those who are going to be freed in the next coming hours. Now, we know that the buses are on their way to the Gaza Strip, and they started moving after the 20 Israeli captives left the Gaza Strip, and they're now in Israeli custody. As you see, Palestinians are celebrating. They're trying to spend time as they're waiting for their beloved ones. Now, what we know is when they arrive, the Palestinian prisoners arrive, they're going to be transferred to Nasser Hospital's medical point, where they're going to receive medical checkpoint and medical assessment. Now, what we also know and see is the ICRC on the ground, their medical teams, their logistics teams, and they're also protection teams. After they finish all the things they need to do with them, they're going to be greeted with the Palestinians here. We see mothers, we see daughters, we see babies, we see fathers, we see grandfathers waiting and counting the minutes to see their beloved ones. Let me remind you that we're expecting at least 1,700 Palestinian prisoners to be released today. Most of them, all of them have been arrested or missing since October 7, 2023. There's a mother that is holding and carrying her baby and said that her baby didn't see her father because she gave birth after he was arrested. So there's a lot of stories today, and everyone is counting the minutes. They're counting the hours to see their beloved ones. They know that it's going to be late because every time the Israeli authorities delay the Palestinian prisoners, but they're willing to wait for another day because they have been waiting for so long. It's indeed a very happy day. It's a day of freedom, and it's a day of reunion for a lot of Palestinian families today.
Okay, Hind, we'll cross back to you a little later. Thank you so much for the time being. Here in the studio with us is Mohammed Al-Masri. He's a political analyst and a professor at the Doha Institute for Graduate Studies, and Nida Ibrahim, Al Jazeera's correspondent. Mohammed, we now have confirmation from the Egyptian presidency spokesperson that Netanyahu will be joining the Sharm el-Sheikh summit in Egypt that's taking place later on today. Was this expected at all?
It's a surprise to me, at least. I was watching an interview actually last night on Al Jazeera Mubashir with a Hamas leader, and he indicated that Hamas didn't have a problem not being there, not being in Sharm el-Sheikh themselves. But I think that was on the understanding that Netanyahu wouldn't be there either. So my hunch is that this is not going to sit well with Hamas. On the other hand, what I think is more important than what Netanyahu says or does, because I think we can all pretty well predict all of that, is what Donald Trump says and does in the coming hours and maybe over the next day or two. He's the person to keep an eye on. Which version of Donald Trump are we going to get? Are we going to get the Donald Trump who has, for the most part, for 4.5 years of being president, acquiesced to Israeli demands and given Israel the right to do whatever it wants? Or is it going to be the Donald Trump who has at times put his foot down and disagreed publicly with Netanyahu, commanded Netanyahu even to change course, done things that haven't sit well with Netanyahu, who wants to be a peacemaker, who wants to be a deal maker, who wants to sort of not let down these Arab and Muslim leaders that he likes so much? Which version of Donald Trump are we going to get?
So I'll put that question right back at you. Which version are we going to get?
Well, if I had a crystal ball, Donald Trump is very unpredictable. He's unpredictable. My best guess is that this isn't going to change his fundamental calculation. I think he's throwing a bone to Netanyahu in all likelihood. Play ball. We'll get you what you want in the end, but I also have this larger peace initiative, and I think he's committed to it. That's my sense, as I said earlier, and I don't want to beat a dead horse, but I think Donald Trump is very personally invested in this. When he starts tying this great peace, as he calls it, to his own personal legacy as a kind of career-defining moment, then I think he's taking it seriously, and he's taking seriously what Arab and Muslim leaders have been telling him for the past, I don't know how many weeks. So that's my best guess. But Donald Trump is always a wild card.
But don't forget that also President Mahmoud Abbas, has been on his way to Sharm el-Sheikh. So having the Palestinian Authority there kind of probably gives the excuse of inviting Israel to kind of show that, okay, we have the Israeli part, we have the Palestinian part. And we know that the Palestinian Authority and the PLO have been pushing to be part of the day after in Gaza. This is something that also Hamas has signaled that it approves of, having the Palestinian Authority have a role there, saying that they will hand over their weapons to the Palestinian Authority. Of course, as part of the plan, we don't see a mention of the Palestinian Authority in these phases. It talks about them being involved potentially in the future after doing reforms. We understand from our sources that there are attempts to try and crack down on some of the corruption that has been really one of the main things that Palestinians have been complaining of when it comes to the Palestinian Authority. So it seems like in the spirit of Trump listening to the Arabs as well as the Palestinians, that this is kind of an arrangement that's being agreed upon. The Palestinian Authority would be there, Israel would be there to try kind of bridge the gaps.
Are these the types of conversations that are being had behind the scenes, Nida? Is that what you're hearing from your sources?
Well, we had a meeting that was not behind the scenes. It was between the former UK Prime Minister Tony Blair as well as the Palestinian Deputy President Hussein al-Sheikh. They met in Amman yesterday, and after that meeting, we've heard about the involvement of the Palestinian Authority, an invitation that was presented by the Egyptian President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi to the Palestinian President Mahmoud Abbas. But to your point, yes, behind the scenes, of course, the Palestinian Authority is part and has been derived from the PLO, and the PLO has been recognized by the international community as the sole representative of the Palestinian people. Of course, there has been so many issues between the Hamas and the PLO because Hamas says that the PLO refused to accept them inside this unifying umbrella that represents the Palestinians. Now, that remains to be seen, whether Hamas will still stay out of the picture, but no doubt that the Palestinian Authority is trying to find its way amongst these major deals, amongst these major plans that are being prepared for the region.
Mohammed al-Masri, we have comment from Russia's Lavrov, who has described Trump's plan as being, quote, too vague on Palestinian statehood. Is it too vague? I mean, how do you see this 20-point peace plan? It's referred to as a peace plan, right? Yeah. First phase right now is unfolding. Mm-hmm. What happens after the first phase? Yeah, well, I mean, I've been talking and writing about this now ever since it was put out, and I've been very critical of the plan. It is very vague. It doesn't address Palestinian agency. It doesn't address the blockade on Gaza. It doesn't address the occupation. There are all kinds of problematic elements here, right? When it talks about a foreign sort of almost imperial governing structure for Gaza and so on and so forth. But it seems to me that we have to look at the 20-point plan differently in light of what's happening now, in light of what's happening on the ground. When you have Donald Trump admitting about an hour and a half ago that he's open to revising key provisions in that 20-point plan, like, you know, even the Board of Peace with Tony Blair, referencing Hamas, several articles, then that suggests that there's a degree of flexibility on the part of the American president. And if that's the case, then we might actually see progress in the negotiations over the coming days. Just to let our viewers know, what we're looking at the upper right-hand side of their screen. That is some of the delegates and dignitaries arriving in Sharm el-Sheikh. So just a few moments ago, we saw the Egyptian President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi shaking hands with some of the first arrivals. So that summit is, of course, going to be a high-stakes summit, as described by many people. It's going to be co-chaired by both the U.S. President Donald Trump as well as the Egyptian President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi. We understand there are going to be representatives from over 20 organizations and countries, like obviously representatives from the Middle East, from Europe, from Asia. We know as well, we do have confirmation, I believe, that the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres is going to be attending, as well as members of the Arab League, obviously, and the European Council. So that is what we're seeing in the upper right hand of the screen. On the left side, we're seeing Khan Yunis, celebrations in Gaza, where Nida, Reuters news agency is reporting that the first of 38 buses carrying the released Palestinian prisoners have crossed into Gaza. Do we have confirmation on that?
Well, this is the first we're hearing about it from Reuters, but this goes in line with the fact that Hamas has handed over its captives. So because Trump is in Israel, I don't think the Israeli government is going to risk the deal by showing that it's not being consistent with the fact that they should now be releasing these buses and these Palestinians who are now gathering in Khan Yunis, awaiting to be reunited with their loved ones. We should remember that some of these Palestinians who are going to be released today include women, include minors, include people who, in Israel's admission, have nothing to do with October the 7th or carrying out attacks. Some people were arrested after Israeli forces were raiding hospitals, and they were kept there without any information to the human rights organizations. What's their fate? Why are they being held? Including Palestinians who we know have died in Israeli prisons. Again, when we say died, this is the term that the Israeli Prison Service uses, but this is not what Palestinians believe has happened. So anyone coming out today for their families, they're coming out from the unknown, they're coming out from a very difficult situation that could have led them to lose their lives inside Israeli prisons. No doubt this is going to be a moment that Gazans have been waiting for since the war started, a rare moment of joy and happiness. Of course, we have to remember that some of these people will be going back to a difficult reality. When we talked about the second ceasefire deal and the swap in Gaza, we've seen many people coming out not knowing that their loved ones have been killed, their loved ones have been displaced, their homes have been totally destroyed. So yes, they're probably going to come back, especially the ones who have been arrested in the beginning of the war, to a totally different Gaza than the ones they know.
Right, and according to the statistics we have, I mean, over 80% of Gaza has been completely decimated, so it will be a shock. Just stand by for just a moment, Nida and Mohammed. Let me bring in Bassel Faraj, who's an assistant professor in the Department of Philosophy and Cultural Studies at Birzeit University, joining us from Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. Thanks for your time. So we expect around 2,000 Palestinian prisoners to be released from prisons like Ofer, from the Negev. Tell us what sorts of conditions these prisoners have been facing in the Israeli jails, and what's their condition like when they come out?
Thanks, Dareen. So most certainly we will be witnessing horrific images and videos of Palestinian prisoners who've been subjected to the most brutal and violent torture and humiliation methods by the Israeli prison services, aided, of course, by the Israeli government. We know that since October 7th, while torture and violence had been systematically practiced inside Israeli prisons, these prisoners have been subjected to a brutal campaign in which we have actually described as another war that has been unleashed inside Israeli prisons. They have been starved intentionally, they have been denied medical care, they have been brutally beaten, tortured, and violated. We've witnessed and heard stories of sexual violence. In fact, we're talking about the killing of at least 85 Palestinian prisoners inside Israeli prisons. And I say at least because we know that the Israeli regime continues to hide information about the fate of thousands of Palestinian prisoners, especially
so that number could be an underestimate? That number then could be an underestimate?
Definitely. I mean, as we proceed with the ceasefire, we will be hearing about the corpses of Palestinian prisoners who are detained also. We have to remember here that historically, Israel has been retaining the bodies of Palestinian prisoners, but they still continue to hold the bodies of Palestinian prisoners now in morgues and in cemeteries of numbers. So in fact, the images we will see will attest to the horrific natures that Palestinians and their organizations have been telling us from the beginning of the war, that the conditions are brutal, that Israel never and would never adhere to international law. And I think this only tells something about the systematic nature of the torture and violence that Palestinians have been historically subjected to, but in fact have been intensified since the beginning of the war.
What are you hearing about the numbers of Palestinian women and children currently held in jails?
Yeah, so we know that 53 Palestinian female prisoners are held inside Israeli prisons now, in addition to at least 400 Palestinian children, some of which hopefully, I think, according to the numbers we received, would be released, specifically those from the Gaza Strip. But we do know that these numbers, Israel has continuously arrested female and especially children. So we had hoped that, of course, for the release now, but we know that many of them would remain inside Israeli prisons and continue to face
ונתן צנגאוקר, ומקסים, ושגב, ויוסף חיים, ונמרוד, וכמובן אבינתן ואביתר, הם כולם אצלנו, איתנו. איזה רגע שיא, 20 חטופים חזרו הביתה, 20 החטופים החיים חזרו הביתה. מאבק של שנתיים, והנה זה קורה, ואנחנו פה ברקע ההיסטורי הזה, כמעט כמו הצהרת המדינה ההיא של פעם. איזה כיף, איזה יופי. מלך העולם בשבילה אתה, מלך
הנה אנחנו רואים בכביש המטוס יורד את הצוות האווירי, מחכה לאותם השבים. בדרך כלל אנחנו רואים אותם גם דרך החלונות, אולי אנחנו נצליח לראות את גלי וזיוי שצפויים לצאת מכבש המטוס ממש בשניות הקרובות. בפעם הראשונה בבית החולים שיבא, לפגוש את המשפחה המורחבת. יש כאן הרבה מאוד חברים שהגיעו לראות אותם, אוהדי מכבי תל אביב. צריך להגיד שבדרך לכאן המסוק עשה את דרכו ועבר דרך בלומפילד, ראה את מה את המיצג הענק שהאוהדים הכינו להם, וכמובן שחקני קבוצת מכבי תל אביב הרי מועדים שרופים. אנחנו כבר כולנו כל כך מרגישים שאנחנו מכירים אותם, ויש פה בלונים צהובים שהופרחו לאוויר ממש עוד מהדגלי ישראל. הרבה מאוד אזרחים שהרגישו שהיום הם לא יושבים בבית, הם באים לחלוק להם כבוד, להריע להם, לקבל אותם בחום שהם כל כך היו זקוקים לו במשך שנתיים. והנה אנחנו רואים כרגע צוות האווירי ירד, מסמן גם לטייס, והנה עוד מעט אנחנו נראה אותם יוצאים. כרגע מלווים אותם גם בני משפחה. צריך להגיד שבמטוס הזה, במסוק הזה, נמצאים גלי וזיוי, הם השבים הראשונים שיגיעו למחלקה, שיקבלו את פניהם, כמובן הצוות הרפואי שמחכה להם כאן. יש פה הרבה צוותי תקשורת, גם ישראלים וגם לאומית. אנחנו יודעים שהאירוע הזה הוא סיפור רחב מאוד, כולם רוצים לראות אותם, דורכים כאן, עומדים על רגליהם. ראינו גם בתמונות
It is obviously a very difficult process, many different players involved. You've just mentioned Iran, which is obviously a key regional player. And in terms of Gaza, those key sticking points remain. So I think today, as you were saying, there were questions yesterday about the lack of representation of the Palestinians, also the absence of an Israeli representative here. So perhaps this, the news that both Mahmoud Abbas and Benjamin Netanyahu are going to come here to Sharm el-Sheikh, there is the possibility that some progress can be made in terms of trying to tackle those key sticking points when it comes to ending the war in Gaza, the future of Hamas, the scale of the Israeli withdrawal, and who is going to govern Gaza. So these are very difficult negotiations. Again, the deal that we've seen lacks details. There's no time frame, no plan for what happens next in terms of these negotiations. But again, the Egyptians are saying that today will be an opportunity to try to come together and finalize those terms for the war in Gaza to end.
Hugo Bechega in Sharm el-Sheikh. We'll, of course, be going back to you throughout the day, especially when the ceremonies move there. It is a day full of symbolism, full of ceremony. We'll have that image later today. Now, not just of American and Western leaders standing shoulder to shoulder with Arab leaders. Now, the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu will also be in those photographs of today, meant to mark. President Trump has called it the end of the war in Gaza, the beginning of peace in the Middle East. The symbolism will say that. A lot more substance to go, but there is no denying the significance of this day, with many daring to hope that at last there can at least be a few steps towards peace and away from war. And the last few hours have been moments freighted with emotion. A day, most of all, a human moment of reunion. Let's just look at some of the first images that we have of Israeli hostages meeting first of all, the Israeli Defense Forces, their first contact with Israelis. This shows Guy Gilboa Dalal and Alan Ohel, the pianist, meeting with an Israeli army representative. Both had been taken from the Nova Music Festival. That smiles from the hostages home at last and taken there through the hands of the International Committee of the Red Cross, and that strange duality that the Israeli military base, where we have seen the dust kicked up by the Israeli military helicopters as they fly the hostages over to the medical care, the emotional support, the reunion with more members of their families that they have long awaited for. Reem is also the site of the Nova Music Festival. 11 of the 20 living hostages had been seized from that music festival, a moment of celebration which had turned into a slaughter on October the 7th, 2023. At this moment, we are also waiting for the American president to address the Israeli parliament, the Knesset. Let's just take a look at the scene there. People still milling about. We understand that inside the assembly, Donald Trump, President Trump, is meeting the families of the hostages. We understand that he asked to meet the hostages themselves, but it was the medical opinion and the family's opinion that would just simply be too overwhelming for ex-hostages just emerging literally from the tunnels, the darkness of Gaza, to be exposed, to be pushed into the limelight of a meeting with the U.S. president was simply too much. For now, it is the intimate moments of meeting their families, embracing their loved ones, an intimate moment which is also a national moment. Images and emotions which are going across this region and around the world. A moment which only weeks ago many believed would never happen, as there were statements that this grievous war in Gaza could actually grind on to the end of the year and into the next. It took an unprecedented international momentum pushed by President Donald Trump to get the Israelis and Hamas in indirect talks over the line. You're watching BBC News. Stay with us. You're watching BBC News and our special coverage. I'm Lise Doucette. We're broadcasting live from Jerusalem with our correspondents in cities across this region, as the region and the world mark a momentous day. We welcome our listeners on the BBC World Service joining us as part of our extended coverage. And if you are just joining us, just to recap the extraordinary events of the last few hours. All of the 20 living hostages seized by Hamas, dragged into Gaza on October the 7th, have now been released to the International Committee of the Red Cross, the ICRC, which has handed them over to the Israeli Defense Forces. Some of the 20 have been reunited with their families. The others are on their way. The slogan which has risen from Hostages Square in Tel Aviv, the gathering place for families and friends and supporters of the Israeli hostages, the cry to bring them home has now been replaced. They are coming home. And the clock, which has been on the edge of the square, ticking down the days, the hours, the minutes, the seconds in captivity. Today, that clock will be stopped. And it is a moment of huge significance, not just for Israelis, but also for the families of the 250 hostages who are now being released from Israeli prisons, the 1,700 who were detained in the Gaza Strip during the Israeli military operation. So emotional reunions there as well. As we wait for the Knesset ceremony to get underway, President Trump may be delayed, not surprisingly, by what is certainly emotional reunions with the hostage families they give him the credit for bringing this moment to them, for bringing their hostages home. That we see now on the other side of the screen, the people waiting in Israel to see the signs of the hostages. Look at that, the cameras held up, waiting for the buses. You can see the Israeli flags there. People waiting. This is a moment of intense personal emotion, but it is emotion of a nation writ large. It is emotion of finally for now, the war in Gaza has ended. Let's see what's happening now, though, in Ramallah, in the occupied West Bank. Our correspondent Barbara Pledusher joins us there. And Barbara, the last time we spoke, you were waiting for the prisoners to be released. Just update us on the latest.
We had heard when I spoke to you last that the buses were on their way. In fact, at that time they weren't. There's been a lot of misreporting, contradictory reporting about what's going on because of all of the excitement here. But we have seen the images now. They are on their way. There was this sort of energy that went through the crowd when the Red Crescent confirmed that they were coming. Some of the children started clapping, and people are getting into position now to welcome the prisoners back. As you were saying, 250 prisoners are being released from Israeli jails. Most of them come from the West Bank. Many of them have been serving life sentences. Some of them have been in prison since before the Oslo Accords. So that would be since the 1980s and early 1990s. Some of them, a large number of them, are actually not going to come here. They're going to be deported. So they'll be sent to Egypt, and then from there they'll go to other countries or into Gaza. But around 100 of them, we understand, are going to be released into the West Bank. And this is where they will be reunited with their families. The families have been gathering here. This is the cultural center in Ramallah. Very excited, somewhat subdued, though, because the Israelis have made it very clear that they don't want any demonstrations, celebrations. In the past, you've had the prisoners greeted with crowds waving Hamas flags. That, the Israelis say, is not supposed to happen. I spoke to one woman who is waiting for her brother. She said that they'd been told quite clearly if there were clear public celebrations, then their brother would go back to prison and their house would be damaged. So I think at this time, some of those things have been said before in previous prisoner releases, but I think the Israelis are quite clear this time they really don't want any sense of celebration around the prisoner release. Nonetheless, of course, the families are very excited, especially for those prisoners who have been gone for a long time. The woman I spoke to, her brother had been arrested more than 20 years ago in Nablus. She hasn't seen him since then. She was 13 when he was taken. His father has died since he's been in prison. And there are other stories like that here as well. So a great deal of anticipation. We are expecting the buses carrying those prisoners to come through very shortly.
And Barbara, what a roller coaster of emotions for the families, even in the early hours of today. There was talk that they took some children off the list and they put women on the list. So people who were expecting to finally be reunited with their families then being told they wouldn't be. I mean, what? You have to say that it's certain, but it's cruel that that they're forced to go through this intensity of emotion.
It's been very last minute. We've been talking about it all week. The whole process has been very pushed forward quickly. And again, people got the calls in the last 24, 48 hours about who was coming out. And then people who hadn't expected to see their brothers or sons or husbands for the rest of their lives suddenly found out in a short period of time they were coming back. And then, as you said, there was last minute negotiations by Hamas to try to make changes on the prisoner list, and especially to try to add prisoners. Not very successful, but they did make some changes. So yes, there has been confusion about who is coming out. We did hear that Hamas was trying to put on the list Dr. Hussam Abu Safiya. He is from Gaza. He is in a different segment of prisoners than the ones that will be arriving here, but very well known. He's amongst the Gazans who would be released. There's about 1,700 of them who were taken during the war and held without charge. He had been charting or documenting what was going on in his hospital in northern Gaza on social media. It became quite a viral sensation, actually, especially a photograph of him in his white medical coat confronting or walking towards the Israeli tanks. He's been held without charge now for 10 months in poor medical condition, we understand. It's not clear if Hamas was able to get his name on the list. There was hope that they would be able to do that. Some of the prisoners we understand who will be released from the West Bank is Iyad Abu al-Rob. He is a Palestinian Islamic Jihad commander from Jenin who was convicted of overseeing a number of suicide bombings in the early 2000s. You also have Ra'ed Sheikh. He is a Palestinian policeman who was convicted of a lynching in Ramallah in the early 2000s. So you can see how this goes back, Lise. These prisoners have been convicted and held for crimes or for charges that go many decades back. And then you have also alongside that the people who have been picked up during this war and held as well. So it's a great deal of emotion, lots of confusion about exactly how it's all going to turn out in terms of the people coming back. And as you said, some confusion about the names on the lists at the last minute. The other thing, of course, as we were saying earlier, we don't know what medical condition the prisoners will be in. Some of them, when they have been released in the past, have been in very bad states. They have been ill. They have talked about poor treatment. Some of them have talked about torture. We do have a lot of medics on the scene here ready to step in if that is needed. Perhaps that might be more the case with people who have been held most recently because that has been part of the war situation. And these other prisoners have been inside for a long time. But each one has their own story to tell and their own conditions. So we will see when they get here very shortly, we hope, what their stories are.
Barbara Platasha, thank you very much for joining us from what you described as the subdued environment at the cultural center in Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. Palestinian families being told that they're not allowed to wave flags, they're not allowed to celebrate. Israel very emphatic that it does not want to hand Hamas a political victory. And that is why you have seen right down to these last hours the list of the prisoners to be released, those who are been serving consecutive life sentences. Some of them have been in prison for decades, and some of them being taken off the list, some being added onto the list, and nobody on the list of the top 7 most important prisoners symbolically, none of them have been freed despite pressure from Hamas, who wanted to be able to say that this is something that they were able to achieve. Let's get some insight into that. We're joined by our Gaza correspondent, Rishti Abu Alouf, who's now in Istanbul. Rishti, we're just hearing from Barbara Platasha, who's in Ramallah, that last minute to and fro about who's on the list, who's not on the list. But at the end of it, there's huge disappointment for the families of those 7 leading Palestinian figures. None of them are going to walk free today.
No, the Hamas have been trying very hard, and last night it was about to have a real dispute when Islamic Jihad said if they do not release at least 2 out of the 7, we are not going to hand over the hostage that we have and the bodies. And it was a big dispute involving the Qataris, the Egyptian, the teams. Everyone was involved until like 2-3 o'clock in the morning, until they convinced them that. And I think they have added some of the people, including Hussam Abu Safiya, the doctor of the Indonesian hospital, just to make them a little bit happy. But I think there is a huge disappointment because the big names like Marwan Barghouti, Ahmed Saadat, and Hamid and other Hamas military wing people, all of their families were showing some disappointment that they are not going to be released. But at least just as we speak, the first bus carrying Palestinian prisoners have crossed into Gaza from Kerem Shalom crossing. Is going to be 38 buses carrying Palestinians and crossing into Gaza. The International Red Cross is now driving this bus to the location where there is a field hospital set up next to the European hospital. There will be a very initial medical check. Then they will be moved to Nasser Hospital, which is the biggest and the only fully functioning medical center in Gaza, where doctors there are preparing what they can. Because, given the shortage of medicine and the shortage of staff, and the shortage of equipment, and given the number of people, about 1,900 prisoners are going to be released. So it's a lot of job for them, given how difficult the health system in Gaza. But next door, there is a sense of joy. People are celebrating, singing all day. This day carry a double significant for Gaza. First, hundreds of people are going to be reunited with their families in a very celebrating mood. Second, it's people in Gaza believe that Hamas is now taking the excuse from the Israelis for returning back to the war, because for a very long time Israel said that we are fighting to get the hostages back, and now there is no more live hostages in Gaza, and Hamas is working to hand over the bodies. So the people are believe that this is the beginning to the end, and the beginning to the lasting peace that they have hoped for and waited for a very, very long time.
And Rushdie, now that we have you with us, let me also ask you about the situation, the humanitarian situation, because a key part of today's events, of course, is the fact that we hear that many more trucks are now crossing into Gaza, bringing desperately needed aid. You are in touch with so many families in Gaza, including your own family. What are you hearing today about that side of life in Gaza?
Well, there are two things. I think that the prices that went mad during the war are dropped really in a significant way. So, for example, 1 kilo of flour now can be sold in the market for 5 shekels, which is about 1 pound. People used to buy 1 kilo of flour for about 10 or 15 pounds just before the ceasefire. We understand that the first 5 days following the hostage prisoners exchange, Israel should increase the number of trucks coming into Gaza for about 600 trucks. The people in the other side of the crossing, in the Egyptian side, are showing thousands of trucks are lining up in the way into Gaza. We have seen 430 trucks entered Gaza yesterday, including for a first time in a very long time, cooking gas and some fuel for the hospital were allowed. But many items that Israel did not allow during the war, which they call it the double use products, including like some cement and building material, also some clothes and other items that needed to be added to the Israeli list that allow into Gaza. So a lot of work to do, and the people believe that they need at least 600 trucks for 2 months, every day a 600 truck, to start seeing real change in the humanitarian situation in Gaza and rehabilitation the hospital, because the hospitals are, many hospitals are destroyed, and especially in Gaza City.
Many Palestinians have been in Israeli prisons. Most of them know somebody who has been. And now they're released with a real joy and excitement. Kenneth was saying earlier, they got this information quite last minute. They thought that some of these people would be in jail for the rest of their lives, or certainly didn't have any idea that they might be coming out at any time. And suddenly, here they are.
And Barbara, this is a moment, of course, for the families most of all, but for all of the Palestinians who see these Palestinians, as you say, an important part of their society. They see them, some of them have been serving multiple death sentence, life sentences rather, but Palestinians see them very much part of their struggle and wanted them to come home. So this is a moment of celebration, even though, as you pointed out, Israel has said they didn't want any major celebrations. But as we've seen in Hostages Square, the emotions run over.
Yeah, really. I mean, you're right about the sort of collective consciousness of Palestinians when it comes to prisoners. They're so much a part of the culture here in a way for the past decades. You've had two intifadas, a period of peace, but always, clashes and conflict with the Israelis.
Make sure they have a way. Make sure they have a way. Make sure they have a way. They're coming.
We are now entering the plenary, Mr. President.
חברי הכנסת והקהל מתבקשים לקום. כבוד הנשיאים, כבוד ראש הממשלה וכבוד יושב ראש הכנסת. נא לשבת.
חברות וחברי הכנסת, היום יום שני, כ"א בתשרי התשפ"ו, 13 באוקטובר 2025, ואני מתכבד לפתוח את הישיבה המיוחדת של הכנסת לכבוד נשיא ארצות הברית של אמריקה, מר דונלד ג'יי טראמפ. חברות וחברי הכנסת, בטרם נתחיל אני מזכיר שישיבה זו היא ישיבה מיוחדת ולכן לא יהיו בה הפרעות. מי שיפריע יוצא מאולם המליאה ולא יורשה לשוב אליה עד תום הישיבה. לא תהיינה אזהרות. בנוסף, ניתן יהיה למחוא כפיים בישיבה זו כפי שכבר ראיתם. כבוד נשיא המדינה יצחק הרצוג ורעייתו מיכל, כבוד ראש הממשלה בנימין נתניהו ורעייתו שרה, ראש האופוזיציה יאיר לפיד ורעייתו ליהי, recognition to Minister Ron Dermer, who led special recognition to Minister Ron Dermer, who led the negotiation team on behalf of Israel. Thank you, Ron. Secretary of State Marco Rubio, Secretary of War Pete Hegseth, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff General Dan Kane, two key players, President Trump's special envoy Steve Witkoff, who is here with his partner Lauren, and Jared Kushner, who is here with his wife Ivanka. And thank you guys for everything that you have done to bring about this day. Ambassador of the United States to Israel, my dear friend and my absolute favorite rock star, Mike Huckabee. שגריר ישראל בארצות הברית, יחיאל לייטר. תודה. שגרירים וראשי משלחות זרות, ראש עיריית ירושלים, משה ליאון ורעייתו סתווית, סגל א' של המדינה, ראשי גופי הביטחון, אלה שנמצאים איתנו ואלה שבשטח, הרמטכ"ל רב אלוף אייל זמיר, המפכ"ל רב ניצב דניאל לוי, נציב שירות בתי הסוהר רב גונדר קובי יעקבי, הוא נמצא בשטח, הוא מאלה שנמצאים בשטח, נציב הכבאות וההצלה רב תפסר אייל כספי, ראש המוסד דוד ברנע, ראש שירות הביטחון הכללי, האלוף במילואים דוד זיני, בהצלחה. ראש מנהלת החטופים גל הירש, ראשי ערים וראשי רשויות מקומיות, מנכ"ל הכנסת שהרים ב3 ימים ביקור שדרושים לו 3 חודשים לפחות, משה צ'יקו אדרי, מזכיר הכנסת עורך הדין דן מרזוק, היועצת המשפטית לכנסת עורכת הדין שגית אפיק, קצין הכנסת ניצב יובל חן, חברי הנהלת הכנסת, משפחות חטופים, משפחות שכולות, סגל א' של המדינה, מכובדים מהארץ ומהעולם, ואני פותר בזאת את הדוברים הבאים מאזכור כל המכובדים. קהל יקר, אזרחי ישראל, יש לי הכבוד המיוחד לברך יחד איתכם את החבר הטוב ביותר שהיה אי פעם למדינת ישראל בבית הלבן. ברוך הבא לישראל, ברוך הבא לירושלים, ברוך הבא לכנסת, הנשיא דונלד ג'יי טראמפ. אדוני הנשיא, אני מבקש להודות לך על שהענקת לכנסת את הזכות והכבוד להיות הפרלמנט הראשון מחוץ לארצות הברית שאתה מבקר בו בכהונתך הנוכחית. במסורת היהודית נהוג לברך ברגעים ייחודיים שכאלה, ברוך שנתן מכבודו לבשר ודם. תודה לך, הנשיא טראמפ. כבוד הנשיא, לפני 2000 שנה הוגלינו בכוח הזרוע מנחלת אבותינו, אבל בכל התפוצות בהן חיינו, מעולם לא שכחנו את ירושלים, הלב הפועם של העם היהודי מאז נוסדה כבירתו לפני 3,000 שנה, ואליה התפללנו שנה אחר שנה אחר שנה. ולפני 7 שנים היית אתה, הנשיא טראמפ, שבשם ארצות הברית של אמריקה הכרת בריבונות הישראלית על ירושלים. אתה מימשת הבטחה שנשיאים רבים לפניך הבטיחו, אבל רק אתה קיימת. העברת את השגרירות האמריקאית לירושלים השלמה והמאוחדת. תודה לך, הנשיא טראמפ. משחר הקמתה נאלצה מדינת ישראל להילחם, אך תמיד הושיטה את ידה לשלום. לפני 5 שנים הובלת יחד עם ראש הממשלה נתניהו את הסכמי אברהם. זכיתי, כן, מגיע. זכיתי לכהן בממשלה שחתמה עליהם, ולימים הם היו בעלי משמעות רבה עבורי גם ברמה האישית. משום שלפני 2.5 זכיתי להיות יושב ראש הכנסת הראשון המקבל הזמנה רשמית לבקר בפרלמנט של מדינה ערבית, וזו הייתה המדינה שבה שני הוריי שנמצאים כאן איתנו נולדו וגדלו, מרוקו. קירבת בין ישראל לבין 4 מדינות ערביות בהסכם שבבסיסו שלום תמורת שלום. תודה לך, הנשיא טראמפ. הרבה לפני כהונתך הראשונה, כבר ב-2011, זיהית את הסכנה שבאיראן גרעינית וכתבת, ואני אומר זאת בשפת המקור ברשותכם. Iran's quest of nuclear weapons is a major threat to our nation's national security interests. We can't allow Iran to go nuclear. איום על ארצות הברית משמעו איום על העולם החופשי כולו. את עמדתך העקבית ששמה את אמריקה ראשונה, America first, אך לא לבדה, but not America alone, הבאת עמך לבית הלבן בשתי כהונותיך. לפני 4 חודשים, לאחר שראש הממשלה נתניהו פתח במבצע עם כלבי, הורית על המבצע פטיש חצות, Midnight Hammer, פעולה אמיצה שלא הייתה כמותה עד שאתה הגעת. בכך, אדוני הנשיא, מנעתם שואה גרעינית שאיראן ביקשה להמיט עלינו ועל העולם. למשטר האייתולות באיראן לא יהיה נשק גרעיני. תודה לך, הנשיא טראמפ.
Thank you, President Trump.
כבוד הנשיא, היום העם היהודי מציין את סיום חג הסוכות, ומחר נציין את שמחת תורה.
holiday of Sukkot, and tomorrow
לא
it will be
שמחנו.
Simchat Torah. And
היה זה היום
2
הקשה
years ago in
ביותר
Simchat
שחוותה
Torah,
מדינת ישראל
it was the
משחר
most
הקמתה
difficult day for the
והעם
state of
היהודי
Israel
מאז
since its
השואה.
establishment and for the Jewish people
עשרות פעמים
since the
הגעתי יחד עם
Holocaust.
מנהיגים זרים
Many
למקום
times I
הטבח.
came with
עם
many
רבים מהם ישבתי
visitors
לצפות
to the
בתיעוד
area of the
המצולם של
slaughter,
הזוועות שאני יודע
and
שגם
I
אתה
saw the
ראית.
horrors.
שבועות ספורים
And
לאחר ה-7
few
באוקטובר
weeks after the
ליוויתי את
7th of
ג'רד
October, I
ואיוונקה
accompanied
שהגיעו לכאן
Jared and Ivanka
לאזורים
that who
הקשים
came to those
ביותר.
difficult areas.
ראינו את מה
We
שקיווינו,
saw what
היינו קיבוץ
we
כפר
were in
עזה
כפר
ברעים,
עזה,
וראינו את מה
and we
שקיווינו
saw
שלא
what
יחזור עוד
we
בתולדות
hope that we
האנושות.
will never see
מראות
again,
של פוגרומים,
horrible
ילדים,
sites of
נשים,
pogroms,
קשישים, גברים,
children,
חיים
men and
שלווים
women,
שהיו
the elderly.
ואינם עוד.
They are no longer
השטן
there.
לא רק
The
רצח,
Satan not
טבח,
only
אנס
murdered
ושרף
and raped
רבים מאחינו ואחיותינו,
and many of our
הוא גם
brothers and
חטף אותם,
sisters, he
מתים
also
וחיים. מאז
abducted the
בני ישראל
life
נלחמו
and
את
the dead.
המלחמה הקשה,
And since
הארוכה
then, this
וגם
has been
הצודקת
the longest
בתולדותיהם.
and the most just
הפצע הזה
war, this
של אחינו
wound
החטופים בשבי
of our
נותר
brothers
פתוח ושותת
in
דם מאז ה-7
prison
באוקטובר,
has
כאשר כל עם
been,
ישראל
when all
כאב
the
את כאב
nation of
החטופים
Israel
ובני
has been
משפחותיהם,
in
התלויים בין
pain of
תקווה
the
לייאוש,
families
בין חיים
of the
למוות,
abducted.
עד הבוקר הזה.
Until this morning,
במשך שנתיים,
for 2 years,
במקום בו יושבים האורחים
in the
ביציע
gallery where
שמולנו,
the
כבוד
people,
הנשיא,
the guests are sitting,
השקיפו מעלינו תמונות
we had
החטופים.
photos of
הבוקר,
the hostages.
לקראת האירוע ההיסטורי
But
הזה,
this morning,
זכינו להוריד
towards
את
this
התמונות עם
historical day,
חזרתם של
we
החטופים
were able to
למשפחותיהם.
remove
אני
the
אעשה משהו
photos,
ספונטני,
and I
אדוני
will
הנשיא.
do
את
something
סיכת החטופים
spontaneous,
הזאת,
and I will
מצבעי כחול
remove
לבן, קיבלתי
the pin
מצבי
of
כמור, אבא של
that I
איתן מור.
received from
אני
צביקה
מתכבד
מור.
להוריד אותה, כי
I
לפני
am
רגע
removing
דיברתי
it
עם
because
צביקה,
a minute ago
איתן
I
כבר
spoke
בידיהם,
to צביקה
והם
Moore
חוגגים את
brother,
האיחוד
and
הזה.
they're
תודה
celebrating
לך,
this
הנשיא
unification.
טראמפ.
Thank you so much, President Trump. Thank you so much, President Trump.
Mr. President, you stand before the people of Israel not as another American president, but as a giant of Jewish history, one for whom we must look back 2.5 millennia into the mists of time to find a parallel, Cyrus the Great. You, President Donald J. Trump, are a colossus who will be enshrined in the pantheon of history. Thousands of years from now, Mr. President, the Jewish people will remember you. We are a nation that remembers. Far from being a local struggle, what we are witnessing is a global struggle, a global battle between the forces of extremism, radicalism, and fundamentalism, and those of freedom, liberty, and democracy. What the world needs now is not appeasers who feed the crocodile in the hope that they will be eaten last, like the kind we have seen recently at the UN General Assembly. And by the way, President Trump, your team has checked the teleprompter. It is working beautifully. What the world needs now are more leaders who are brave, resolute, strong, and bold. The world needs more Trumps. Mr. President, with your permission, I would like to take this moment to address Prime Minister Netanyahu. ראש הממשלה, תודה. ראש הממשלה, עמדת בכל שנות כהונתך, אבל בפרט בשנתיים האחרונות, מול לחצים אדירים. סטיב וויטקוף, שליחו המיוחד של הנשיא טראמפ, שלחם יחד איתך בשוחות על החזרת החטופים, אמר עליך, העבודה הקשה באמת הייתה של ראש הממשלה. הוא זה שהיה צריך לקבל החלטות קשות, עד כמה להיות קשוחים מול חמאס ומתי לגלות גמישות. היו רגעים שחשבתי, כך אומר ויטקוף, שעליכם להתגמש יותר. אבל האמת היא שכעת, במבט לאחור, אני חושב שלא היינו מגיעים לנקודה הזו אם ראש הממשלה נתניהו לא היה פועל כפי שפעל. גם הנשיא שלי, ממשיך ויטקוף, גם הנשיא שלי, אתה אדוני, הנשיא טראמפ, מאמין בכך. הוא מאמין שראש הממשלה נתניהו קיבל החלטות קשות מאוד, והיו אנשים פחות אמיצים שלא היו מקבלים החלטות כאלה. והנה אנחנו כאן היום משום שלחמאס לא הייתה ברירה, כך אומר ויטקוף. הם נאלצו להגיע להסכם הזה. הלחץ היה עצום ולכם יש צבא גדול. התקדמתם משמעותית בשטח וזה מה שהוביל להסכם הזה. כך אומר השליח ויטקוף. אדוני ראש הממשלה, אתמול בדרכו לישראל אמר הנשיא טראמפ שאתה הוא האיש הנכון. בזמן הנכון. ואני גאה לומר כאן, לעיני העולם, שבזכותך הגענו להישגים הרבים שאליהם הגענו. תודה לך, ראש הממשלה. ביום הזה נודה מלב האומה וממעמקי הנפש הלאומית לחיילי צה"ל האמיצים, נודה לחיילי צה"ל האמיצים שהסתערו קדימה כאריות וסיכנו את חייהם כדי להגן על מדינת ישראל. רבים מהם נפלו והקריבו את חייהם למען המדינה שמרכינה את ראשה בפניהם ובפני משפחותיהם השכולות. דמם לא נשפך לשווא, כי בגבורתם ובהקרבתם הם הביאו לרגע הנשגב הזה, ושמותיהם ייוותרו חקוקים לעד בלב האומה. President Trump, you are the president of peace. There was not a single person on this planet who did more than you to advance peace. No one even came close. Your election to the presidency marked a turning point, not only for the United States, but for the entire world. Through your strength of character and unwavering resolve, you brought an end to bloody conflicts in no fewer than 8 regions across the globe. In less than 9 months, you became one of the most consequential presidents in history. You saved countless lives that would have been lost without your leadership. And as our sages teach, whoever saves one life, it is as though he has saved an entire world. You have proven that true peace is achieved through strength, and that only those who are prepared to use force in the present can prevent the need to use it in the future. Mr. President, you, more than any other individual, are deserving of the highest recognition for your efforts in promoting peace. Therefore, I hereby announce that together with our good friend, Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, we will rally speakers and presidents of parliaments from around the world to submit your candidacy for the Nobel Prize, Peace Prize next year. There is no one more deserving than you, President Trump. No one. אדוני הנשיא, אנחנו ניצבים בפני ההיסטוריה ברגע נשגב שיחקק לדורות. זה יום מאוד מרגש לאזרחי ישראל, יום שכולנו ייחלנו לו. בספר ירמיהו משיב השם לרחל המבכה את בניה. מנעי קולך מבכי ועינייך מדמעה, כי יש שכר לפעולתך, נאום אדוני, ושבו מארץ אויב, ויש תקווה לאחריתך, נאום אדוני, ושבו בנים לגבולם. אני מבקש לאחל מכל ליבי החלמה מהירה ושלמה לפצועים ולחטופים השבים. כמה טוב שבאתם הביתה.
How happy we are and how good it is that you are back home.
הנשיא טראמפ, מי ייתן והעושה שלום במרומיו יברך אותך, נשיא השלום, את ארצך ואזרחיה, את משפחתך וכל היקרים לך, ויעשה שלום עלינו ועליכם. May God bless you, President Trump. May God bless the United States of America. And may God bless the state of Israel. תודה רבה וחג שמח. אני מתכבד להזמין כעת את ראש הממשלה, חבר הכנסת בנימין נתניהו, לשאת דברים.
מכובדי הנשיא הרצוג ורעייתו מיכל,
President Herzog and his wife Michal,
מכובדיי הרבים,
and the great honorary guests,
ובראשם
and headed by
ידידנו הגדול,
our great friend,
נשיא ארצות
the
הברית,
President of the United
הנשיא
States,
דונלד ג'יי טראמפ.
Donald J. Trump.
ברוך בואך לירושלים בירתנו הנצחית. ברוך בואך לישראל ביום המרגש הזה שיחקק בתולדות עמנו. וגם אתה הנשיא תחקק בתולדות עמנו. כי כבר נחקקת בתולדות האנושות, אבל אנחנו, כפי שנאמר, זוכרים את ידידינו, ואנחנו יודעים את חלקך החשוב והמכריע להחזרת יתרת חטופינו ביום הזה, שהתבשרנו עכשיו, רק לפני שעה קלה, שכל חטופינו החיים שבו אלינו. איזו התרגשות. כמה חיכינו לרגע הזה,
how long we've waited for
ואנחנו
this
מחויבים
moment,
להחזיר את כולם.
and we have committed
ואני
to
רוצה
return
להודות לך באופן
everyone.
אישי,
And I want to thank you
ובשם האומה
personally
כולה.
and on behalf of the whole
תודה לך,
nation.
הנשיא טראמפ.
Thank you, Mr.
תודה לך.
President Trump. Thank you, Mr. President.
Now, I know that the teleprompters are working well, though I'm not using them. But I'm not sure about the translation. So I'll say words in English. President Trump, the Knesset welcomes you and your distinguished delegation to Jerusalem, our eternal capital. This is your first visit to Israel since you recognize Jerusalem as our capital and moved the embassy here. Thank you, President Trump, for that. There are many other reasons to thank you since your last visit here. Thank you for recognizing Israeli sovereignty over the Golan Heights. Thank you for standing up to the lies against Israel in the United Nations. Thank you for recognizing in your 2020 peace plan our rights in Judea and Samaria, the ancestral homeland of the Jewish people. Thank you for brokering the historic Abraham Accords. Abraham, Eskamei Avraham. Thank you for withdrawing from the disastrous Iran nuclear deal. Thank you for supporting Operation Rising Lion and for your bold decision to launch Operation Midnight Hammer. Boy, is that, you got to hear this. This is the most fitting name ever named for a military operation because a little after midnight, you really hammered them. My friends, this is only a partial list, but it's enough to affirm what I've said time and again. Donald Trump is the greatest friend that the state of Israel has ever had in the White House. No American president has ever done more for Israel. And as I said in Washington, it ain't even close. It's really not a match. Mr. President, today we welcome you here to thank you for your pivotal leadership in putting forward a proposal that got the backing of almost the entire world. A proposal that brings all our hostages home. A proposal that ends the war by achieving all our objectives. A proposal that opens the door to an historic expansion of peace in our region and beyond our region. Mr. President, you are committed to this peace. I am committed to this peace. And together, Mr. President, we will achieve this peace. We've done it before. We've done it before in the Abraham Accords, and we'll do it again. Mr. President, today the Jewish calendar marks the end of 2 years of war. That war began on October 7th, on the Jewish festival of Simchat Torah. You always tell me, and you tell the world, remember October 7th. Mr. President, we remember. We remember the thousands of Hamas terrorists who stormed into our towns and kibbutzim. We remember the 1,200 people Hamas savagely slaughtered in cold blood, including dozens and dozens of Americans. We remember entire families burnt alive as they embraced each other. We remember the beautiful young Israelis brutally gunned down at the Nova Music Festival. We remember the hundreds of our citizens who were dragged into the dungeons of Gaza, including 12 Americans, men and women, young and old, babies and elderly Holocaust survivors. My friends, Mr. President, Donald, these monsters take babies as hostages. In response to this barbaric attack on October 7th, Israel did what it had to do. With indomitable courage, we set out to defend our people, to defeat our enemies, and to release our hostages. Our heroic soldiers fought like lions. They fought on the front lines of civilization and barbarism. Israel achieved amazing victories over Hamas and the entire Iran terror axis. Sinwar, Def, Hania, Nasrallah, Assad, they're all gone. Iran's nuclear weapons and ballistic missile program, with your enormous help, Mr. President, rolled back. Half the Houthi leadership wiped out. But the price of this victory, the price of these victories, has been heavy. Nearly 2,000 of Israel's finest were lost, nearly half in battle. They left behind parents, spouses, siblings, and children. Their love and laughter, their promise and potential were lost forever. To the families of our fallen fighters, many of them are here, I say, I know the depth of your pain. I know the inconsolable grief that will accompany you for the rest of your lives. The state of Israel bows its head in eternal gratitude to our fallen heroes. Because of these heroes, our nation will survive. Because of these heroes, our nations will thrive. And because of these heroes, our nation will have peace. Mr. President, thousands of our brave soldiers were also wounded, suffering terrible blows to body and soul. Brave soldiers like Ari Spitz. Ari is an American. Ari is an American Israeli who was injured Ari is an American Israeli who was injured in Gaza while searching for Hamas terrorists and weapons. 2 of Ari's comrades were killed in this action, and 10 were injured. Ari was presumed dead, but made a miraculous recovery despite losing 3 limbs. Ari, stand up for a minute alone. Stand up. There you go. There. Ari, you are the spirit of Joshua. You are the spirit of David. You are the spirit of the Maccabees. You are the spirit of Israel. I salute you. We all salute you. Sabine Tassa of Kibbutz Netiv HaAsara is watching us today from the Israeli consulate in Los Angeles. Sabine lost her husband and her oldest son on October 7th. She is the mother of 3 other boys. 2 of them, Koren and Shai, witnessed their father jump on a Hamas grenade to save his 2 sons. We all saw the film of those 2 boys crying out in pain, "Father is dead. Why? Why did God save me?" Mr. President, my friend Donald, I've seen some very tough things in my life. But I couldn't bring myself to watch those boys suffering again. So I didn't see this film except once. Yet Sabine, their mother, has had the strength and fortitude to show this film across the world. And my wife Sarah and I asked her, "Sabine, how do you do it? Why do you do it?" And she answered, "I do it to show the entire world the monsters Israel is fighting and the justice of our cause." This is what she's doing once again in Los Angeles. Sabine, you can hear me now. So I want to tell you on behalf of all of us, you embody the spirit of our biblical heroines, Deborah, Ruth, and Esther. You too are the spirit of Israel, and we all salute you. Mr. President, you asked me on our many conversations during the 12-day war with Iran, you asked me, how are the people holding up? And I said to you, our people are strong. Israelis are a nation of lions with unlimited resolve to defend our country and secure our future. The people give strength to our soldiers, and the people give strength to me and to my colleagues. The Jewish people have risen from the ashes time and again, but when we formed the State of Israel and the Army of Israel, we pledged never again would be defenseless against our enemies. And that resolute strength not only assures our survival, it assures our future, it assures peace. We have paid a high price for this war, but our enemies now understand just how powerful and just how determined Israel is. They understand that attacking Israel on October 7th was a catastrophic mistake. They understand that Israel is strong and that Israel is here to stay. And this, Mr. President, is the indispensable foundation of peace. Peace through strength. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a momentous day, a day of great joy as the remaining hostages come home. My wife Sarah and I have met with the hostage families many times. There were no words to describe their agony, only tears of bottomless sorrow and unimaginable pain. At the beginning of the war, I promised to bring all the hostages home. Today, with the indispensable help, the determined and focused help, the unremitting help of President Trump and his team, and with the incredible sacrifice and courage of the soldiers of Israel, we are fulfilling that promise. It has been a long journey to get here. In the first week of the war, our brave soldiers put military pressure on Hamas, and the international community put diplomatic pressure on them. This enabled us to secure the release of over 100 hostages. In heroic rescue attempts behind enemy lines, Israel's special forces rescued 8 live hostages and brought back the remains of dozens more. But as time went on, we all know what happened. The diplomatic pressure was turned on its head. More and more governments bought into Hamas's false propaganda. More and more governments succumbed to anti-Semitic mobs in their own countries. They just turned on Israel. They called for us to surrender to Hamas demands, just leave Gaza immediately, they said, end the war without committing to disarm Hamas, without committing to demilitarize Gaza. Had Israel succumbed to those demands, not only would Sinwar, Nasrallah, Assad, and Iran's missile and nuclear program remain intact. Not only that, because in no time, the Hamas killers would be back on the border fence, ready to repeat the horrors of October 7th again and again, as they vowed to do. But just at that point of maximum pressure on Israel, a man named Donald J. Trump was elected President of the United States. And ladies and gentlemen, overnight, everything changed. Everything.
We felt it right here.
Mr. President, thanks to your unequivocal backing of Israel, we secured a second hostage deal within weeks of your election. And in the months that followed, we worked closely together to forge a path to bring the remaining hostages home and end the war. End the war in a way that ensures the disarming of Hamas, the demilitarization of Gaza, and that Gaza would never again pose a threat to Israel. 2 months ago, you fully backed my decision to send the IDF into the last Hamas stronghold in Gaza City. You shared my view that this military pressure would help free the hostages. And despite all the criticism, all the naysayers, we were right. Hamas caved in. And 2 weeks ago, you succeeded in doing something miraculous. You succeeded in doing something that no one believed was possible. You brought most of the Arab world, you brought most of the world behind your proposal to free the hostages and end the war. I want to thank Steve Witkoff, Jared Kushner, and Ron Dermer for their great contribution to this effort. And I want to thank our negotiating team. I believe that the close cooperation between the two of us, between our two nations, combining Israel's military pressure and President Trump's unmatched global leadership. I have to tell you, I've seen a lot of American presidents. I've seen them all in the time that I've been here, and I've been here quite a lot of time. I've never seen anyone move the world so quickly so decisively, so resolutely as our friend President Donald J. Trump. With our military pressure and President Trump's global leadership, we achieved this historic moment. It's a moment of indescribable joy as our nation embraces our sons who are coming home. Mr. President, this week, Jews around the world are going to read the book of Ecclesiastes, Kohelet, in the Bible. The Bible has many miraculous moments. One of them was your decision to bomb Fordo. I think it was a pivot of history because it wasn't meant only to bomb Fordo. That action and your previous action of taking out Qasem Soleimani, the architect of death, I think that changed the balance of power in the world. You brought America back again to the driver's seat. Now, I said that we're going to read this week the book of Ecclesiastes. It's not a book of action. It's a book of meditations, of thought, a perspective on life and on death. And in this book, we read the immortal words of King Solomon. To everything there is a season, and a time for every matter under heaven. Et milchama ve'et shalom. A time for peace and a time for war. The last 2 years have been a time of war. The coming years will hopefully be a time for peace. Peace inside Israel and peace outside Israel. I look forward to continuing marching with you on the path we paved together with the Abraham Accords. Under your leadership, we can forge new peace treaties with Arab countries in the region and Muslim countries beyond the region. Abraham's children will work together to build a better future, a future that will unite civilization against barbarism, light against darkness, and hope against despair. And my friends, I believe that with President Trump's leadership, this will happen a lot faster than people think. As Prime Minister of Israel, I extend my hand to hold those who seek peace with us. No one wants peace more than the people of Israel. Israel will always remain vigilant in defending itself, and Israel will always remain full of hope. Hope is our national anthem. Hope is our creed. Hope is our strength. It is time, my friends, to realize that hope and expand the circle of peace. Mr. President, thank you for all you have done for us. I have submitted your nomination to be the first non-Israeli recipient of the Israel Prize, Israel's highest award. As to that other prize, just a question of time, you'll get it. But I want you to get the Israel Prize, our highest award, to our greatest friend. When others were weak, you were strong. When others were fearful, you were bold. When others abandoned us, you stood by our side. On behalf of the government and people of Israel, I thank you for your extraordinary friendship. Thank you for helping bring our hostages home. Thank you for supporting Israel's march to victory. Thank you for paving a path to peace. מכובדי נשיא ארצות הברית, ידידי דונלד,
Honorary
ברוך הבא
President,
לישראל,
welcome to Israel.
ברוך הבא לירושלים,
Welcome to Jerusalem.
ברוך הבא ביום המרגש הזה,
Welcome to
שהחיינו
this
וקיימנו
exciting day
והגיענו
that
לזמן
brought
הזה.
us to this day.
May God bless you and your family, Mr. President. May God bless America. May God bless Israel. And may God bless the covenant between our two promised lands. Thank you, Mr. President. But you'll get it in the morning. Thank you.
The President. Where? Come on up, opposition. Come on, opposition.
Yeah, okay. אני מתכבד להזמין כעת את ראש האופוזיציה, חבר הכנסת יאיר לפיד.
Mr. Speaker, members of Knesset, ministers, President Herzog, Prime Minister Netanyahu, distinguished guests, Your Excellency, President Trump. For 2 years, we waited for this moment. 2 years of sleepless nights, 2 years without air in our lungs. Our eyes are filled with tears today, our hearts are filled with gratitude, our children are coming home. In the Babylonian Talmud, a sacred book of the Jewish people, it is written, whoever destroys one life, it is as though he destroyed an entire world, and whoever saves one life, it is though as he has saved an entire world. Mr. President, you have saved the lives of our hostages. But you saved so much more. You have saved the souls of the bereaved whose loved ones now will be brought home for burial. You have saved thousands of soldiers who will now not fall in battle. And you have saved millions from the horrors of war. You have saved more than one life, and each life is an entire world. This is a historic moment, and a reminder that history is shaped by people. It is shaped by those who know the past, but have the vision to change the future. When you were elected, you declared that you would be the president of peace. You have kept your word. The fact that you were not awarded the Nobel Peace Prize is a grave mistake by the committee. But they will have no choice, Mr. President. They will have to award it to you next year. Peace will not come by waiting. It will come by building, by reaching out, and by daring once again to believe. You, Mr. President, have done the unimaginable. We will be eternally grateful. But we also need to take responsibility. The destiny of Israel will always be written by the people of Israel. We must now prove ourselves worthy of what has been achieved. From its founding, Israel has said to the world that our strength, our power, rest upon our values. Israel is the strongest country in the Middle East because we are the only democracy in the Middle East. Because we believe in the principles laid in our Declaration of Independence, which says Israel will ensure complete equality of social and political rights to all its inhabitants, irrespective of religion, race, or sex. It will guarantee freedom of religion, conscience, language, education, and culture. It will safeguard the holy places for all religions. Those are our values. That is who we are as people, as a country. Our neighbors must understand one more thing about us. We are not going anywhere. The Middle East is our home. We are here to stay. Our story did not end in the Bible. It began there. It continues in our laboratories and universities, in our innovation hubs. Hamas, Hezbollah, Iran, and the Houthis, they all read the wrong intelligence reports. The real intelligence report on Israel's intentions is found in the book of Genesis. And I will give you and your descendants after you the land of Canaan for an everlasting possession. We call upon the nations of the Islamic world and all our neighbors, Saudi Arabia, Syria, others. We are here to stay. We can do great things together. Come and talk to us. Mr. President, you are the one who can make it happen as you did with the historic Abraham Accords. Then too, no one believed it was possible. Then too, you imposed your vision on everyone. While others spoke of difficulties, you created opportunity. You can be the one to bring the next wave of peace. The people of Israel support this. They want this. We are ready. And you can later today in Egypt with your unbelievably talented team, my friends, Steve Witkoff, Jared Kushner, Marco Rubio, Pete Hegseth, forge a regional alliance that will change not only the Middle East, but the entire world. After 2 years of war, the peoples of this region should look around and ask themselves, whose situation is better? Those who chose the path of peace or those who chose the path of war? Those who invested in their people, in the education of their children, in science and education and technology, or those who invested in hate and in violence? From here I say to all those who demonstrated against Israel these past 2 years, on the streets of London and Rome, in Paris and in Columbia University. I do not represent the government. As you know, I am the leader of the opposition. And I tell you, then, you were deceived. You were deceived. Propaganda experts, funded by terror money, manipulated you. Now that the war has stopped, you have time and a chance to go and learn the facts. The truth is, there was no genocide, no intentional starvation. The truth is, there was an army and a country fighting in the most complicated conditions imaginable against terrorists who send their own children to die for a follow-up, who use their own children as human shields. The truth is that a democratic state was attacked by a fanatical terrorist organization. 1,200 people were killed in one day, women were raped, babies were burned alive. And all that, on all the while, they played with your minds, selling you the absurd idea that supporting Islamic terror is somehow a liberal value. There is good and evil in this world. When you stand with Hamas, you stand with evil. When you stand with Hezbollah, you stand with evil. When you stand with the Iranian regime, you stand with evil. When you stand with Israel, you stand on the side of justice. Last week I attended the 7th October Memorial Ceremony. An inspirational woman called Galit Dan spoke on stage. Galit had a daughter, Noya, a 13-year-old girl who was autistic like my daughter. And Noya was full of light. She loved Harry Potter. On that dark day, Noya was sleeping at her grandmother's, Carmela's house in Kibbutz Nir Oz. Carmela was 80 years old. Their bodies, grandmother and granddaughter, were found embraced. They were murdered together. On stage at the ceremony, Galit said a sentence that moved us all. We don't want revenge, she said. We want redemption. Today, the redemption begins. Israel has endured 2 terrible years on the battlefield and in the international arena. But in those 2 years, we also rediscovered our own greatness. We remember how good we can be, our pilots who took control of the skies over Iran, our industries leading the world in technology, our civil society, which reached out to help every victim of the war. We will move forward toward a different future. Our heroic soldiers who saved us all will fold away their uniforms and rise as teachers and engineers, scientists and innovators, investors and small business owners. We will never be able to repay the debt to those who sacrificed everything these past years, to those who, as President Lincoln said, gave the last full measure of devotion. We can only be worthy of them, worthy of their sacrifice. Mr. President, allow me to speak also to the businessman in you, the deal maker who understands value. If there were one stock in the world I would invest in today, it is the State of Israel. If there were one nation that deserves unrestricted access to GPU chips, to AI and SMR technologies, to American markets, it is the State of Israel. Israel's future is intertwined with our eternal alliance, our strategic and moral covenant with our greatest friends, the United States of America. This war is over. We will always need to stay vigilant, to guard against those who seek our destruction. But the State of Israel is about to reinvent itself. The challenges ahead demand not only strength, but a new vision. It's time to take a new path, to be a nation that is advanced and thriving and peace-seeking. We have waited for this moment, for the end of the war, for the return of the hostages, for the chance to rechannel our grief and loss into the energy needed to rebuild our nation. Thanks to you, Mr. President. Thanks to our soldiers, our lions. Thanks to the millions of great Israeli patriots who filled the streets and the square and never, not for one moment, gave up on the hostages. Thanks to all of them, the strength within us can now rise, succeed, and build for our future and for our children. Thank you very much. God bless the United States of America. Am Israel Chai.
אני מודה לראש האופוזיציה.
I would like to thank the head of the opposition.
Members of the Knesset. It is now my distinct honor to invite the President of the United States of America, His Excellency Donald J. Trump, to address the Knesset.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much, everybody. It's a great honor. Nice place. Very nice place. Mr. President, Mr. Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, esteemed members of the Knesset and cherished citizens of Israel, we gather on a day of profound joy, of soaring hope, of renewed faith, and above all, a day to give our deepest thanks to the Almighty God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. After 2 harrowing years in darkness and captivity, 20 courageous hostages are returning to the glorious embrace of their families, and it is glorious. 28 more precious loved ones are coming home at last to rest in this sacred soil for all of time. And after so many years of unceasing war and endless danger, today the skies are calm, the guns are silent, the sirens are still, and the sun rises on a holy land that is finally at peace, a land and a region that will live, God willing, in peace for all eternity. This is not only the end of a war, this is the end of an age of terror and death, and the beginning of the age of faith and hope and of God. It's the start of a grand concord and lasting harmony for Israel and all the nations of what will soon be a truly magnificent region. I believe that so strongly. This is the historic dawn of a new Middle East. I want to express my gratitude to a man of exceptional courage and patriotism, whose partnership did so much to make this momentous day possible. You know who I'm talking about. There's only one, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Bibi, please stand up. And he is not easy, I want to tell you. He's not the easiest guy to deal with, but that's what makes him great. That's what makes him great. Thank you very much, baby. Great job. And let me also convey my tremendous appreciation for all of the nations of the Arab and Muslim world that came together to press Hamas to set the hostages free and to send them home. We had a lot of help. We had a lot of help from a lot of people that you wouldn't suspect, and I want to thank them very much for that. It's an incredible triumph for Israel and the world to have all of these nations working together as partners in peace. And it's pretty unusual for you to see that, but it happened in this case. This was a very unusual point in time, a brilliant point in time. Generations from now, this will be remembered as the moment that everything began to change, and change very much for the better. Like the USA right now, it will be the golden age of Israel and the golden age of the Middle East. It's going to work together. I'd like to thank several great American patriots for their invaluable help in getting something done that almost everyone thought was absolutely impossible. We were wasting our time. So many people said, "You're just wasting your time." But we weren't, because we had talented people working with us, and we had people that love your country, and frankly, people that love the region. They love the Middle East. I want to thank my friend Steve Witkoff. You know, Steve was chosen by me. He never did this before, but I knew him as a few things. He was a great businessman, but I know a lot of great businessmen, to be honest with you. He had tremendous negotiating skills, but I know a lot of people that negotiate pretty well, although it is an art. But there are people that can negotiate pretty well. But most importantly with Steve, he's just a great guy. Everybody loved him. Everybody. I mean, I know some negotiators that are so good, but you wouldn't have had peace in the Middle East. It would be in World War III right now with some of these guys. Everybody loves Steve, and they respect him, and they somehow can relate to him. I've known him for many years, and I've seen it over and over again.
להוציא את חבר הכנסת עודה, להוציא אותו מהאולם, להוציא אותו מיד, החוצה, החוצה.
Please expel this Knesset member. Please expel this Knesset member.
להוציא גם את חבר הכנסת כסיף. להוציא את חבר הכנסת כסיף מהאולם.
Expel Knesset member Kasif out of the hall. Please expel him immediately.
Sorry for that, Mr. President.
That was very efficient. So back to Steve. He's But I tell one story because he was so involved, and then we called in Jared. We called it, we need that brain on occasion. We got to get Jared in here. We got to get a certain group of people. But Steve started this all by himself. I call him Henry Kissinger, who doesn't leak, okay? Henry is a big leaker. He leaked. Steve doesn't leak. Steve just wants to get the job done. He wants to do what's right. But I'll give you just a quick story because, as you know, he's working on the war with Russia and Ukraine, a war that would have never happened if I were president. A shame. 7,000 young soldiers a week are being killed. More than that this last week. It's a shame. Should have never happened, but it did happen, and we won the race, and I took over this horrible war that's been raging, and I thought it would be easily settled. I thought it was a hell of a lot easier than doing what we just did very successfully with Israel and a lot of other people. But this came first, and we'll get that one. But I set up a meeting for him to meet with President Putin, thinking it would be a 15 or a 20-minute meeting. Steve had no idea about Russia, had no idea about Putin too much, didn't know too much about politics, wasn't that interested. He was really good at real estate, but he had that quality that I was looking for, and I didn't see it around in too many ways. And I set up the meeting with Putin, and I called. I said, is Steve finished yet? That was about a half an hour into the meeting. No, sir, he's not. He's still inside. This is in Moscow. I said, well, how's he doing? I don't know, sir. He's still inside. I called up an hour later. Let me speak to Steve. Sir, he's still with Putin. He's with President Putin. I said, wow, that's a long meeting, 1 hour. I called up an hour later. He was still with Putin. 3 hours later, he was still with Putin. 4 hours later, he started to get the word that he was going to be coming out soon. And in 5 hours, he came out. I said, what the hell were you talking about for 5 hours? And he says, just a lot of interesting things. We're talking about a lot of interesting things, including what he went in there for, but you can't talk about it for 5. You can talk about it for a certain period of time, and you know what you're getting. But that's a talent. That's a talent where you can do that. Most people I'd send in, number one, they wouldn't be accepted. Number two, if they were, the meeting would last 5 minutes. And that's what happens with Steve. Everybody loves him. They love him on this side. They love him on the other side. And he really is. He's a great negotiator because he's a great guy. So thank you very much, Steve. Very much. And let me also give a very special thanks to someone who truly loves Israel. In fact, loves it so much that my daughter converted. My daughter converted. I didn't know this was going to happen. And Ivanka's here. And Bibi, you do know this was not in the cards for me. You understand that. And she is so happy, and they are so happy. At least I think they're happy. If they're not, we have a big story, right? No, they have a great marriage, and they get along great. They're best friends. They have a very special relationship. But Jared has been so helpful. He really did something very special. He established the Abraham Accords with a group of very wonderful people. I like calling it the Avraham Accords because people that, right? Avraham. It's so cool. It's so much sort of nicer, you know, the Abraham versus the Avraham. I just don't want to sound too sanctimonious when I do it, so, you know, I sort of split it up. This way we keep everybody happy. But we have some very great talent, and they have no excuses for anything that's taken place because we had some unbelievably good people working on this. And then you're going to add a man named Marco Rubio, who is also here. That's right. And I have a prediction that Marco will go down, I mean this, as the greatest Secretary of State in the history of the United States. I believe that. I believe it. And he and I, you know, we really fought it out. You remember, he was tough. He was nasty. Who the hell thought this was going to happen, Marco, right? And now I'm saying he's going to go down as the greatest. He will. He was always smart and sharp, and people respect him. And then we have somebody who's young, but an unbelievable leader. I saw it a long time ago, and he's turned out to be even better than we thought. Right, Susie? I think even better. And that's Pete Hegseth, who is our Secretary of War, formerly Secretary of Defense. And as you know, we decisively won World War I. We decisively won World War II decisively. And everything in between and everything before it, we won everything. And then they had the brilliant idea of changing the name from war, you know, it was war, to defense. And with that went a certain thinking. And we fought in a very politically correct way after that. We always had the strongest military, and now we have a stronger military than we've ever had before. Because of my first term, I've totally rebuilt the military, every aspect of it. But we have, if you think, we settled 8 wars in 8 months. I'm now including this one, by the way, if that's okay. They may say, well, that was quick. Because yesterday I was saying 7, but now I can say 8. The hostages are back. The hostages are back. It is a good feeling. Isn't that nice to say? You know, I just said the hostage. First time I said the hostages are back. It feels so good to say it. But when you settle 8 wars in 8 months, that means you don't like war. Everyone thought I was going to be brutal. In fact, I remember Hillary Clinton during a debate, she said, look at him, he's going to go into war with everybody. And actually, she said, he's got a personality that's all about war. No, and my personality actually is all about stopping wars, and it seems to work. It seems to work. But it also means this name change and our attitude that we're not going to go into a war, but if we do, we're going to win that war like nobody has ever won a war before. We will not be politically correct, but we're not going to be there. And I think, you know, as you mentioned, Bibi, before, peace through strength. And that's what it's all about. The United States has the greatest and most powerful military in the, right now, history of the world. I can tell you we have weapons that nobody's ever dreamt of. I only hope we never have to use them. I rebuilt the military. I was proud to do it, but some of the things I hated to do. I hated certain of the weapons because the level of power is so enormous. It's so dangerous, so bad. But we have to do what we have to do. We make the best weapons in the world, and we've got a lot of them. And we've given a lot to Israel, frankly. And I mean, Bibi would call me so many times, can you get me this weapon, that weapon, that weapon? Some of them I never heard of, Bibi, and I made them. But we'd get them here, wouldn't we? Huh? And they are the best. They are the best. But you used them well. It also takes people that know how to use them. And you obviously used them very well. but so many that Israel became strong and powerful, which ultimately led to peace. That's what led to peace. So as we celebrate today, let us remember how this nightmare of depravity and death all began. 2 years ago, on the eve of the Simchat Torah holiday, thousands of innocent Israeli civilians were attacked by terrorists, and one of the most evil and heinous desecrations of innocent life the world has ever seen, the worst slaughter of Jews since the Holocaust. The cruelty of October 7th struck to the core of humanity itself. Nobody could believe what they were witnessing. The United States of America grieved alongside you, and we mourned for our own citizens who were so viciously taken that day. And to all the families whose lives were forever changed by the atrocities of that day, and all of the people of Israel, please know that America joins you in those two everlasting vows: never forget and never again. From October 7th until this week, Israel has been a nation at war, enduring burdens that only a proud and faithful people could withstand. It was a very tough period of time. For so many families across this land, it has been years since you've known a single day of true peace. But now at last, not only for Israelis, but also for Palestinians and for many others, the long and painful nightmare is finally over. And as the dust settles, the smoke fades, the debris is removed, and the ashes cleaned from the air, the day that breaks on a region transformed, and a beautiful and much brighter future appears suddenly within your reach. This is now a very exciting time for Israel and for the entire Middle East, because all across the Middle East, the forces of chaos, terror, and ruin that have plagued the region for decades now stand weakened, isolated, and totally defeated. A new coalition of proud and responsible nations is emerging, and because of us, the enemies of all civilization are in retreat. Thanks to the bravery and incredible skill of the Israeli Defense Forces and Operation Rising Lion, That's central casting. Let's put him in a movie. Look at him. Great job. And my people loved working with you. Loved it. They worked so well together. But many of Iran's top terrorists, including nuclear scientists and commanders, have been extinguished from this earth. And with Operation Midnight Hammer, boy, that's a great name for that, what we did last June. The United States military flew 7 of those beautiful B-2 bombers. They look so beautiful all of a sudden. They were always, I thought they were pretty planes. I had no idea they could do what they did. In fact, we just ordered 28 more of them. A little updated version. We ordered a whole pile of them. And almost 100 other planes went with them, including fighter jets. And we had 52 tankers, big, beautiful, brand new tankers that were loading them up 4 or 5 times. They've traveled 37 hours back and forth. Think of that. But we had tankers all over the sky for all the other planes. We had the F-22s, the F-35s, F-16s. We had a hell of a lot of planes.
So we had 52 gas stations in the sky. That's what they call them. I'll tell you, I wouldn't want to be flying one of them. We have our great General Raisin Cain right here. General, stand up. This guy, what a general. Thank you. I asked General Cain, I said, you know, we're having problems with ISIS, and I was in Washington, and I asked, how long would it take to defeat ISIS? And my Washington generals told me, 3, 4, maybe 5 years, sir. I said, I don't get it. We got the best equipment in the world. Why? So I flew to Iraq, and I met with a man named Cain. He said, what's your first name? He said, they call me Raisin, sir. I said, wait a minute, your name is Raisin Cain? I've been looking for you for a long time. You gotta be kidding. So they told me 3, 4, 5 years to defeat ISIS. And I sit down with him and I say, why is it? I flew there in the dark of night. I landed, I'll never forget it. It's quite a trip. I'm glad I made it because I met him. I said, could I ask you, General? I come down. He's standing with another general and a sergeant. Everybody was like central casting. They could go into a movie right now. Between him and you guys over here, we could get rich making movies, okay? And they got along so great. That's the beautiful thing, that your military and our military, Bibi, got along so great. But I was told by the television generals in Washington, we have the best equipment in the world. Why is it taking so long? And they said, 4 years. I said, so let me ask you, Raisin, how long would it take you to defeat ISIS? Sir, we can do it in 3 weeks, but you'll probably have some time left over. I said, you gotta be kidding. What the hell are you talking about? They said 4 years. I said, well, sir, look, it's not my place to say, but you're asking me the question. What you have to do is you hit them from the west, you hit them from the north, you hit them from the south, you hit them above, you hit them below. I said, so why didn't they do it? And he didn't want to speak badly of his superiors, which is hard to believe they were his superiors. It should have been the other way around a long time ago, because he's the one that did Operation Hammer. It was flawless. It was flawless. It was absolutely flawless. And I said, so you really think you can do it in 4 weeks? Yes, sir, 100%. You have to do it differently than they were doing it. They were using one base, and it was hundreds of miles away. And he says, we have all these portable bases all over the Middle East. And they didn't want to use them because they didn't want to offend the country where the portable, they wouldn't have even known what the hell the planes were going up, right? They wouldn't have known, but he said, no, they didn't want to defend anybody, offend anybody, but we can do it in 4 weeks. I said, you sure about that? I'm going to call you back. I'll call you back on Monday. I'm going back to Washington. But you think 4 weeks? Yes, sir, I think we can do it in 4 weeks. We'll have time left over. So I call him on Monday. I said, you think you can do it? 4 weeks. I said, go ahead and do it. He did it. I'll tell you, he did it in 4 weeks, less than 4 weeks. So, General, stand up, please. Again, this is a real general. This is not a television general. He doesn't want to go on television. He doesn't want to go on television. I said the other guys love being on television. So we dropped 14 bombs on Iran's key nuclear facilities, totally, as I said originally, obliterating them. And that's been confirmed, and everybody understands it. Together we stopped the #1 state sponsor of terror from obtaining the world's most dangerous weapons. And if you think about it, if we didn't do that, and assuming we made the same deal that we have today, there'd be a dark cloud over this deal. And #1, it wouldn't happen because the other Arab and Muslim nations really wouldn't feel comfortable making the deal that we have now, right? If Iran had that nuclear weapon that they were about 2 months away from having. They would have had it in 2 months or maybe less than that. They were right at, this was our last shot.
They looked at it for 22 years. This was our last shot. The pilots told me that. They said, 22 years, sir. They looked at it. Our predecessors looked. They studied it. 3 times a year would do drills on that exact attack. And boy, did they get it right. But let's assume they didn't, and let's assume there was large-scale nuclear weapons in the hands of Iran. We couldn't be here today. Even if we signed the deal, which we couldn't do because a lot of people would not want to have anything to do with it, we took a big cloud off of the Middle East and off of Israel. And it was my honor to help. But isn't it true, though, that can you imagine the same, let's assume, Bibi, the same documents, we had everything the same, but you had somebody out there that was, in the opinion of everybody, all-powerful in the Middle East. They took a big hit, didn't they? Didn't they take a big hit? Boy, oh boy. They got it from one side, from the other. And you know it would be great if we could make a peace deal with them, and I think that's big. Would you be happy with that? Wouldn't it be nice, I think? Because I think they want to. I think they're tired. Somebody said, sir, they're starting their nuclear program again. I said, let me tell you something. They're not starting anything. They want to survive. The last thing they want to do is start digging holes again in mountains that just got blown up and start. They're not doing it. They want to survive, okay? But I think we have a chance. Steve, you, and I think Jared, come on, I'll call you back for another one. We always bring Jared when we want to get that deal closed. We bring Jared, but Steve, you and Jared and the General and Pete and Marco, you'll get that deal done easy. I think that'll be easy. But first we have to get Russia done. We got to get that one done. If you don't mind, Steve, let's focus on Russia first, all right? We'll get it done. In Lebanon, the dagger of Hezbollah, long aimed at Israel's throat, has been totally shattered. My administration is actively supporting the new president of Lebanon in his mission to permanently disarm Hezbollah's terror brigades. He's doing very well. And build a thriving state at peace with its neighbors, and you're very much in favor of that, I know, and it's good things are happening there, really good things. And with this week's ceasefire, we've achieved the most challenging breakthrough of them all, the most challenging breakthrough maybe ever. I mean, I've never seen anything like it. I've been involved in a lot of success. I have never seen anything like what's going on today all over the world. People are dancing in the streets, not just in Israel. They're dancing in the streets of countries that would have never danced in the street about what's happening today. They're dancing in those streets. So this long and difficult war has now ended. You know, some people say 3,000 years, some people say 500 years, whatever it is. It's the granddaddy of them all. And in an unprecedented achievement, virtually the entire region has endorsed the plan that Gaza will be immediately demilitarized, that Hamas will be disarmed, and Israel's security will no longer be threatened in any way, shape, or form. So Israel, with our help, has won all that they can by force of arms. You've won. I mean, you've won. Now it's time to translate these victories against terrorists on the battlefield into the ultimate prize of peace and prosperity for the entire Middle East. It's about time you were able to enjoy the fruits of your labor. Mr. Opposition Leader. I said he's a very nice opposition leader. I think, no, he's a nice man. Bibi, he's a nice man. Good. He knows what he's doing, right? No, a very nice guy. Well, see, now you can be a little bit nicer, Bibi, because you're not at war anymore, Bibi.
But only by embracing the opportunities of this moment can we achieve our goal of ensuring that the horrors of recent years will never happen again. You don't want to have to go through this again. 8 years ago, I came to this region on a very special first trip abroad as the President of the United States. I came here very early at your request. I addressed the leaders of the Arab and Muslim world gathered in Saudi Arabia and said that it was time to build a future free of the grip of extremism and terror. And interestingly, right now, as soon as I'm finished, I'm quite late. You've kept me quite late between opposition leaders and Bibi's brilliant but very long speech. I thought I was going to run up here, make a speech, and then head to Egypt. It didn't work out, though. And you made a pretty long one, too, sir. But I liked what you all said. It could be worse. Supposing on top of it, I didn't like what you said. That would be no good, Ron, would it? Ron, you did a great job, by the way, Ron. Yeah. So I'm going to be meeting, actually, in a little while, I'm going to be meeting with the most powerful, the richest nations, really, in the world, although now, with the tariffs, the United States is by far the richest nation in the world, as you probably have been reading. But the richest nations, most powerful nations, you know, tremendous, headed by some tremendous people in many cases. Some cases I wouldn't say necessarily I would endorse, but I will tell you, some incredible people that really helped us make this all possible. So I'll be going there. I'll be quite late. They might not be there by the time I get there, but we're going to give it a shot. But the journey we started back then led to the crushing defeat of the ISIS caliphate, to the monumental Abraham Accords, and ultimately to the historic ceasefire this week, in which many of those same nations really played a very pivotal role, I have to tell you. Steve will tell you that. Jared will tell you that. Together, we've shown that peace is not just a hope that we can dream about. It's a reality we can build upon day by day, person by person, and nation by nation. And because of that, the Middle East is finally ready to embrace its extraordinary potential. You have extraordinary potential in this region. It should now be clear to everyone throughout the region that decades of fomenting terrorism and extremism, jihadism and anti-Semitism have not worked. They haven't worked. They've been a disaster. They've just killed. They've killed. They've backfired completely and totally. They've just totally backfired. Everything that you thought, take it worst case, it's turned out to be worse than that. They have not worked. From Gaza to Iran, those bitter hatreds have delivered nothing but misery, suffering, failure, and death. They've served not to weaken Israel, but to annihilate the very forces that did the most to foment this hatred. And it's really, I mean, everybody that's tried it has become irrelevant. Meanwhile, we've seen those nations that set aside their differences, reached across ancient divides, and pursued engagement are now among the most successful in the region. They're getting along with Israel, and they're doing great. And I can tell you the 4 nations that joined the Abraham Accords early on, and you'd all be doing me a favor, and I'm going to be saying this in a little while to some other friends, would love you all to, is this right, Jared? Join up in the Abraham Accords. We have to join up and get together. You can have that whole thing filled out. We had a very weak administration, worst president in the history of our country by far. And Barack Obama was not far behind, by the way. And they did nothing with this incredible document, the Abraham Accords, but now you can fill them up. Now you have peace, you have people that
really like Israel. I'll tell you what, and they like Israel a lot more today than they did even 5 weeks ago. You've made a lot of, you've come back. You've come back strong because it was getting to be a little nasty out there in the world, and ultimately the world wins. You can't beat the world. Or I would say to Bibi, it's now time, and he understood it better than anybody, because ultimately, you know, the world's a very big place. And I've said a lot. I said, this piece of land is very small. It's unbelievable what you've done with that tiny, you look at a map even of just, not the world, the Middle East, and you have this little dot. And think of what you've done. It's incredible. It's incredible. But the world is loving Israel again. And I said to Bibi, you know, the world is big and it's strong. And Ron, ultimately, the world wins. And we don't have to worry about that now. But there was getting to be a period of time over the last few months, you know, the world wanted peace and Israel wanted peace. Everybody did. Everybody did. And what a victory it's been, right? What a victory it's been. If you would have gone on for 3, 4 more years, keep fighting, it was getting bad. It was getting heated. The timing of this is brilliant. And I said, Bibi, you're going to be remembered for this far more than if you kept this thing going, kill. It would be it would not be the same. And I just want to congratulate you for having the courage to say, that's it, we've won. And now let's enjoy our lives and let's rebuild Israel and make it stronger and bigger and better than it's ever been before. We're going to do that. Took a lot of guts. And the choice for Palestinians could not be more clear. This is their chance to turn forever from the path of terror and violence. It's been extreme, to exile the wicked forces of hate that are in their midst, and I think that's going to happen. I've met some people over the last couple of months that want to see it happen very much, and after tremendous pain and death and hardship, now is the time to concentrate on building their people up instead of trying to tear Israel down. We don't want that to happen again. And the total focus of Gazans must be on restoring the fundamentals of stability, safety, dignity, and economic development so they can finally have the better life that their children really do deserve after all these decades of horror. I intend to be a partner in this effort in the sense that we're going to help and we're going to do something that became unbelievably popular. Everybody wants to be on it. It's called the Board of Peace, okay? How about that? Is that a beautiful name? Like a board of peace. The only bad thing from my standpoint, every single nation involved has asked me to be the chair, and I'll tell you, I'm very busy. I didn't count on that, but you know what? If we do it, we'll do it right, and we have unbelievable power and wealth. Because you're going to need wealth. You're going to need wealth to rebuild things. And they have wealth like few people have wealth. I want to thank the Arab and Muslim nations for their commitment that they've made to support a safe rebuilding of Gaza and beyond. I have many Arab countries, very wealthy countries, that came up and said, we'll put up tremendous amounts of money to get rebuild Gaza, and I think that's going to happen. The power, they want dignity, they want to come forward, and they want to say, and I want to say who they are, because what they're doing is going to be, I think, something that you're going to be very impressed with, Bibi, and you need that. You need the kind of economic power that they have, and they want to see it work, and they want to see it be safe, and they want to see it be good for Israel, too. And as much money as it will be, and it's a lot, as you can see, it's a lot. For these countries, it's relatively little relative to their worth. It's really a lot of money, like money like most people could never even conceive, but for these countries it's not that much, especially because it ensures success and stability in the Middle East, which is what they want to see. So many of them will be with us in Egypt in a little while, I think. I'm not sure. They may be gone. They may have taken their Boeing 747s and left. I said, what kind of a plane do you fly? 747. I said, that's a large plane. No, they may have. Steve, do you think they've left on their their brand new Boeing 747s? Or, I don't know. We're going to find out soon. It's going to be a big story. There'll be 2 people left, and they'll be the 2 poorest ones. But it will be the wealthiest and most powerful group of nations. So the group that we have assembled, that's waiting for us, is the wealthiest and most powerful group ever assembled at one time. There has never been a group like this. And they're only looking for good. They want good. They're going to do good. And as those commitments are made, I'm going to let the world know who's doing it, because they really deserve to get the credit. And some of them probably won't want the credit, but they deserve it. It's more obvious than ever that the productive and responsible nations of this region should not be enemies or adversaries. You should be partners and eventually even friends, and that's what's going to happen. I know it. Together you can stand against the forces of chaos. Yeah, you go ahead. That's an important point. Because you can stand against the forces of chaos that threaten all of your interests, and it's always a big threat, and unleash incredible prosperity and opportunity for all the people of these lands, and that's what's going to happen. You're going to unleash numbers and success, the likes of which Israel has never been able to think of, because you're so firm, and you should be, and you've done the right thing in defending yourself. You're not going to have to worry so much about it. You've won, and now you can build, and you can do things that you never even thought possible. When you put that genius into doing something else, it's going to be something it's going to be a miracle. The miracle in the desert, it's going to be amazing. And it already is in a true sense. But it'll be wonderful when you can spend time thinking about other than war and defense and offense also. To that end, it's my firm hope and dream, frankly, that together the Abraham Accords will turn out to be everything that we thought they would. Those 4 countries were very, very brave in doing it. They did it at a very early point, and every single one of them benefits unbelievably financially. And if you noticed, even in this bad period that we just went through, they all remained a member of the Abraham Accords. They've done unbelievably well. And you know who you are, and I want to thank you. And they've stayed because of loyalty, but they've also stayed because it was really good business. They've made a lot of money being members, and you're going to all, I hope that every one of the countries that we're seeking, Jared, I hope they join quickly. No games, no nothing. Just join, get it. It's going to be a great peacemaker. It's really going to bring it together beyond any It's going to be a great peacemaker. It's really going to bring it together beyond any. A year ago was a dead country. I say it to people. I heard it first from the King of Saudi Arabia. I then heard it from UAE. I heard it from Qatar. I heard it from many other countries. A year ago, the United States of America was a dead country. Now it's the hottest country anywhere in the world. It is the hottest. There's no question about it. November 5th, we became hot because people got it. I would say November 5th was a time that we became really hot.
But once you go back a couple of years, if I were in charge and the country was doing what they were, nobody was going to ask me to speak. Nobody asked Joe Biden to come up and speak, I guarantee you that. And if they did, he would have turned them down, I promise you. He didn't speak. He didn't speak, and he didn't speak well. But all of the countries in the Middle East, it could have, what we're doing now, it could have happened a long time ago, but it was strangled and set back almost irretrievably by the administrations of Barack Obama and then Joe Biden. There was a hatred toward Israel. There was an absolute hatred. The setbacks really started when President Obama signed the Iran nuclear deal. This was a disaster for Israel, and it was a disaster for everyone. And I remember that Bibi Netanyahu came to the United States and worked so hard to try and get Obama not to do that deal. He worked so hard. But it was like talking to a wall. I remember him telling me it was like talking to a wall. They wanted to go with Iran. They chose Iran, frankly, over a lot of other good nations, but specifically Israel. And that was the beginning of a very bad period of time. You had Obama go out, and the Iran nuclear deal turned out to be a disaster. And by the way, I terminated the Iran nuclear deal, and I was very proud to do it. Yet even to Iran, whose regime has inflicted so much death on the Middle East, the hand of friendship and cooperation is open. I'm telling you, they want to make a deal. That's all I do in my life. I make deals. I'm good at it. I've always been good at it. And I know when they want. Even if they said, we don't want to make a deal, I can tell you they want to make a deal. All right, they do. They want to make a deal, and we're going to see if we can do something, because this is crazy what's happening, and we're not going to have this anymore. Neither the United States nor Israel bear the people of Iran any hostility. We merely want to live in peace. We don't want any looming threats over our heads, and we don't want to even think in terms of nuclear destruction. It's not going to happen, never will happen. There's nothing that would do more good for this part of the world than for Iran's leaders to renounce terror, stop threatening their neighbors, quit funding their militant proxies, and finally recognize Israel's right to existence. They have to do that. They have to do that. And to Iran, and as you know, this is not said out of weakness. There's no weakness. But I'm going to say this, that we are ready when you are, and it will be the best decision that Iran has ever made. And it's going to happen. It's going to happen. And they're good people. I know a lot of Iranians in the United States. They're good people, smart, hardworking people. They don't want to see what's happened to their country. The story of fierce Israeli resolve and triumph since October 7th should be proof to the entire world that those who seek to destroy this nation are doomed to bitter failure. The state of Israel is strong, and it will live and thrive forever. And that is why Israel will always remain a vital ally of the United States of America. Israelis share our values, field one of the world's most powerful militaries. You really do. You have an amazing, what a job you've done. And have one of the most innovative economies on earth. Those are just a few of the reasons why I'm proud to be the best friend that Israel has ever had. And they all say it in the White House. They all say it. I guess it's true because everybody says it, baby. You said it today. Thank you. But as president, I terminated the disastrous Iran nuclear deal, and ultimately I terminated Iran's nuclear program with things called B-2 bombers. It was swift, and it was accurate, and it was a military beauty.
I authorized the spending of billions of dollars which went to Israel's defense, as you know. And after years of broken promises from many other American presidents, you know that, they kept promising. I never understood it until I got there. There was a lot of pressure put on these presidents. It was put on me too, but I didn't yield to the pressure. But every president for decades said, we're going to do it. The difference is I kept my promise and officially recognized the capital of Israel and moved the American embassy to Jerusalem. Isn't that right, Miriam? Look at Miriam. She's back there. Stand up, Miriam. Stand up. Miriam and Sheldon would come into the office. They'd call me. He'd call me. I think they had more trips to the White House than anybody else I could think of. Look at her sitting there so innocently. She's got $60 billion in the bank. $60 billion. And I think she's saying no more. And she loves Israel, but she loves it, and they would come in, and her husband was a very aggressive man, but I loved him. He was a very aggressive, very supportive of me. And he'd call up, can I come over and see you? I say, Sheldon, I'm the President of the United States. It doesn't work that way. He'd come in, and we'd do. But they were very responsible for so much, including getting me thinking about Golan Heights, which is probably one of the greatest things to ever happen to Israel. Miriam, stand up, please. She really is. I mean, she loves this country. She loves this country. Her and her husband are so incredible. We miss him so dearly. But I actually asked her, I'm going to get her in trouble with this, but I actually asked her once, I said, so Miriam, I know you love Israel. What do you love more, the United States or Israel? She refused to answer. That might mean Israel, I must say. We love you. Thank you, darling, for being here. That's a great honor. Great honor. She's a wonderful woman. She is a great woman. I've always stood for the people of this community, and I always will. I'll always be with you. I'm always going to be with you. I guess maybe something could happen to change my mind. Somebody that's really stupid gets into office and wants to do really bad things, but that's about it. We don't think we're going to have that happen. I hope we're not going to have that happen. And this man is a good man right here. These two men are good men right here. Hey, I have an idea. Mr. President, why don't you give him a pardon? Give him a pardon. Come on. By the way, that was not in the speech, as you probably know. But I happen to like this gentleman right over here, and it just seems to make so much sense. You know, whether we like it or not, this has been one of the greatest wartime presidents. This has been one of the greatest wartime presidents. And cigars and champagne, who the hell cares about that?
All right, enough controversy for the day, right? It's actually, I don't think it's very controversial. So, you know, I mean, I see so popular. You are a very popular man. You know why? Because you know how to win. Over the past 2 years, I've met many of the families of the Israelis taken hostage and those that were taken hostage. Unbelievable. I've looked into their eyes. I've seen the worst nightmares of their suffering, but I've also seen something else, the beautiful love of the people, the love of people, frankly, that hold things together, the love that gives you the courage to carry on through thousands of years of persecution and repression and to emerge with the heart of David. It's the heart of David. It's that love that's defeated the enemies of civilization, built this incredible country and this unbelievable economy, and forged one of the great democracies of the world. That is why it's a true honor to stand here today and address this assembly in your ancient and eternal now capital, Jerusalem. I'm proud to have helped in that regard. This city and this nation stand as living proof that a much brighter future for this entire region is truly within our grasp. For thousands of years, Jerusalem has been a home to Christians, Jews, Muslims, and people of all ethnicities and creeds. This is the holy center of the world's three great Abrahamic faiths. I like that too. Adorned, it's the first time I've seen that word in a while. Adorned with their sacred sites and alive with their pilgrims and visitors from every corner of the globe. But here between the Western Wall, the Temple Mount, and the hill called Calvary, people of every faith and background live, work, pray, serve, and raise their families side by side, and they do it with love. This example is just one of the modern miracles that Israel has given to the world. And just in closing, the leaders in this chamber know better than anyone else the challenges of this harmony, and it's been easily won. No, it hasn't. It has not been. It's been so tough, but it has been, some say, a miracle. What you've done is a miracle. Look at your size. Look at your chances when it all started. And you know, if you think about it, you are safer today, stronger today, and more respected today than at any time in the history of Israel. Think of it. People used to say it wouldn't exist. They don't say that anymore, do they? Yet if safety, security, and coexistence can thrive here in the winding alleys and ancient paths of Jerusalem, then surely peace and respect can flourish among the nations of the broader Middle East. The God who once dwelled among his people in this city still calls us, in the words of Scripture, the turn from evil and do good, to seek peace and pursue it. So he still whispers truth into the hills and knolls and valleys of his magnificent creation, and he still writes hope into the hearts of his children all over the world. And that is why even after 3,000 years of pain and conflict, the people of Israel have never given up from the threats of Zionism, from all sorts of threats. You want the promise of Zion. You want the promise of success and hope and love and God. And the people of America have never lost faith in the promise of a great and blessed future for all of us. From the very first day that modern Israel was founded, we have stood together through thick and thin of setbacks, and through victory and defeat, through glory and heartache. We have built industries together. We have made discoveries together. We have confronted evil together, and we have waged war together. And perhaps most beautifully of all, we have made peace together. And this week, against all odds, we have done the impossible and brought our hostages home.
So now we're going to forge a future that is worthy of our heritage. We're going to build a legacy that all the people of this region can be proud of. New bonds of friendship, cooperation, and commerce will join Tel Aviv to Dubai, Haifa to Beirut, Jerusalem to Damascus, and from Israel to Egypt, from Saudi Arabia to Qatar, from India to Pakistan, from Indonesia to Iraq, from Syria to Bahrain, Turkey to Jordan, the United Arab Emirates to Oman, and Armenia to Azerbaijan, another war that I just settled. We are going to have hope, harmony, opportunity, and happiness here in the spiritual and geographic center of the entire world. That's what you are. Israel, America, and all of the nations of the Middle East will soon be safer, stronger, greater, and more prosperous than ever before. And I want to thank you all once again for this exceptional honor. This has been truly an honor. It's seldom that a president is invited to do this. And I love Israel. I'm with you all the way. You will be bigger, better, stronger, and more loving than ever before. Thank you very much. God bless you. God bless the United States of America. And God bless the Middle East. Thank you, everybody. Good luck. Thank you very much. Thank you.
אני מודה לנשיא ארצות הברית של אמריקה על דבריו. חברות וחברי הכנסת, תם סדר היום. הישיבה הבאה תתקיים ביום שני, כ"ח בתשרי התשפ"ו, 20 באוקטובר 2025 בשעה 16:00. חג שמח ובשורות טובות. ישיבה זו נעולה.
כבוד הנשיאים וכבוד יושב ראש הכנסת.
Okay, fine. I think we're going to hold it up. I don't hold up the signature page, yeah. So we're going to go and I'm going to say a few words. We're giving a little speech, and then we're going to meet with the leaders after that and spend a little time together without the media. The media is invited to the speech. I just want to tell you the people behind me and some of the people in the room that are so helpful, but the people behind me are the greatest leaders, most powerful leaders, the richest leaders, frankly. Sometimes it's not politically correct to say that, but I'll say it, the richest in the world that the world has ever seen. And yet when you get to know them, I know every one of them in their own way, and I can say in particular some, because that's the way life works, but some of the greatest people you'll ever meet, and people that really care for their countries. And why this happened is they all came together and they wanted to get Gaza straightened out. They wanted to get the whole thing straightened out. It got to a point where it was just crazy. And once they got together and once we started talking, it went really, Tamim, it went smoothly. It went so smoothly. You were such a big help, but it went so smoothly that nobody can even believe it, that we're sitting here and getting this all certified out and all done. And everybody's happy about it. Everybody's happy about it, like I've never seen before, actually. I've done other deals and people don't care as much. Big deals, I think they're big deals, but this is something that's taken off like a rocket ship. And it did from the beginning, and I've heard for years, this is the biggest deal, it'll never happen. For years, long before I ran for office, that this is the Middle East. It's the biggest, most complicated deal, and also it's the place that could lead to tremendous problems like World War III. They always talked about World War III would start in the Middle East, and that's not going to happen. We don't want it to start anywhere, actually, but it's not going to happen. So I just want to thank everybody, and I'll see you in a little while. And in particular, thank you all. Thank you, Tamim. Mr. General, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Great job. Great job. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. Okay.
State of leaders, kindly join us at the stage. Please, state of leaders, kindly join us at the stage. Head of states, kindly join us at the stage. Please, all the head of states, kindly join us at the stage.
Mike Keir Starmer of Britain. What are you taking away from these pictures? What is going through your mind right now as they sign what is apparently now the beginning of peace in Gaza?
Well, it really reflects that there is a very strong international and regional keenness on ending this, right? The Gaza war, or the Gaza political development and the Israeli military aggression has impacted the entire world, economically, politically, socially. It's not only a Palestinian issue or a regional issue, it's also an international issue. This is a great breaking point when it comes to the events since October 7. It's a major monument that we cannot deny, seeing these pictures, seeing these global leaders gathering together, ensuring that they're all aligned, that they want to end this conflict. But how sustainable is the long-term future after this peace treaty and this peace summit? Are we ending all the issues that ended up accumulating to leading to the events to October 7 and after everything that happened? I think that's the question we need to look at. We need to look at the legitimacy of a future, a political committee that would be governing a future Gaza. Who would be making the decisions? Who would be nominating these people? Will it be the same people that nominated Tony Blair to be leading or being in charge of that project from the first place?
Zaidon, as you say, many sticking points ahead. There is a lot to unpick in that. What do you think is now the immediate concern? What should we be looking at for the next couple of days, if not weeks?
The immediate concern is the same immediate concern that we've had for years, even prior to October 7. Will Israel follow the peace treaty? Will Israel accept that Gaza can live in a prosperous future where it will not have to live under Israeli military airstrikes? Israel has conflicted against so many peace treaties. The Oslo Treaty was one of the major points that could have led to a Palestinian-Israeli agreement that would have had both sides recognizing each other as neighboring states, and it ended up being completely ignored by the Israeli government. We've had so many negotiations from so many different international institutions warning against the continuity of this genocide, and ended up witnessing that Israel would ignore the warnings, would ignore the deals it had with so many different regional actors, not only towards Gaza and the West Bank. Israel has ignored negotiations and talks with other regional actors and attacked other countries beyond the region.
Nita, I saw you nodding there. You, of course, for people who may not be aware, have spent years and years reporting from the occupied West Bank until you were no longer allowed to do that because of the Israeli government. Is lack of trust in the Israelis the biggest issue right now?
Indeed, because you want a political will before you would go into a treaty with someone, before you would believe that that government is willing to let you self-govern or has the intention of making peace with you. But we're talking about peace, which is a very further point from where we are right now. Right now, we are talking about phase 1 of ceasefire that still has not finished. We are talking also about the bodies of Israeli captives that should be handed over in exchange. We should be receiving bodies of Palestinians whose bodies have also been confiscated as a policy that Israel has been using for decades, inflicting pain and misery on Palestinians, as well as using these bodies as a bargaining chip. So again, we are talking about phase 1. Yes, Trump has been saying we are going to start phase 2 discussions.
At this historic milestone where we all together have witnessed the reaching of Sharm el-Sheikh agreement on ending war in Gaza and the birth of a glimpse of hope that such deal ends an agonizing chapter in the history of mankind and opens the door, ushering in a new era of peace and stability in the Middle East.
ويمنح شعوب المنطقة
The deal offers
التي أنهكتها الصراعات غد أفضل
a better tomorrow to the conflict fatigue that strained regional populations. And
والذي
now
ساهمت جهوده في إنهاء الصراع وتحقيق الأمن والتنمية في منطقتنا
receive the valorous
بل وفي
peace
العالم
leaders
اسمحوا لي
that attained
أن
peace
أدعو
in the
فخامة
entire
الرئيس
world. Allow me
الأمريكي دونالد
to
ترامب
invite His
إلى الانضمام إلى
Excellency,
قادة
the
العالم
American
الداعين
President
إلى
Donald
السلام.
Trump, to join the peace lovers leaders. Leaders who advocate for peace in the world.
وأود
أن
And
أعرب عن
I would
تقديرنا
like
البالغ
to
لكم
express
وقيادتكم
our
الحكيمة لتلك
profound
المسيرة في ظل
appreciation
ظرف بالغ الدقة
to
بما انعكس
Your
في
Excellency
طرح
at
خطتكم
this critical
لإنهاء
circumstance
هذه الحرب
reflected in your
المأساوية
proposed plan for ending
والتي
this
خسرت معها
tragic
الإنسانية
war, a
الكثير.
war during which humanity
وأود أن
incurred
أشكر
significant
شركائنا
losses. I
في
would
الولايات
like
المتحدة
to thank
وتركيا
our
وقطر
partners in
على جهودهم
United
المخلصة.
States, Turkey and Qatar
وأعيد
for
التأكيد
their
على دعمنا
dedicated efforts.
وتطلعنا
And I
لتنفيذ
reiterate
هذه
our
الخطة
support and
بما
aspiration to
يخلق
the
الأفق
execution of
السياسي
this
اللازم
plan, creating the essential
لتنفيذ حل
political
الدولتين
horizon for the
باعتباره السبيل
implementation of
الوحيد
the two-state
نحو
solution,
تحقيق
for
الطموح
it is the only
المشروع
pathway to the
للشعبين
fulfillment of the
الفلسطيني
legitimate ambition of both
والإسرائيلي
Palestinian
في
and
طي صفحة
Israeli
الصراع
peoples,
والعيش بأمان.
turning over the conflict page
لقد
and safely
أثبتتم
live.
فخامة الرئيس
Excellency President,
أن
you
القيادة
have
الحقيقية ليست في
demonstrated
شأن
that genuine
الحروب
leadership
وإنما
doesn't
في
mean
القدرة
war
على
waging,
إنهائها.
rather the ability
ونحن
to
على
bring it to a
ثقة
halt.
في
We
قيادتكم
trust
لتنفيذ
your
الاتفاق الحالي
leadership that is capable
وتنفيذ
to carry
خطتكم
out the current deal
بكافة
and to
مراحلها.
execute your
فخامة
entire
الرئيس،
staged plan. Excellency
فلتكن حرب
President,
غزة
let
آخر
Gaza war
الحروب
be the
في
last
الشرق
of
الأوسط.
wars in the Middle East.
أصحاب الجلالة والفخامة
Majesties,
والسمو،
Excellencies and Highnesses,
لقد دشنت مصر مسار
Egypt
السلام
launched
في
peace
الشرق
trajectory
الأوسط
in the Middle East
قبل ما يقارب نصف قرن،
nearly half a century
وتحديداً
ago, specifically
في نوفمبر
in
عام
November
1977
1977.
عندما أقدم الرئيس
When the
أنور
late
السادات
President Anwar
رحمه الله
Sadat, may God shower
بخطى
him with
ثابتة
his
غير
mercy,
مسبوقة
took
في
unprecedented
تاريخ
steady
المنطقة
moves in the
وبادر
history of the
بزيارة
region and
تاريخية إلى
initiated
القدس.
the historic visit to
ومنذ تلك
Jerusalem.
اللحظة
Since
أطلقت
that
مصر عهدا
moment, Egypt
جديدا
has established a new
عهد
era,
الأجيال
granting
اللاحقة
posterities
فرصة
a
للحياة
chance for life,
وأثبت أن أمن
and
الشعوب
proved that
لا
people's
يتحقق بالقوة
security is
العسكرية
not
فقط.
only realized by
واليوم
military force.
تعيد مصر
Today,
التأكيد
Egypt
ومع
along
شقيقاتها
with
العربية
its
والإسلامية
sisterly Arab and Islamic
على أن
states
السلام يظل
reiterate
خيارنا
that peace
الاستراتيجي
remains our
وأن
strategic
التجربة
option.
أثبتت على
Experience
مدار
showed
العقود
over the
الماضية
past decades
أن هذا الخيار
that this
لا
option
يمكن أن
cannot be
يتأسس
founded
إلا على العدالة
except through
والمساواة في
justice and
الحقوق.
equal rights.
من هذا المنطلق
Based on this,
وإذا كانت شعوب
and
المنطقة وما
if the
زالت
whole regional populations
تنعم
have always
جميعها
been
بحقها في
relishing the
دولها
right
الوطنية
to their
المستقلة
independent nations,
فإن الشعب
the
الفلسطيني ليس
Palestinian
استثناء
people is not an
هو أيضا
exception.
له حق
They too have the
فأن
right
يقرر مصيره
to
وأن
self-determination
يتطلع
and
إلى
to
مستقبل
aspire for a
لا
future
يخيم عليه
where
شبح
war
الحرب
doesn't loom over.
وحق في أن
Own
ينعم
the right
بالحرية
to enjoy
والعيش في
freedom
دولته
and to live in
المستقلة
their
دولة
independent state.
تعيش
A
جنبا إلى
state
جنب
that lives
مع
side by
إسرائيل
side with
في
Israel
سلام
in
وأمن
peace,
واعتراف
security and
متبادل.
mutual recognition.
إن السلام
Peace
لا تصنعه
is not
الحكومات
only
وحدها
crafted by governments
تبنيه
but
الشعوب.
also by
حين
built
تتيقن
by peoples
أن
when
خصوم
they
الأمس
realize that
يمكن أن
yesterday's
يصبحوا
rivals could be
شركاء الغد.
tomorrow's partners.
وأنني إذ أغتنم
I
هذه
avail
المناسبة
this opportunity
لأتوجه بنداء إلى شعب
to
إسرائيل
appeal
وأقول
to the Israeli people.
فلنجعل
I
هذه
say,
اللحظة
let us
التاريخية
turn this historic
بداية
moment
جديدة
into a new
لحياة
beginning
تسودها
of
العدالة والتعايش
justice
السلمي.
and peaceful
دعونا
coexistence
نتطلع
prevalent life.
لمستقبل
Allow us to
أفضل
look
لأبناء
forward together
بلادنا
to a better future
معاً.
for the sons of
مدوا
our
أيديكم
nations
لنتعاون في
together.
تحقيق
Stretch
السلام
out our
العادل
hands for our
والدائم
cooperation
لجميع شعوب
towards a
المنطقة.
just and durable peace for the entire
فخامة
regional
الرئيس ترامب،
populations. Excellency
علينا أن
President Trump,
نتوقف عند
let
مشاهد
us
الارتياح
pause
والسعادة
at the scenes of
التي
overwhelming
عمت
relief
سواء
and
في شوارع
happiness,
غزة
whether
أو
down the
الشارع
streets in
الإسرائيلي
Gaza or
أو في
in
العالم
Israel
كله
alike or
على حد
in the
سواء
entire
عقب
world
التوصل
after reaching
لاتفاق إنهاء
the
الحرب
war-ending
بفضل
agreement.
مبادرتكم
Thanks to your
الحكيمة.
wise
فهي
initiative,
دليل آخر
it is another
على أن الخيار
evidence to the
المشترك للشعوب
people's
هو السلام.
option
كما
is
نقدر لكم
peace. We
اهتمامكم
value
باستعادة
as
الحياة في
well
غزة
your interest in
وستعمل مصر
resuming life in
مع
Gaza.
الولايات
Egypt will
المتحدة
work with the United
وبالتنسيق
States
مع كافة
and in
الشركاء
coordination with
خلال
all
الأيام
partners
القادمة
during the
على
forthcoming
وضع
days
الأسس
to lay
المشتركة
down the common
للمضي
grounds
قدما
for
في
proceeding
إعادة الإعمار
towards the strict
للقطاع
reconstruction without delay. In this context, we are willing to host early recovery, reconstruction and development conference. And to give hope to the Palestinians on their lands. Peace cannot be completed until hands are extended for rebuilding in the aftermath of devastation. Majesties, Excellencies, and Highnesses, we look ahead to a bright future to our region. as its cities are built on hope rather on burying the memories of its inhabitants under the rubble. We have a unique and historic opportunity at hand. It might be the last to come to a Middle East free from whatever menacing its stability and progress, a Middle East where its populations relish peace and decent existence within its secured borders and safeguarded rights, a Middle East that is invincible to terrorism and radicalization, a Middle East free from mass destructive weapons. This is the very new Middle East that Egypt envisions to be embedded in collaboration with regional and international partners. Today's agreement paves the way for that, and it should be cemented and implemented in all its stages, and to reach the implementation of the two-state solution, ensuring our joint vision exemplifying coexistence among the regional populations, even exemplifying integration among all its states. Honorable attendees, before I conclude my speech, and in appreciation to President Donald Trump's efforts, I would like to declare before the august attendees Egypt's decree to decorate His Excellency with the Order of the Nile, the highest state honor among Egyptian decorations. It is awarded to heads of states and to those who render great services to humankind. Thank you all. Now I invite the honorable guest to deliver his speech. Excellency President Trump, kindly proceed. The floor is yours.
Well, thank you very much, and that was a great honor. I appreciate it very much, Mr. President. Mr. General, Mr. President, great General, great President, thank you very much. This is the day that people across the region and around the world have been working, striving, hoping, and praying for. They have done things over the last month that I think were really unthinkable. Nobody thought this could happen. With the historic agreement we've just signed, those prayers of millions have finally been answered. As you know, the hostages have been returned, and further work goes on having to do with the, sadly to say, bodies. Together we've achieved what everybody said was impossible. At long last, we have peace in the Middle East, and it's a very simple expression, peace in the Middle East, and we've heard it for many years, but nobody thought it could ever get there, and now we're there. I want to congratulate everybody sitting in these first few rows and standing behind me. I don't know why they chose to stand, but I promise I'll make it short, okay? We are not going to keep you standing for long. These are great leaders. After years of suffering and bloodshed, the war in Gaza is over. Humanitarian aid is now pouring in, including hundreds of truckloads of food, medical equipment, and other supplies, much of it paid for by people in this room. Civilians are returning to their homes. The hostages are reuniting. I mean, it's beautiful. I'm just watching it backstage. The level of love and sorrow, I've never seen anything like it. It's amazing when you see they haven't seen their mother, their father. They haven't seen them in such a long time, and they lived in a tunnel, a very little tunnel, very deep, and the level of love is just incredible. It's a beautiful thing to see. It's, in one sense, it's so horrible that it could have taken place, but in another sense, it's so beautiful to see. A new and beautiful day is rising, and now the rebuilding begins. The rebuilding is maybe going to be the easiest part. I think we've done a lot of the hardest part, because the rest comes together. We all know how to rebuild, and we know how to build better than anybody in the world. I want to express my tremendous gratitude to the Arab and Muslim nations who helped make this incredible breakthrough possible. And you really did. To President El-Sisi of Egypt, who is so generously hosting us today. And I want to thank you for the outstanding job your country is doing in so many different ways, and for helping us so much with this peace agreement. I also want to thank the President for the escort of 6 fighter jets. So we looked out the window. We said, I hope they're friendly, and they turned out to be very friendly. But we had 3 on each side, and they are beauties right out of the great, really American manufacturing hub. We make the greatest military equipment in the world. We have the strongest military in the world by far. And I knew exactly what those planes were, and I knew exactly how much you paid for those planes, too. You paid a lot, but you got a pretty good deal. And they are great planes, and we just appreciate it. That was quite an escort in. That was very impressive. But Air Force One was really, it was covered with Egyptian desert just a few months ago. If you think about it, just a few months ago it was Egyptian desert, and now it was just a few feet off our window. And it was a spectacular sight, and I appreciate it very much. Really, that was pretty good. You got our people by surprise. I don't know if they were thrilled right at the beginning, but they were thrilled as we sailed along very, very calmly and safely. And I'm deeply honored to receive from you, Egypt's highest state honor, the Order of the Nile. The Nile is so beautiful, so magnificent. It's such a beautiful title, the Order of the Nile. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Appreciate it. Great honor. I also want to give a very special thanks to the Emir of Qatar, a man who's outstanding. He's been a friend of mine for a long time, long before politics, and he's a fantastically respected man. His Highness Sheikh Tamim is respected by everybody. He's respected by everybody, and in the most positive way, not only because of power, because of his heart. He's got a tremendous heart, and he's a great leader, and his country loves him. Thank you very much for being here. It's an honor. Let me also express our condolences to the Qataris on the tragic car crash that claimed the lives of your cherished diplomats, some of whom were known by our people, and they were supposed to be incredible people. So please extend our sorrow and best wishes. That was tough. That was really tough. On this extraordinary occasion, I also want to give our sincere thanks to President Erdogan of Turkey. He's always there when I need him. He's such a tough guy. He is tough as you can be, but we love him. And when they have a problem with you, they always call me to handle it. And usually I come through. We just have a good relationship, but we have from the beginning. And so I want to thank you very much and say hello to your wife, your beautiful wife. And it's great to be with you. Always there. When I need him, he's always there. Thank you very much, Mr. President. And I also want to thank, I just spoke to him on the phone, His Royal Highness Crown Prince Mohammed, Saudi Arabia, a special friend of mine. Boy, he's come so long and so far, and he's doing a fantastic job for his country. And I want to just thank him. And, His Highness Sheikh Mohammed of the United Arab Emirates is here. Where? He's here someplace. Well, oh, he's not here, but he's here in spirit, I can tell you that. And he's been another one. He's been absolutely incredible, and we appreciate it very much. And His Majesty King Abdullah of Jordan, and thank you very much, King Abdul of Jordan. He's here. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. And you really have been a great help, we appreciate it. Appreciate it. Prime Minister Sharif of Pakistan, and also I have to say my favorite Field Marshal from Pakistan, who's not here, but the Prime Minister is here, and you're going to give his regards. Where are you? There you go. Thank you very much. Do you want to say what you said to me the other day? Come, would you like to say what you said the other day? I think it was so nice. Please.
Thank you very much, my dear President Trump, my dear brother President Fadil Sisi of Egypt, Majesties, Highnesses, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum, and a very good evening. Well, I would say today is one of the greatest days in contemporary history, because peace has been achieved after untiring efforts. Efforts led by President Trump, who is genuinely a man of peace, who has relentlessly and untiringly worked throughout these months, day in and day out, to make this world a place to live with peace and prosperity. I would say that Pakistan had nominated President Donald Trump for Nobel Peace Prize for his outstanding, extraordinary contributions to first stop war between India and Pakistan and then achieve ceasefire along with his very wonderful team. And today, again, I would like to nominate this great president for Nobel Peace Prize because I genuinely feel that he is the most genuine and most wonderful candidate for Peace Prize because he has brought not only peace in South Asia, saved millions of people, their lives. And today, here in Sharm el-Sheikh, achieving peace in Gaza is saving millions of lives in the Middle East. Mr. President, I would like to salute you for your exemplary leadership, visionary leadership. And I think that you're the man this world needed most at this point in time. World would always remember you as a man who did everything, went out of the way to stop 7 and today 8 wars. I would like to thank my very dear brother, Sheikh Tamim. He's Akh al-Shakik, who has really worked very hard along with others to achieve peace in this region. My very dear brother, President Tayyip Erdogan, His Majesty, King Abdullah, and of course my very dear brother, Mohammed bin Zayed of UAE, and of course my very dear brother, Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia. And he has also been very, very helpful and contributed very valuably in this wonderful peace process. Ladies and gentlemen, I wouldn't want to take more of your time. Suffice it to say, had it not been for this gentleman, not only, who knows, India and Pakistan are both nuclear powers. Had he not intervened along with his wonderful team, during those 4 days, the war could have escalated to a level. Who would have lived to tell what happened? And similarly, here in this part of the world, in the Middle East, Mr. President, your valuable contribution along with President Sisi, I think history will remember in golden words. I wouldn't say more, except God bless you, God give you long life to serve like this for all time to come. Thank you very much. Very kind.
Wow, I didn't expect that. Let's go home. There's nothing more I have to say. Goodbye, everybody. That was really beautiful and beautifully delivered. Wow, thank you very much. Also with us is President Prabowo, a very incredible man, of Indonesia. President, come here. Great job. President Abbas of the Palestinian Authority. See, we have them all. We have them all. Good. Great. It's good to have you. and so many others. I really have a list here. This first 3 rows and what's standing behind me, I don't know why they chose to stand, but that's there. They're going to be very famous tomorrow, all of them. We have the Arab League is represented by His Excellency, and thank you very much for being here. Thank you very much. We have Armenia, and Azerbaijan. That's a little war that we stopped. That's a little war. There they are. Look at them. They're sitting. When I met with them, it was in the Oval Office. They fought for like 31 years or some crazy number. And they had one sitting on that side of the Oval Office, one sitting. By the time we finished in 1 hour, they were both hugging each other. And now they're friends and they're getting along great. Look at it. So I want to thank you both. That's incredible. Really incredible. So you have Armenia and you have Bahrain, you have Canada. It's so great to have, in fact, the president called and he wanted to know if it's worthwhile. He knew exactly what it was. He knew the importance. Where's Canada, by the way? Where are you? Where are you? He knew the importance of this. He said, I want to be there. So many people have done that, they called. I mean, they heard about it. And these are not people that can do that very easily. They have pretty big schedules to put it in. The most powerful people. And I appreciate you being here very much, Mr. President. Fantastic. Fantastic. And Cyprus, Egypt, the European Union, it's a lot of countries. France, thank you very much, Emmanuel. I would imagine Emmanuel standing someplace behind me. Where is he? I can't believe it. You're taking a low-key approach today. He's my friend. That's great. Good job. Thank you very much, Emmanuel. Germany, the new Chancellor of Germany he's easy to spot because he's very tall and he's very smart and he's doing a fantastic job for his country. Appreciate it very much. And congratulations, a big election. That was a big one. That was going to change things. Greece, we have Greece. We have Hungary. Oh, Victor, where's Victor? Victor. We love Victor. Victor, I call him. You know, I put the little accent on it. You are fantastic, all right? I know a lot of people don't agree with me, but I'm the only one that matters. You are fantastic. He's a great leader. I endorsed him the last election he had, and he won by 28 points. So you're going to do even better this time. You have another election, and you're going to do great, and we appreciate it. And we're behind you 100%. That's Hungary. India is a great country with a very good friend of mine at the top, and he's just done a fantastic job. And I think that Pakistan and India are going to live very nicely together, right? That's not a very, they are. And they're two great, I'd say, leaders, great leaders as far as I'm concerned. Indonesia, we covered, and I just want to say that that's a big country, a powerful country. It does unbelievably well, and it's great to have you. Iraq, we have Iraq with lots of oil. They have so much oil, they don't know what to do with it. That's a big problem when you have so much, you have no idea what to do with it. So thank you very much thank you very much. Italy, we have a young woman who's, I'm not allowed to say it because usually it's the end of your political career if you say it. She's a beautiful young woman. Now, if you use the word beautiful in the United States about a woman, that's the end of your political career, but I'll take my chances. Where is she? There she is. You don't mind being called beautiful, right? Because you are. Thank you very much for coming. We appreciate it. She wanted to be here, and she's incredible, and they really respect her in Italy. She's a very successful politician. We have Norway. Oh, Norway. Norway. What happened, Norway? What happened? Where's Norway? Where is he? We have Johnny. We're going to the World Cup. I can tell you that. Where's Norway? I don't think he wants to stand. Oh, he's back there. Well, we have Norway. Oman. Again, we have Paraguay. We have really fantastic representative from Saudi Arabia. Thank you very much. I'll tell you what, and this time we'll get you the best seat. He always gets the best seat. He deserves the best seat. But what a great place it is. Spain. Where's Spain? Are you guys working on him with respect to the GDP? We'll get close. We'll get close. But fantastic job you're doing. And UAE, which is great. United Kingdom. Where's United Kingdom? Where's my friend? Come here. Is everything going good? Very good. That's very nice of you here. These people all came in like 20-minute notice, and I think it's fantastic. And we have so many others, and just so many others. And it's such a compliment to what we're doing, because what we've done is something very unique and very special. So it's perhaps the wealthiest and most powerful group of nations ever assembled at one time, which is a big thing. We have achieved together in recent days a change that really is historic, and it's going to be remembered forever. And I want to thank the American team for their amazing work, and I want to thank, I think he'll go down as the greatest Secretary of State in the history of our country. I really believe that, Marco, or I wouldn't say it. Marco Rubio, I wouldn't say it. Maybe I would. You're doing a great job. I'll tell you, he's on course to do it. We've done a lot of work in 9 months. We've done a lot of work. I say that, 1 year ago, a little more, but 1 year ago, America, the United States of America was a dead country. The king told me, and I use that, he said, sir, 1 year ago it was a dead country. Today you have the hottest country anywhere in the world, and it is. It's the hottest country. So many investors are here. We have over $17 trillion being invested in the United States, which is a record that nobody has ever beaten. I don't think anybody will. And we still have 4 months to go before it's a year. So in 8 months, we have over 17 trillion. We're actually very close to $18 trillion. There's never been, as an example, the previous administration had less than $1 trillion over 4 years. We have, we're close to breaking $18 trillion in 8 months. That's pretty amazing. No country's ever done that. I want to also thank Special Envoy Steve Witkoff and my son-in-law and a great guy, Jared Kushner. And I even have my daughter here, Ivanka. Ivanka, please stand up. Ivanka's here. Wow. Thank you. Thank you, Ivanka. We have a great team, and we have, as you know, General Raisin Kane. We have John Radcliffe. We have Tom Barrack. We have really a lot of good talent. We have Pete Hegseth, who's now Department of War as opposed to Department of Defense. We made a little change. Somehow I like the name better, so do you, so do a lot of people. But the momentous breakthrough that we're here to celebrate tonight is more than the end of the war in Gaza. It's with God's help. It'll be the new beginning for an entire beautiful Middle East. From this moment forward, we can build a region that's strong and stable and prosperous and united in rejecting the path of terror once and for all. We want to get rid of the terror and get on to other things. There are many other things in life that are so good. The final sprint to this deal began less than 3 weeks ago on the sidelines of the United Nations in New York. I met with many of the people in this room, and it all just started coming together. I've known so many of you for so long. You're friends of mine. You're great people. I have a couple I don't like in particular, but I won't tell you who. I have actually a few of them I don't like at all, but you'll never find out who they are. Well, maybe you will, come to think of it. But I have most of you who I like a lot, and I respect a lot. Maybe that's more important. We listened, and we exchanged ideas, and we kept pushing forward until the job was done, and the first steps to peace are always the hardest. And today we've taken them, and we've put them all together, and we've come up with this beautiful mix like nobody thought was possible. And as you know, I've just come from Israel. It was an amazing day to watch the hostages come in, and to watch all of the other things and do all of the other things that we did. And like all of us here this evening, the Israeli people are overjoyed that the war has ended. Many of you have had dancing in the streets. They had dancing in the streets. And they've been dancing for weeks now once they heard about this and they heard that it was even a possibility. They're elated at the arrival of the hostages and excited to begin this new chapter for the entire region, and it's going to be that, and they are going to be great partners, and I hope everybody's going to join the Abraham Accord. I like to say the Avraham. I love Avraham, but somehow it doesn't sound as good when I say it as it does when some of my other friends say it who are from the region. But we're going to get a lot of people joining the Abraham Accords. We have the four great nations that did it early on, and they stayed with it. And then you had the Biden administration, which is the worst administration in the history of our country, and obviously they did nothing on that and anything else. And so it stayed at four, and now a lot of people, even today, they're talking about all joining up. So many people have talked to me about that, and it's going to be a great tribute to really the United States. I mean, the United States has worked very hard in the Middle East, so it would be a tribute to us and to Jared and to Steve and to all of the people, Marco, all of the people that have worked so hard on that. And it really is going to it's going to guarantee that it all stays together. You're going to do well, because the four nations do very well. I mean, they do extremely, they're wealthy, but they're a lot wealthier because of it. So I hope everybody's now joining up. Now we have no excuses. We don't have a Gaza, and we don't have an Iran as an excuse. That was a good excuse, but we don't have that anymore. All the momentum now is toward a great, glorious, and lasting peace. And our commitment to fulfilling the 20-point plan we developed together will be the crucial foundation for achieving that bright future. And it's being worked on right now as we speak. And we're actually in stage 3 and 4. It's not going to be, just divided down so simply. We can be long advanced on some of the things that we say we're going to do. We can take them out of order in a positive way. And we've shown how it can be done with responsible nations like the people in this room, these incredible people in this room, setting aside their differences, seeking common ground, and pursuing a better world for all of us. And that spirit's my dream, that we all get together and enjoy our life. And we're going to put some of you on the Board of Peace. Everybody wants to be on the Board of Peace. They said, would you be the chairman? I say, I'm pretty busy too. But whatever we can do to have peace in the Middle East, it's worth it. But everybody wants to go on the Board of Peace, so we're probably going to enlarge it. We're going to get, and the leaders, the top people, the top leaders, they want to be on the Board of Peace. A beautiful term. At first I wasn't sure, and then I realized how beautiful it is. And for the people of Gaza, the focus now must be on restoring the basics of a good life. We're going to have a lot of money coming into Gaza and a lot of rebuilding and building. It's not so much rebuilding, it's really building, cleaning up and building. And I'm pleased to announce that numerous countries of great wealth and power and dignity have come forward to me just today and over the last week to say they want to help in the reconstruction of Gaza, putting up whatever money is necessary. And the money is, of course, it's a lot of money, but it's not much compared to the value or the wealth of these tremendous countries, and they are ensuring stability and success in the Middle East. So when you think about it, it's a very, very small amount of money is necessary, relatively speaking. And as those commitments are made, I'm going to let the world know who is doing it, because they really deserve great credit for doing it, and they're going to do something that's really monumental. This is a monumental day. This is a monumental moment in the history of the world beyond the Middle East. We've all agreed that supporting Gaza must be done to lift up the people themselves, but we don't want to fund anything having to do with bloodshed, hatred, or terror, as has happened in the past. And for the same reason, we're also agreed that Gaza's reconstruction requires that it be demilitarized and that a new, honest civilian police force must be allowed to create a safe condition for the people in Gaza. As I said earlier, I intend to be a partner in securing a better future. We're going to be working, you're going to be working with the United States, and we're going to make sure that the Middle East is going to be a safe and secure place. It's a very important place in the world, means so much. There were so many people who said the Middle East, and this has been going for many, many decades. I've read it many times, that World War III will begin in the Middle East. It's not going to happen. That's not going to happen. There was a time that you would have thought it could have, but it's not going to happen. There won't be World War III, hopefully, at all. but it's not going to start in the Middle East. We're not going to have a World War III if we're smart. There'll never be a World War III. Our work begins right here and right now. From ancient times, this region has been extraordinarily mixed with respect to people, culture, religions, all of the different elements of national characters, unlike maybe anywhere else on earth. And for 3,000 years, there's been conflict. For whatever reason, there's been tremendous conflict, always conflict. But today, for the first time anyone can remember, we have a once-in-a-lifetime chance to put the old feuds and bitter hatreds behind us. And that's why so many people in this room, they didn't get along. Some did, some didn't, but they're getting along now. This has brought the people together. This is the first time the Middle East crisis has brought people together as opposed to driving them apart. And to declare that our future will not be ruled by the fights of the generations past, which is foolish. So together, let us continue in the spirit of cooperation and goodwill that has finally brought us to this incredible, historic breakthrough. If we do together, we will reach the Middle East's incredible destiny, a safe and prosperous and beautiful crossroads of culture and commerce, faith in humanity and geographic center. This will be the geographic center of the world. So I just want to thank everybody for being here. I want to thank you all for what you've done and for this quick notice. It all came together just at one little period. It just came together. It's the greatest deals happen that way. If you do anything about deals, that's all I've done all my life is deals. The greatest deals just sort of happen. And that's what happened right here. And maybe this is going to be the greatest deal of them all, not just nation building, not just having to do with this or the political whims. This will be maybe the greatest deal of them all, period. And I want to thank all of you and all of these great nations and this region for what it's gone through and all of the fights it's had, or life over death and hope over strife and harmony over hatred. That's what we want. We want it to be that way because together we're going to forge a magnificent, great, and enduring peace. I want to just end by saying God bless you all. God bless the Middle East. God bless your countries. And God bless you. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. So if we could ask the media to leave, and we're going to have a little conversation with all of these great leaders, which will take 5 minutes, and we'll just talk for a couple of minutes. But if we could ask the media to leave, would be great. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks. So you going back?
No, I'll go back. I'm glad you upgraded me to president.
Oh, did I say?
It's good. I started.
You said inside.
That was great. That's great.
Goodbye.
Hey,
Prime Minister. I will be in Washington on 8th of November. Goodbye.
So thank you, everybody. So to the leaders, I just want to thank you very much for being here. We'll be meeting again. We're going to be drawing some names. If you want to get involved on the Board of Peace, you'll let us know. And I just want to thank everybody. This is really a special occasion. Thank you all very much. We'll see you soon. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Prime Minister.